The whole neighborhood would turn into a mess, this house would be destroyed, and what was worse was that I wouldn't be able to eat the kimchi stew made by Seiya anymore. As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, Kang-woo couldn't hold it back and shouted loudly, "You two lunatics, stop it right now!" A blinding light also erupted from their room. At this moment, Si-hoon could only hang his head low before him. Aside from admitting his fault, he really didn't know what else to do. "I'm sorry, I didn't know that was your pet." Kang-woo wasn't one to hold a grudge, so he waved his hand to dismiss it. "It's fine, nothing bad happened anyway, and Vegan really does look like a monster." He then took the opportunity to ask about his situation. "By the way, is your training over?" Si-hoon scratched his head and smiled sheepishly as he replied, "Not yet, I haven't reached my goal yet." Hearing his answer, Kang-woo had to acknowledge, "What an ambitious kid, just the way I like it." "Then why did you come back? It's not because you missed me, right?" To him, Si-hoon felt no distance at all and honestly shared, "Actually, while I was training, someone came looking for me." Hearing that, Kang-woo hurriedly asked, "Who came looking for you?" Si-hoon revealed, "A group of people wearing white masks." Kang-woo seemed to have guessed some of it. The Guardians. He didn't look surprised hearing him say that. As expected, he knew them. The crucial information Si-hoon wanted to mention was, "That's right, the Guardians came looking for me, and I think there might be someone you know among them." Kang-woo frowned in confusion. "Someone I know?" His eyes immediately revealed astonishment upon hearing that person's name. "Grace, surely you've heard of her, right?" Indeed, he knew of this character. Grace, known as the world's strongest, hailing from America. No one knew she was also a Guardian, meaning she deliberately hid this fact. If that's true, she might be even stronger than he thought. Even though she was very powerful, Kang-woo just found it interesting. Hearing that, Si-hoon hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Kang-woo quickly smiled to change the subject. "Nothing. Then what happened next?" Mentioning this, his eyes gleamed with unconcealed pride. "I received an invitation to join the Guardians. And that's not all. I said I needed to hear your opinion. Then she said she also wanted to meet you and gave me a contact method." Kang-woo really didn't expect that detail. A contact method? Si-hoon spoke while taking out an item. "That's also the reason I called you up to the rooftop." Kang-woo's expression couldn't help but wrinkle the moment he saw it. "What is this?" Then Si-hoon immediately answered his question. "Wait a moment."
He explained thoroughly, just needing to place it down like this. As soon as it was placed down, the object automatically opened up. Not only that, from a tiny object, it began to expand. A special spatial gate was formed from it. This scene gave him the feeling of watching a science fiction movie. Kang-woo turned to ask more details. "Going through this gate leads to the Guardian's place?" Si-hoon just repeated what he had heard. According to what she said, that's right. Before stepping into the gate, he only hoped that the Guardians hoped they weren't like Alex. With that thought, Kang-woo took the first steps towards it. Whatever, let's see and find out. He didn't go alone. Si-hoon was also by his side. The two had just walked a short distance when they heard a voice ring out. "Welcome." The silver-haired girl sitting opposite them spoke up. "Nice to meet you." She introduced herself composedly. "I am the commander of the Guardians, and you can call me Gaia." Kang-woo and Si-hoon stepped closer to her table. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar. In his mind, Kang-woo suddenly realized her name coincided with the Gaia system that had sealed the 10,000 Demon Corps. Perhaps this was not merely a coincidence.
His gaze didn't stop at her but glided over to the young man beside her. He thought, "Ah, right, she's the commander. The person standing next to her is probably the strongest player." "Beck, I didn't expect the commander to act personally." The presence of both of them here made Kang-woo question the situation. Was Kim Si-hoon really that important? At the same time, he formed another hypothesis. Could it be that they are in dire need of help? Opposite him, Baek Hwayan took the initiative to speak. "He told me that you are the sworn brother of Guardian Kim Si-hoon." Hearing that, Kang-woo slowly replied, "Yes, I am Kim Si-hoon's sworn brother." The relationship forced her to admit. Sworn brothers in this day and age, that's truly rare, isn't it? Whenever Kang-woo was mentioned, Si-hoon would become noticeably more excited. He wouldn't hesitate to declare to the whole world, "To me, he is even more important than family." Hearing these words made Kang-woo feel embarrassed on his behalf. It was suddenly so cheesy. Si-hoon paid no mind to the looks he got, his tone full of pride as he conversed with Baek Hwayan. "I care for and admire him more than my own flesh and blood." His enthusiastic attitude made her unable to suppress a laugh. "Guardian Kim Si-hoon, you really are a passionate person." Sensing that Baek seemed to be misunderstanding something, he hurriedly waved his hands to correct her. "No, not to that extent." Seeing Si-hoon so flustered, she continued, "I understand what a beautiful and pure soul you have." Her next words truly made Si-hoon freeze in his tracks. "I know you are always ready to fight for your ideals, even if you have to burn your own soul." Gaia spoke while reaching out her hand towards the two as a gesture of goodwill. "I know the difficulties you are going through, the pain and suffering you are enduring." She also did not forget to emphasize a detail. "I am your ally. I want to help with your wish." Saying this, Alex, sitting next to her, quickly took her hand. He gently guided Gaia in the right direction.
Realizing she had just mistaken the direction, Gaia smiled and replied, "Thank you, Alex." Watching how Gaia handled herself, Kang-woo admired her even more. He thought her blind eyes and body that had to move in a wheelchair did not seem like congenital disabilities. Just by observing with the naked eye, he could also realize that the Gaia system had currently lost its power. If she was linked to the system, then her condition was understandable. Hearing her speak, it seemed she was very self-conscious about her defects. "Even with this disgusting disabled body, I still want to help you, is that okay?" Si-hoon completely disagreed with how Gaia remarked about herself. He was furious. "Disgusting? That's not true." But he calmly stayed by his side and stopped him.
Let's get straight to the point. Kang-woo spoke on his behalf to clarify everything. I know you want to recruit Si-hoon into the Guardians. If that's what you want, why don't you explain your goals and the current situation to us? He expressed himself frankly because he couldn't let Si-hoon join an organization with shady motives. Grace, of course, didn't mean that. Ah, yes, you're right. Waiting for the two to settle down, she immediately went straight to the main point. "First, please have a seat. I will explain it to you thoroughly." She began the story by mentioning something called the Gaia system. Kang-woo was startled. He didn't expect her to be so direct. Gaia's way of handling the problem really surprised him. So she's saying it straight out. She really is linked to the Gaia system. Should I ask more? Before Kang-woo could speak, Si-hoon next to him quickly spoke up first. "When I awakened as a guardian, I received a message saying that I was chosen to supplement the Gaia system. Gaia, are you behind this?" This question pleased him greatly. "Good job, Si-hoon." Grace's shake of her head was the clearest answer to his query. "I didn't send it. Perhaps I need to explain more about the system." "Si-hoon, Kang-woo, do you two believe in other worlds?" He replied politely. "Other worlds, like the ones in fantasy stories?" That was exactly the issue Gaia wanted to address. That's right, the hell creatures summoned by the demon cult all come from other worlds. Furthermore, not just hell, there are many dimensions connected to each other. The gates everyone is familiar with are the passageways between dimensions. What Gaia wants to emphasize is that you can consider the Gaia system as a barrier protecting Earth from foreign invaders. Hearing her speak, Kang-woo suddenly imagined the scene of himself coming into contact with that thing. He thought to himself just one word. It hurt like hell. Kang-woo was just about to ask more. Then Gaia, but once again he was interrupted. This time the person interrupting him was her. "I belong to the Gaia system. How should I describe it? An incarnation, a representative, or perhaps a fragment?"
Fearing they would overinterpret, Gaia hurriedly explained further. "I am not such a great being, although I can move a little thanks to the influence of the system. To do so, I have to use a lot of power, and what I can do is also limited." Based on her phrasing, Si-hoon guessed that it was an influence. She continued, "To explain it simply for the two of you might be a bit difficult to understand. Oh, when the demon cult incident took place in Korea, I interfered with the system and sent you a message." Si-hoon quickly recalled that detail. "Don't tell me the message I received back then was from you?" Mentioning this, Gaia's voice could not hide her regret. "Unfortunately, that was all I could do." Conversely, Kang-woo now began to have other thoughts about her, the incarnation of the Gaia system. "I wonder if she can unseal the 10,000 demon core, but it seems she doesn't have that ability." Si-hoon wondered once again.
Is it true that the Guardians want to take the place of the Gaia system to defeat creatures from other worlds? Your deduction is completely accurate. That is correct. He sat quietly listening from beginning to end, though his thoughts were constantly shifting. Their goal wasn't as delusional as Alex's. Should I turn back? The next detail Gaia provided successfully caught his attention. We Guardians also have another objective. Kang-woo was eager to know what it was. Gaia took this opportunity to sincerely share with him. Our ultimate goal is, when she stated this goal, even though they couldn't see her eyes at that moment, they could feel the determination hidden behind those words. To kill the prophesied demon. He hadn't expected their goal to be so grandiose. What the hell? The prophesied demon? Kang-woo might doubt her words, but Gaia did not. That's right. 5 years ago, on the day of calamity, I received a prophecy. Gaia also revealed one more piece of information to the two of them. I learned that in the near future, the prophesied demon will descend upon Earth. This was truly the first time he had heard of this, the prophesied demon. She explained further, that demon is the king of hell.
Hearing Gaia speak, Kang-woo thought she was referring to him. But he is the Demon King. Gaia's steady voice continued to ring in his ears. He would destroy this world and bury Earth in darkness. Hearing this, Kang-woo's face immediately revealed a look of horror. "Wait, don't tell me." On this side, Gaia continued speaking evenly. "The Demon of Prophecy will be the master of the demonic energy sea and 666 different authorities. Guardians, gather your strength and confront him." Finally, she concluded with one sentence. "That is the oracle I received." Kang-woo's lips had unknowingly curved up into a smile. Immediately after, that smile gradually turned into a grimace and a forced expression. "Shit, that's me, the Demon of Prophecy." To increase credibility, Gaia signaled Alex. "I know these words sound very hard to believe. Alex, show them." He just responded with a sound and gently reached out his hand. "Yes."
The image of Earth immediately appeared before their eyes. Si-hoon gazed at it in bewilderment. She told him that this was the current data of the Gaia system protecting Earth. His first impression upon seeing it was, damn it, the stats look terrible. Although feeling a bit awkward, Kang-woo still tried to ask a question. Is there no way to fix it? Based on what she just presented, the Gaia system has self-repair capabilities, but currently it is not functioning. I believe that if the demon of prophecy is defeated, everything will return to normal. Hearing this, Si-hoon suddenly raised another doubt that needed clarification. There is something I want to ask. Are you in this condition because of the Gaia system? Quick as a flash of lightning, Alex answered this query for him.
Yes, Gaia's condition is deteriorating because she is directly linked to the Gaia system. She seemed unwilling to let him reveal that, so she signaled for him to stop. Alex, on the other hand, thought this was nothing to hide. Even after hearing him say that, she still couldn't shake the burden in her heart. But the reason Si-hoon asked was because he genuinely wanted to know. Then, is there any way for you to recover? Despite her objections, Alex was determined to speak out. There is. Gaia tried to change the subject. Alex, there's no need to mention unimportant information like that. But he skillfully steered the conversation back. The cause isn't important, right? As long as the final goal is the same? He gently placed her hand on his forehead as an apology before revealing the truth. Our biggest gamble is to kill the demon of prophecy. After all, that demon is the reason the Gaia system is malfunctioning. Witnessing this interaction between the two of them, Kang-woo just wanted to scream, "No, it's not like that. I am the demon of prophecy." Si-hoon, of course, unaware of the truth, continued, "Do we need to prepare anything before the demon appears?" Alex's eyes instantly filled with coldness. He gritted his teeth and replied, "No." His next words truly startled Kang-woo. The demon of prophecy is already on Earth. Si-hoon was completely swept up in the story. He has appeared? Not only that, Alex could describe in detail the time of his appearance. More precisely, he appeared 9 months ago on March 22nd. We have been investigating the changes since that day. This made Kang-woo break out in a cold sweat from tension as he sat listening. No, isn't that the day I met Yeonju? They even pinpointed the date. Kang-woo began figuring out how to cover up this secret because he knew full well he wasn't even a guardian. If they realized he was abnormally strong, they would get suspicious. Suddenly,
Si-hoon abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table as if demonstrating great determination. His complexion also gradually worsened. I understand now. So that's how it is. Seeing Si-hoon so agitated, Kang-woo became even more terrified. What is it, Kim Si-hoon? But his next words truly saved his life. Satan. He is the demon in the prophecy. Kang-woo's eyebrows were finally able to relax thanks to that. Huh? Wait, Satan? Si-hoon remained steadfast in his belief. 3 months ago, after Brother Kang-woo called me to say that Alex had been ambushed, I immediately ran to the rooftop of the hotel. There, I saw Satan controlling Alex. The story he just told unintentionally helped him come up with a plan to hide his identity. If things went in this direction, even Gaia did not suspect a thing and immediately believed it, hurriedly asking more. He was controlled by Satan, so the reason we lost contact with him was because, where is Alex right now? The final conclusion made Gaia unable to hold back her tears of grief after hearing it. Unfortunately, Alex didn't make it, Si-hoon continued. Satan wanted to eliminate the guardians who posed a danger to him. He provoked me after killing Alex. Before he could even finish his sentence, Kang-woo sprang up and shouted, "Is that true?" He questioned Si-hoon to get to the bottom of it. "He killed Alex and provoked you?" Even though he didn't want to, he had to admit, yes, that is correct. After his admission, the rage within him flared up even more violently. How dare he? Kang-woo's fury affected the surrounding space, causing it to shake violently. He has the nerve? How dare he? Only guardians are allowed to join the organization. Si-hoon was somewhat unaccustomed to witnessing this attitude from Kang-woo for the first time. "Brother," Gaia also spoke up hesitantly in response. Well, according to the rules, it is so. But he had absolutely no intention of listening to her further and interrupted her bluntly. The reason Kang-woo had to make such a show of power was that the situation had become dire, not allowing him to be bound by ordinary rules anymore. Facing the fear that his identity as the prophesied demon might be exposed if he didn't act, Kang-woo made a landmark decision. It seemed Kang-woo had calculated every retreat path, intending to pin all the blame on Satan and present a proposal. "I also want to join the Guardians. I'll dump everything on Satan. Thanks, Si-hoon." However, his eagerness was quickly cut short by Gaia. "Kang-woo, wait a moment." She wanted to personally question the Guardian Si-hoon first. "At that time, did you see what Satan looked like?" Si-hoon had no intention of hiding anything and immediately recounted everything retained in his memory. "It was dark, so I couldn't see clearly, but he was definitely wearing a demon cult mask. This sign revealed a very high probability of a connection between Satan and the demon cult. If that hypothesis was correct, Gaia had one more thing she wanted to clarify. Do you know how strong Satan is? According to what happened then, Satan captured Alex without suffering any injuries. After that, I tried to attack him, but only landed one hit. Hearing that, Gaia couldn't hide her astonishment at the opponent's strength. It's unbelievable. He could capture Guardian Alex that simply." Si-hoon continued to add another detail. "According to a passerby. At that time, they heard a female voice on the roof.
As soon as Sihun mentioned this detail, the expressions of both Gaia and Grace changed simultaneously. Ah, it must be. Both of their expressions made Sihun seemingly vaguely guess something. Do you know something? Grace hesitated for a moment before beginning to speak. As expected, your guess has become reality. Grace indeed knew the story. Last year, Guardian Alex was ordered to set out to the place of conflict with the demon cult.
When that prolonged war came to an end, he pierced the heart of a woman with a sword. However, an unexpected twist occurred. That girl turned out to be Alex's girlfriend, a victim who had been brainwashed by the demon cult. Having to kill his loved one with his own hands became a massive mental blow to him. Ever since then, Guardian Alex has always lived in torment. He only focused on subduing opponents rather than killing them. This inadvertently became his weakness and psychological trauma. What worried Gaia the most was that a Guardian would have to face life-and-death situations countless times, but I never expected him to use Guardian Alex's trauma to kill him. As she recounted the story, someone as gentle as Gaia could not suppress her anger. I absolutely cannot forgive him. Sihun also completely sympathized with her. Satan, the demon cult, using someone else's trauma is unforgivable. Kangwoo, the one pulling the strings from behind, also took this opportunity to shift all responsibility onto Satan. That's right, I didn't expect him to exploit someone's trauma like that. Satan really is a bastard. Saying this, Gaia immediately ordered Grace. Grace, please bring it out here.
Hearing her say there was something to bring out, Kangwoo couldn't help but glance over curiously. It turned out to be a box prepared by Grace herself. For our first meeting, we have this to give you. Inside the box were 2 masks. Grace immediately explained their use. Most of the time, Guardians must operate in secret, so we usually wear masks when working. This was a gift she prepared for Sihun on the occasion of him joining the Guardians. To put it more eloquently, this mask is the embodiment of the Guardians. But she still hesitated a bit. Before I give this to you, Guardian Sihun, Gaia wants you to confirm one last thing. Can you lend me your strength to banish the prophesied demon and protect the world? Her question made Sihun suddenly fall into a silent void. The next moment, he resolutely accepted the mask and replied, "Of course, it's possible." The moment he put on the mask was also when, "Welcome to the Guardians." "Thank you." Sihun's eyes suddenly became strange when turning towards Kangwoo. Facing that gaze, Kangwoo couldn't suppress a feeling of uneasiness. "Sihun, what's wrong?" He had now returned to his normal appearance. "Ah, Kangwoo, the reason for my series of expressions just now is due to the new source of power I just received. This must be the method Alex uses to become stronger. I just put this mask on, yet I've already become much stronger." Grace proudly boasted that it wasn't just a mask with a dull design. After Sihun's gift, it was now Kangwoo's turn. Just as Grace handed the remaining mask to him, Gaia also spoke up to explain. "You're right, in this situation we cannot follow the principle of only allowing the Guardian to become a member of the Guardians. Having said that, the reason I accepted you into the Guardians is not because we are desperate. The real reason she decided to accept Kangwoo was, he thinks of the Guardian Sihun with a fond heart, and he truly got angry for his sake. Those are the 2 biggest reasons for me to make this decision. Although you are not a Guardian, your righteous heart is enough for us to call you a Guardian." At this moment, Kangwoo could dignifiedly accept the mask, not forgetting to emphasize one point. "Sihun is my precious younger brother. Knowing the prophesied demon is targeting the Guardian, I cannot just stand by and watch." His affirmation made the brotherly bond even more ironclad. Kangwoo even received praise from Gaia. Truly, the Guardian Sihun has a very great older brother. Just like with Sihun, I also want to ask you a question. So, Kangwoo, will you lend us your strength to punish the prophesied demon and protect the world? Kangwoo replied confidently without any hesitation. Of course. As soon as he put on the mask, a surging power suddenly erupted from Kangwoo's body. A notification window popped up. You have become a member of the Guardians. Gaia's blessing activated. Stats increased suddenly, causing authority to skyrocket.
Another notification window appeared. Ability Ruler of Demonic Energy activated, increasing your control over demonic energy. This blessing has an even more powerful effect on players chosen as Guardians. Since you do not belong to the Guardian class, the effect of the blessing is reduced. Standing beside him, Grace could not hide her look of astonishment as she sensed his intense energy. He isn't a Guardian, so he shouldn't be able to receive the full effects, yet his energy has increased to this extent? The rewards for him didn't seem to end there. As expected of Kangwoo, all stats increased by 1 point. Witnessing his own strength increasing day by day, his mood right now was extremely exhilarated. Look at this rising amount of demonic energy. If I couldn't hide my demonic energy using Ruler of Demonic Energy right now, all this power would reveal who I am immediately. Just a moment ago, Kangwoo had envisioned a scenario where he fully recovered his flourishing energy source, even believing that he could easily confront someone like a Guardian of Destruction. Gaia was always generous with her praise for others, as was her usual demeanor. Kangwoo, just from this energy source alone, I can say you are very strong. Hearing this, he also replied politely, "Ah, yes, thank you." The presence of the 2 of them made Gaia feel incredibly delighted.
Anyway, welcome to the Guardians. I will contact you to inform you of your mission later. Good luck. Thus, the first step in Kangwoo's plan had gone smoothly. Yes, thank you. The spatial circle opened once again. After finishing their business with Gaia, Kangwoo and Sihon immediately returned. As soon as he stepped out, he couldn't help but let out a long, tired yawn. Is it barely dinner time already? Time flies, just like a dog jumping over a fence.
Sihun maintained his polite attitude as usual. Thank you for coming with me, Kangwoo. This statement really made him want to punch the guy. Shut up, it's thanks to you that I was able to join the Guardians, so I'm the one who should be saying thanks. After the mission was completed, the item immediately closed up. He suddenly called out his name again, surprising him slightly. Kangwoo? What is it? Sihun said while bending down to pick something up. I feel like today I have found a new goal. Kangwoo looked at him curiously. A new goal? Yes. It turned out Sihun had fallen for a girl. Today I started falling in love with someone. Before he could even finish, he seemed to have vaguely guessed what was going on. What could it be? Kangwoo's guess was completely accurate. The person Sihun admired was none other than Gaia. He had watched the fragile and weak appearance of that girl resiliently overcoming all storms, even when facing dire situations. Recalling her silhouette, Sihun's heart couldn't help but flutter. I will never forget that image. His eyes looked towards where he had connected with Gaia, shining with intense determination. From the first moment I met her, I knew my destiny was to protect her. Sihun was completely unaware that these words gave Kangwoo a huge shock. So I will definitely kill Satan.
Kangwoo's mood was already as tense as a taut string, yet Sihun enthusiastically asked further. You see it too, right? She can neither walk nor see. He realized that this time he had made a chilling move. He had really screwed himself over. All the sins were blamed entirely on Satan by him. Everything was because Satan came to this world. He destroyed the Gaia system and killed a guardian. Ignoring Sihun's words, he was currently preoccupied worrying about his own fate. But I can't rot in hell forever.
Sihun has his own goals, and he has his too, right? I've been there for 10,000 years. How much longer must I stay? Do you guys want to try living with Lilith for 10,000 years? Sihun's attitude was extremely firm. That matter made me very furious. I have never felt like this in my entire life before. Just because of a moment of fluttering heart, Sihun swore an oath. I want to protect her and put a smile on her lips. There was no other option. Kangwoo could only express his support for him. If that person is you, then I'm very relieved. It was unexpected that there would be a day he heard Sihun inviting him to kill his own self. We can kill the prophesied demon together, protect Gaia and the world. Kangwoo at this moment didn't know whether to cry or laugh. But anyway, the arrow has left the bow. Just go along with it first and calculate later. I don't know either. Yes, your words sound truly spirited. But Kangwoo did not mention the method of execution at all. Let's protect this world from Satan together. Kangwoo still held an ironclad belief, but I'm sure everything will fall into place. Returning home, Seo was cooking kimchi stew while listening to the story in astonishment. What? The reason she was so stunned was that she had spent effort preparing food, but he couldn't eat. Sihun closed himself off to train again. That's a pity. The kimchi stew today is very delicious, so if he ate before leaving, it would be great. Echidna's gaze was now locked onto the steaming pot of stew while he was still lost in his own train of thought. Even though his hand held the spoon to taste, his mind couldn't break free from the messy thoughts. Yeah, Sihun is right, the prophesied demon, Satan. He recalled the moment confronting him in the ninth hell, and he had one thing to ask him. Satan, exactly what are you plotting? That despicable demon, from Kangwoo's perspective, in not hide anything but bluntly admitted. Want to know?
So let me tell you, he hadn't anticipated that its ambition would be so vast. Not satisfied after taking over the ninth hell, Satan not only craved hell but also wanted to usurp the human world. His next target is Earth, and he is aiming for Earth next. Combined with the conversation with Gaia a few minutes ago, he held key information in his hands. To realize that, he intends to destroy the Gaia system protecting Earth. Echidna's mind right now couldn't think as deeply as his. The little girl just wanted to enjoy the flavor of that stew, wanting to eat, but unexpectedly, before she could even touch the spoon, Kangwoo lifted it and drank it all in one breath. He was also the culprit who caused Sihun's first love to turn out like that. Kangwoo's impulsive action showed that he was extremely furious. He told himself, we cannot let him act as he pleases, until a voice spoke up, Kangwoo. His thoughts at this moment were even somewhat chaotic. Will I reclaim the kimchi stew? No, it's Earth from Satan's hands, and I will protect it. Having been beaten to it by him, Echidna immediately resorted to crying and throwing a tantrum. Oh, the kimchi stew is all gone. Seeing the little girl sniffling, Sewa felt a bit amused for some reason. All right, I'll make more. At that moment, Kangwoo, with a darkened expression, spoke grumpily. I also want to join the Guardians. A week has passed since the day I officially joined. He couldn't help but recall the events he had witnessed over the past few days. Sihun had returned to training with Chenmu Jin, while Yeonju was focusing on investigating the demon cult. This period had so many incidents occurring that it made Kangwoo even more troubled. That doctor held a large cardboard box and spoke up. These are additional reports on the demon cult. As soon as she saw the box of documents, she couldn't hide her panic. More?
What about my request? In a waiting hall, a woman's voice rang out. Long time no see, Kang-woo. As he approached and heard the call, he replied, Nice to see you again. Kang-woo looked around and spoke with suspicion. Anyway, this place doesn't look like before. Gaia, standing opposite him, explained, That's right, last time I took you to what is called the reception room. She paused for a beat before continuing, And this is where I live. This place is both spacious and airy, with a large opening in the ceiling to let natural light in. Her tone was tinged with pride as she added, It is also the center of the Guardians. Gaia sat on a large chair, smiling as she said, This place is called the Guardian Hall. She looked at him and asserted, I will be here if you need me. Kang-woo pulled out a chair, sat down, and began the story.
All right, then why did you want to see me? He just mentioned it. Gaia spoke up. I want to talk to you about your first mission. Hearing this, Kang-woo couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. It had finally come. However, he was the type whose inner thoughts and outward expressions were completely opposite. Kang-woo's face suddenly darkened, and he asked in a guarded tone, What kind of mission is it? Thinking of that, she could only helplessly close her eyes and tiredly reply, The Gaia system has become weaker lately. Hearing that, he asked back with a bit of hesitation, Hasn't it always been like that? Gaia seemed to be having a huge headache over this issue. It has never been this fast. I think there is another reason for this. Kang-woo sat listening for a while, becoming even more confused. Another reason? Noticing that he was still doubtful, she spoke up to guide him. Do you remember when I explained that the Gaia system is a defense mechanism? Kang-woo quickly recalled the image of the model resembling a universe and replied, Yes, I remember. As soon as he finished his sentence, she continued, The Gaia system seals the power of beings from other worlds. However, because the Gaia system is weakening day by day, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. We can understand that the prophesied demon is removing its own seal little by little.
Every word she spoke made Kang-woo's expression change, a cold chill running down his spine. Had they found out that much? Gaia, sitting opposite him, frankly expressed, I am certain this is the doing of the demon cult. Hearing that, he screamed in his mind, I knew it! I believe in those demon cult buddies. Not letting Kang-woo think much, she spoke hurriedly again. Furthermore, I have received information that clues about the demon cult have been found in a city in Korea called Jeju. That is also the reason you have been summoned here. Kang-woo's mind was completely chaotic at this moment. Korea? I thought the demon cult in Korea was destroyed after the death of Baek Kang-hyun. He asked somewhat awkwardly, All right, should I go right away? Gaia looked at him, smiled, and continued, Should I call other guardians to help you? Because this matter is a bit too much for you to handle alone. He seemed to lift a burden from his heart, sighing in relief as he spoke. No, I'm sure they have their own areas to watch over. I will try to solve this matter alone. Finally, Gaia declared with strong belief, All right, I trust you. On a small rooftop, Kang-woo cracked his stiff neck, silently reassuring himself. Please do your best. Others would only get in the way of my interrogation if they went along. Just then, the door burst open and a blue head popped in. Echidna, munching on food, spoke up questioningly.
Kang-woo, did you want to see me? With a gentle expression, he asked the little girl, Is that right? Are you eating? Echidna didn't hesitate to rush toward him, happily showing off her food. Yes, that's right. The little girl was incredibly happy, so she kept chattering incessantly. Vaughan made so many delicious dishes after he learned how to cook. Listening to this, Kang-woo curled his lips into a forced smile. Come here, you have sauce on your face. Really? That's great. Just then, Vaughan appeared and spoke up. Did you call for me, master? He was busy wiping Echidna's face, so he didn't pay much attention to the dark figure, only replying absently, You. Suddenly, Kang-woo paused, frowned, and called out, Vaughan? Yet now he was standing there in a cute pink outfit. Kang-woo observed Vaughan for a while before hesitantly asking, Is that what you have to wear to be taught cooking by Choi? Where the hell did you get that? He held the plate of food and shyly placed his hand on his cheek, replying, The world of cooking is infinite. Vaughan approached the two, gently asking, Anyway, why did you want to see me? He even turned to Echidna. Here, have some more. Kang-woo put both hands in his pockets, his tone somewhat awkward. It's nothing much. He couldn't hide a happy smile as he said, I just thought you all must be very bored being held back like this. At that moment, the mask given by Gaia suddenly appeared in Kang-woo's hand, along with a system notification.
We have a mission. Then Kang-woo added, Let's move our bodies. Echidna at this moment was only paying attention to the mask, her eyes sparkling as she thought to herself, The mask is so cool. In Jeju, a recent announcement stated, Due to the appearance of 3 rank A gates on the day of the Great Disaster, the city has become similar to Sapporo, Japan. Kang-woo gazed at the galaxy ahead, becoming more pensive. Because of the lack of demonic energy near the gates, I chose the one where I felt the most demonic energy. The image of the 3 people with 3 masks looked truly amusing. Echidna was still very preoccupied, feeling incredibly happy inside. I have a cool mask too. Witnessing the scene before him, Kang-woo became even more convinced. It seems I was right. But when his eyes swept over a strange object with a grotesque shape that no words could describe, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Besides that, what the hell is that?" Then the three of them walked together on the path surrounded by a barrier. However, the problem was that cracks were gradually appearing on it. While Echidna admired it and asked, "What is that?" Kang-woo kept making conjectures. "The space around it is shattering like a mirror. I also feel that it is getting bigger." He looked at the fissure for a long time before slowly speaking. "I knew it." Then Kang-woo declared with full confidence,
There's no way they would just leave it here unprotected. No sooner had the words been spoken than a pack of monsters appeared from the other side of the barrier. Looking at the glowing eyes of the monsters that seemed to want to tear the three of them apart, he became even more pensive. Normally, monsters would be empowered by magic stones, but he could sense more demonic energy from these ones than usual. Kang-woo's glowing red eyes never left them. It felt like they were more like demons than ordinary monsters. Just then a wary voice rang out. "Who the hell are you?" A figure in a black cloak standing arrogantly behind the pack of monsters spoke indifferently. Not the Hworyuk squad. Could it be the Red Rose Guild? Following that, Baek Kanghyun revealed his face along with a gruesome purple hand. The corners of his mouth lifted in a contemptuous smile. Well, that doesn't really matter. Baek Kanghyun didn't care at all as he ordered the monsters. "I just need to kill everyone who sneaked in." As the massive monster rushed forward, Kang-woo smiled and turned back. "Echidna, can you handle this?" The little girl listened and then placed her hands on her hips confidently. "Leave it to me." Then Echidna took a deep breath and responded with an earth-shattering scream. Her technique carried such terrifying power that it blew the monster away.
Hansel, standing nearby, was also significantly affected and immediately complained, "Oh my." He then took out a yellow energy orb and spoke up, "Those are my beloved corpses." A purple aura continuously wove through the mangled body of the monster. Just a moment later, a horrifying scene unfolded as each monster approached accordingly. With control strings in his hands, Hansel immediately gave the order, "Go, my child, berserk golem." He continued coldly to incite the golem, "Kill those lowly beasts that crave life." Immediately after, the destructive punch of the berserk golem caused the pack of monsters on the other side to suffer damage. Park Young-chan, seeing that scene, couldn't help but scream in terror. What the hell is that? His eyes could not hide the horror as the berserk golem was preparing to throw a straight punch towards him. Facing it, Park Young-chan had to hurriedly put up his purple bruised arm to block. Damn it, he was resisting with great difficulty at this moment, shouting in panic, "Chisora, kill that bastard." Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared. That blue light suddenly tightened around the berserk golem.
Even Han So-ah up above was somewhat surprised. Oh no, fast as a lightning bolt, that blue beam of light struck Han So-ah. Standing below all this time, Kang-woo had a thought. He had his suspicions when he heard the name Kisoa, but looking at the body of the monster that just attacked Han So-ah, he couldn't help but feel troubled. Black scales covered its flesh like a suit of armor. Next, Kang-woo observed every cell on Kisoa's body to make a judgment. The acid dripping from its mouth, Kisoa's bizarre and terrifying physique, along with its sharp teeth and long claws, captured Kang-woo's attention. He stood motionless for a moment before silently confirming, "It really is a Kisoa." Right then, Kang-woo spoke up. "Don't tell me these guys brought demons from the 8th hell here too, Echidna." A terrifying scream echoed through the space. Kang-woo, still calm down below, called out, "Kill the rest along with Han So-ah." The little girl obeyed immediately. "Okay." He leisurely took a step forward. "Demons like you don't give me much demonic energy." Even so, Kang-woo showed no fear as he lifted his foot and kicked straight at Kisoa. Its sharp claws looked both terrifying and slimy. A powerful sword slash struck down, shattering Kisoa's body into pieces. With that, Kang-woo couldn't help but smirk. "But now you look worth something." Suddenly, a blue blast of power struck the ground, creating a deep crater. It turned out Kisoa's attack was aimed at Kang-woo but missed. It immediately began releasing energy, moving around in circles. In an instant, he was surrounded by blue light. Kang-woo couldn't help but find it ridiculous. "Hey, why are you running around like a maniac?" In an instant, something mysterious appeared from behind and rushed forward. Just then, he suddenly spoke up, but it was clear what they were aiming for. At the same time, Chisora appeared behind Kang-woo, but he was prepared beforehand and dodged in time. Because he knew all of Chisora's characteristics, Kang-woo grabbed one of its tentacles, smirked, then used all his strength to seize and lift it up. Chisora seemed to realize the disadvantageous situation and screamed in panic. He spun its tentacle around while commenting, "Why are these guys still here?" Kang-woo paused for a beat to gather all his strength and throw it far away, then shouted, "You dare bare your fangs at a human?" Just like that, from his position, Chisora smashed into countless rocks, and its final stop was none other than Park Hyung-chan. Witnessing its defeat, he roared in anger. "What are you doing, Chisora?" Kang-woo looked at him with his own thoughts. Now that he thought about it, before him was a fully covered Park Hyung-chan screaming at the exhausted Chisora, get up and fight them." He couldn't help but wonder while observing the unfolding situation. He's not that strong, so how can he order Chisora around?
Suddenly, Kang Woo had an idea. Let's take a look. Immediately after, his eyes widened and an information panel appeared. Authority of the Guardian, Park, level 63, 7th Awakening, 1st Awakening, 2nd Awakening, 3rd Awakening, 4th Awakening, 5th Awakening. The more he looked at him in this situation, the more skeptical Kang Woo became. A level 6 player and a 7th Awakening Awakener? Even if he possessed demonic energy, he was still too weak to control Chisora. At this moment, Kang Woo noticed Park Young-chan's purple arm. So he was controlling it using that magic circle? Looking at the magic circle engraved on Park Young-chan's hand, and then at the magic circle on Chisora's trembling face, he became even more certain. Well, seeing Chisora convulse like that before that command, I don't need to dig any deeper. This thought made Kang Woo unable to suppress a smirk. With such a disparity in power, the image of Chisora turning its face toward him, this perfectly matched his thoughts. It wouldn't be completely controlled. At this moment, seeing Chisora baring its fangs at him, Park Young-chan trembled in fear and screamed, "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing the magic circle showing signs of fading, Kang Woo thought to himself, it seems there's a time limit for the forced command. The most terrified person right now was Park Young-chan. He was currently panicking and screaming, "Chisora, listen to me." While Park Young-chan was frantically trying to suppress Chisora, shouting, "This can't be happening," he didn't realize that a stream of dark energy was leisurely approaching from behind, right at the moment Park Young-chan wanted to control Chisora once more. "Damn it, listen to me." A stream of fresh blood spurted out. After a brief moment of silence, his eyes stared down blankly, as if he couldn't believe the truth.
If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine, but the moment he saw it, Park Young-chan screamed in absolute terror. "No, my hand, my magic circle!" Standing beside him, Kang Woo retracted the dark energy that had just swallowed his arm. He acted completely innocent. Oh my, it seems the summoning time for the magic circle has ended. Even at this point, Park Young-chan maintained his arrogant and haughty attitude as he screamed, "Don't say such ridiculous things. How could a magic circle created by the hand of a demon's apostle have a time limit?" Kang Woo could only respond helplessly. He sighed. "Fine, say whatever you want." Still wanting to tease him a bit more, he mentioned, "More importantly, do you know about Chisora's characteristics?" Park Young-chan's face had turned pale with fear. He asked back, "What?" Being in a state of extreme panic and seeing Kang Woo's peculiar smile, he became furious to the point of madness and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Kang Woo didn't care much, only replying indifferently, "Really?" Kang Woo looked at him for a long while before speaking up. "You really don't know?" His suggestive attitude made Park Young-chan even more confused. "What do you mean, you bastard?" A thought suddenly occurred to Kang Woo. The way for the tiny Chisora to incapacitate its prey is... Seeing it slowly approaching him, Park Young-chan couldn't help but be terrified, retreating while frantically screaming, "No, stay away!" Kang Woo quietly observed from the side as terrifying words echoed in his mind. Attack the prey's genitals first, then the head. His train of thought was interrupted by a scream filled with despair. "No, don't!" It was the incredibly pathetic screaming of Park Young-chan. Combined with the utterly horrifying scene unfolding before his eyes, both of these things made Kang Woo feel a bit chilled. Oh my god. Park Young-chan now only had a trembling tone filled with resentment left. "Chisora, you cruel bastard." It stepped out with its mouth stained with blood. Seeing that Chisora seemed ready to take its next action, Kang Woo immediately unleashed a slash towards it. All right, that's enough. After finishing off Chisora, he looked around and silently made a conjecture. Let's see. He looked towards Echidna and Hansua and saw that they had already defeated those monsters. The little girl had now climbed up to the roof and spoke up. "You are in quite an excellent state." Seeing the two of them so happy, he silently made a decision. "It seems things are done over there too, so let's get started." Kang Woo sat on top of Chisora's corpse to talk to him. "You said your name is Park Young-chan, right?" "No, wait, it's my fault." He seemed to want to rub salt into the wound, speaking slowly. "From now on, the name Park Young-chan fits you better, doesn't it?" Seeing him looking like a lost soul, Kang Woo called out in confusion, Hey, wake up, buddy." Seeing no reaction, Kang Woo sighed in frustration. This is truly troublesome. Then he used his finger to tap Park Young-chan's forehead to activate the authority of concentration. To make it easier to visualize, he explained a bit. The authority of concentration, a power that reduces pain and enhances focus, is like using a sedative. Then came the thoughts comparing the two authorities Kang Woo possessed. Unlike the authority of rage, which grants power but causes one to lose their reason, this is a power that provides pure benefits. After a while, Kang Woo's finger, which was pressing the acupoint, gently pushed his head back. But in this situation, I have no other choice. Just then, Park Young-chan seemed to snap out of it, sitting up with a start. Kang Woo silently watched him retreat with difficulty. This bastard needed to wake up, otherwise he couldn't interrogate him. Suddenly, Park Young-chan's eyes accidentally fell upon Chisora's corpse, and he couldn't hide his shock. "How could you deal with Chisora?" His tone was now filled with fear. "Who the hell are you?" Kang Wu could only think helplessly. You don't recognize me even after seeing this mask? You don't even know that there is a time limit on using the magic circle, so you're just a useless nobody. Then Kang Wu gently took off his mask and asked in confusion, "Since when did the demon cult resume activities in Korea?"
It seems wearing a mask no longer has any meaning. Wearing a mask appears to be pointless. His face was both pale and stuttering. Seeing Park Hyung-chan hesitate like that, he had to let out a weary sigh, then placed his hand on the man's forehead and said, "Just forget about that. Seeing your reaction, I already know the result. It seems you have been sealed, and that you will die if you speak about the demon cult." Hearing these words, Park Hyung-chan couldn't believe his ears and asked back, "How do you know that?" However, Kang Wu didn't bother answering him and just focused on his own task. In that case, authority of subjugation. Every cell inside Park Hyung-chan's body seemed to be seen through by Kang Wu. So this is the seal? It seems to be connected directly to the soul. It is not as effective as the authority of subjugation.
But a seal attached to the soul? That's impressive. From deep within, painful screams echoed out, "Please spare me." He immediately placed a seal on Park Hyung-chan's cells. These demon bastards use demonic energy to create seals, attach them to other souls, and control them. Right then, a system window appeared. You have successfully turned player Park Hyung-chan into a familiar. After everything was done, Kang Wu let go. "I have broken the seal now." A stream of red aura slowly entered Park Hyung-chan's head following Kang Wu's words. "Tell me everything you know." As if controlled by an invisible force, he blankly recounted. After Red Cardinal Baek Kong-han died, there was a power vacuum in the Korean branch of the demon cult. Every word he uttered astonished him further. The cult had been observing Korea closely, so they sent a demon apostle to take charge of the new branch. That made Kang Wu even more puzzled. They are observing Korea closely? Why? His suspicion was growing, but it was immediately clarified by Park Hyung-chan.
Russia, with its collapsed government and SSS rank gates, would be an easier place to operate, wouldn't it? His tone suddenly became trembling. "I don't know the reason, but it is true that the demon cult considers Korea an important area." Kang Wu pointed behind him, mentioning, "Then does that have anything to do with bringing those black bundles back to the gate?" He replied almost immediately, "No, the reason for planting the fisher seeds has nothing to do with Korea." Hearing this news, Kang Wu couldn't help but raise a question in his heart. Completely unrelated? Then, besides the cult viewing Korea as a stronghold, the planting of fisher seeds in the gates, and the recent sudden weakening of the Gaia system, everything points to a single conclusion. Looking at Park Hyung-chan in front of him, he nodded and speculated. This plan is not only happening in Korea. That would explain why they sent Park Hyung-chan to Jeju as a disposable pawn. That is the worst-case scenario, but at least there is some relief. Kang Wu approached the hole in the protective barrier with his judgments. This plan will probably be executed on a global scale. If that's the case, we can get help from the Guardians. Then he recalled those people and became even more confident in his assessment. There are many others from whom we can receive help. Kang Wu's steps stopped right in front of the hole, and he spoke. "Do you know exactly where the fisher seeds are planted?" Park Hyung-chan, still in a controlled state, answered, "I don't know that." The next second, Kang Wu gently placed his hand on that hole. "Then do you know who created the fisher seeds?" Hearing that question, he immediately answered, "I don't know that either." He could only think helplessly after hearing Park Hyung-chan's answer. Nothing helpful at all. A lowly person like you wouldn't know that information. Suddenly, Kang Wu's red pupils turned green, along with his firm affirmation, "Then I will have to investigate it myself." At that moment, countless eyes appeared behind him, watching intently. A line of information was displayed. "Authority of clairvoyance has been partially used successfully. You have learned how to handle the fisher seed."
Kang Wu had his own interpretations. Unlike the magic circle summoning last time, this one was only partially successful, so it didn't help much. Suddenly, he noticed something and silently raised his guard. Wait, hold on. Do the fisher seeds have the ability to weaken the system's power? He gripped the hole tighter and tighter with a bold thought. What if I integrate this effect into my own body? Then a pink light immediately enveloped Kang Wu's entire body. A moment later, he raised his other hand, staring intently at it and feeling it bit by bit. This sensation is... Kang Wu seemed to think of something, clenching his hand tight and screaming in his mind. That's right. He began to close his eyes tightly and slowly sense everything around him. Although only for a brief moment, the seal on the 10,000 demon core had become weaker. To the one who had granted him this favor, Kang Wu spoke in a tone full of respect. "O demon cult, not only did you send me the 10,000 demon core, but you also sent me the fisher seeds. There is a reason why Baek Kong-hen and the others follow the demon cult. Hooray for the demon cult! Hooray!" Suddenly, a scream from Park Hyung-chan echoed from afar. "Will you spare me?" Having just received good news, his attitude also became much milder. "That's right. Since you gave me some useful information, I will let you live. I am someone who knows how to repay others for their kindness." Pausing for a moment, Kang Wu spoke softly. "I will also remove the curse." This statement of his was like an imperial edict, making him speak up in joy. Just as the curse was lifted, a strange phenomenon occurred. Park Young-chan suddenly clutched his chest and howled in extreme agony.
Witnessing that scene, Kang-woo seemed to suddenly remember something. He gently patted his head and spoke up while the man was writhing in pain. Right, he calmly explained. I also placed the authority of concentration on you. That must hurt a lot, doesn't it? His heart simply wouldn't allow him to stand by idly while watching someone else in danger. Kang-woo immediately channeled his dark power, stepping closer to him with a tearful tone. Well, I couldn't just stand there and watch the person who helped me suffer. However, your movements were a bit strange. A stab pierced through his abdomen, causing Park Young-chan to cough up fresh blood, his entire body trembling in disbelief. He cursed, "You bastard!" With a choke of resentment, Park Young-chan looked at the man with the emotionless face. "You said you would spare me." After a moment of silence, Kang-woo replied deliberately, "I'm sure you're very sad to die after living your whole life as a puppet of the demon cult." He feigned an air of righteousness, trying to hold back tears in a mix of sorrow and awkwardness. "I will avenge you. I will never forget your name, Park Young-chan." A moment later, Kang-woo stood before Park Young-chan's corpse, his eyes fixed on the system window that had just appeared. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 0.12 points.
A fleeting sense of surprise rose in his heart. Kang-woo put his hand in his pocket, lost in thought. Is it that little? Is that all? Not enough? He thought to himself. Well, my status is still high at the moment. It's true that having some is better than nothing. Increasing strength isn't the core issue right now. From within, Kang-woo pulled out a gem. His face was filled with excitement. There was something more important right now. He quickly interpreted the function of the orb, a tracking device of the Guardians. I can contact them even when I'm inside a gate or outside in the world. He gazed at the orb while making a few guesses. He thought, I think they created it because they don't want what happened to Alex to happen again. After a moment of contemplation, Kang-woo finally called out, "Can you hear me?" The virtual image of Grace immediately appeared with a response. "Yes, I can hear you. Do you need help with your mission?" Hearing that, Kang-woo quickly conveyed the information.
No, I have already completed the mission. More importantly, after hesitating for a moment, he cautiously reported, I have learned some important information. A moment later, Gaia replied after listening to his words, Fisher seeds? I understand. I will gather everyone in the Guardians to focus on eliminating the Fisher seeds. Hearing that, he immediately shook his head to express disagreement. No, you shouldn't do that. Next, Kang-woo proposed a few hypotheses. Instead, you should gather them all in one place. In his mind, he also had a few arguments. It would be crazy if I destroyed all those valuable things. Hearing that, Gaia spoke with a hint of hesitation. Gather them? But if we do that, we will still have Fisher seeds in our world. Glancing to the side, Kang-woo caught sight of a Echidna's bewildered look. Do you know what this is? It's interesting. Seeing that, he smiled slightly and spoke. You don't need to worry about that. I have checked the Fisher seeds in those 2 different gates. They cannot function once they have been uprooted. Hearing this, Gaia could not hide her confusion and asked in a questioning tone, But why do we have to collect them instead of eliminating them? Shouldn't we destroy them immediately just to be safe? Kang-woo understood her doubts, so he explained, It would be better if we want to prevent cases like this. Gaia seemed unable to comprehend yet, so she continued to question, Then why?
Kang-woo interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. You have to look at the bigger picture. Then he asked Baekwayan a question. Have you looked at the information that the demon cult possesses? She immediately recalled the images she had seen earlier and replied, Of course, but they are all very complicated. Immediately, Kang-woo seized that detail to explain to Baekwayan. Then it would be better if we had these things to study them, otherwise we will never get the upper hand. After a long moment of thought, she forced out the words, I understand. You've taught me something new again. After some discussion, Baekwayan gave him a confirmation. All right, we will collect them then. Kang-woo could not hide his joy upon hearing this decision. Thank you, then I will be moving on too. He gazed at the spatial passage gradually appearing before his eyes. He said to himself, Now that part for the Guardians is done. As he approached the spatial passage, now that I'm out of the gate, I can make a call. While deep in thought, Kang-woo suddenly received a call. Chaeyeon-ju. He hurriedly answered the phone, his voice sounding enthusiastic. Hello, I was just about to call you. Chaeyeon-ju shouted angrily as soon as she picked up. Hey, why couldn't I call you? There's a problem happening here.
Kang-woo looked a bit blank and didn't understand her words at all. Huh? What? Noticing his confusion, Chaeyeon-ju hurriedly explained. Traces of the demon cult had been found in Korea-den. Thinking it was something major, it turned out this was the reason. Kang-woo calmly added, You mean in Daegu? I just handled that. Hearing this, Yeon-ju started and shouted loudly, What? Really? How? She realized she had been too agitated. She took a deep breath to regain her composure before continuing the conversation.
Anyway, what did you call me for? Hearing this, Kangwoo seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke up. There was something I want to ask you. Chai Yanju looked annoyed and complained. I feel like you only call when you need something from me. What is it? Kangwoo didn't pay much attention to her words and quickly went into explanation. I can't explain in detail, but there are some items with cross marks on them inside the gate. I need you to collect them.
Following that, he immediately presented his arrangements. Notify the Huarong Squad and the Heaven and Earth sect in China. Yanju was searching for information while simultaneously answering the phone. All right, is that all? Kangwoo, as if suddenly remembering something, panicked and exclaimed, Ah, Japan too! She proactively cut him off before he could finish his sentence. I'm hanging up. On this end of the line, he could only helplessly utter, Oh my God. After that phone call, Kangwoo's face paled slightly upon recollection. I should have asked Yuri first, he thought, but I didn't want to ask her after that octopus incident. Although he was reluctant, he had to accept it because the situation allowed no other choice. He thought she was too good of a card to play in this situation. Kangwoo had just dialed her number when the other end picked up before it could even ring. Kurosaki Yuri speaking. Hearing her voice, he couldn't help but be astonished. Why did she answer so fast? I didn't even hear it vibrate. Despite being somewhat surprised, Kangwoo quickly responded. Hello, Miss Yuri. It seems like this is the first time I've called you recently. Besides that, I'm calling you because... She interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Okay, I understand. Amidst the quiet atmosphere of the evening, Kangwoo's voice gently spoke up. Anyway, I'm calling you because... Time seemed to stand still. At this moment, inside the spatial passage, Kangwoo finally made his request after explaining everything clearly to Yuri. I want to ask you to collect the fisher seeds inside the gate. The other end listened and immediately responded.
I understand. May I ask you a question? Seeing Kurosaki Yuri agree so quickly, Kangwoo happily spoke up. Of course. After receiving Kangwoo's permission, Kurosaki Yuri immediately mentioned, The demon cult, do you know which demon they worship? I've looked into them but found nothing. Hearing this, a look of wariness appeared in Kangwoo's eyes. He silently made a conjecture. It would be better if more people knew about Satan. The more people know about him, the fewer will suspect me. Thinking this, he immediately told Kurosaki Yuri a name. That demon is the demon of prophecy, Satan. Hearing this name, she mumbled along, Satan. Then he added, That's right, that is the demon they serve. After Kangwoo finished speaking, Kurosaki Yuri slowly considered it before responded, I understand. Then I will collect the fissure seeds as you requested. Hearing this answer from Yuri, Kangwoo happily said, Thank you. Suddenly, Yuri seemed to remember something and spoke up. Right, actually, I have one more question if you don't mind. Kangwoo replied with a very calm attitude, Of course not. Kurosaki Yuri then explained a bit more thoroughly. This is just a personal question. A bolt of lightning streaked across where Kurosaki Yuri was standing. At the same time, her voice gently echoed, Are you interested in the Cthulhu mythos?
Kangwoo answered her question with complete composure. Cthulhu? I don't know about it, but why? Kurosaki Yuri played with a lock of her hair while mysteriously offering a hint. I looked into it because of the divine possession skill I have, and I wanted to ask for your opinion since I find it quite interesting. He paid it no mind and responded indifferently. That's right, it certainly is interesting. The moment those words left Kangwoo's lips, Kurosaki Yuri's expression suddenly turned incredibly bizarre, yet the person on the other end of the line didn't seem to care in the slightest and continued to respond nonchalantly. Then I think it would be better if we talked about it in our next conversation. Just imagining the previous scene made him feel weary. I don't want to see a god full of tentacles, he thought. But now he knew that those mythological gods actually existed. He needed to know more about them. Suddenly, from the other end of the line, Kurosaki Yuri let out a spine-chilling laugh. Then, I'll call you back later. Kangwoo couldn't help but feel scared and awkward. All right. A cold chill ran down his spine as he deduced to himself, what a confusing woman. What was that about an octopus gift and that creepy smile? His train of thought continued until the call ended. Regardless, he had cast the net. Everything had been arranged. Kangwoo just smiled calculatingly. Now, I just have to wait. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, in the lobby of the Guardians, Grace and Sihun were already sitting their way.
Sihun immediately asked as soon as he saw him appear, You're here. The girl sitting next to him also spoke up. Hello, Kangwoo. He stepped forward and immediately asked for information. That's right, how does the situation look? Gaia quickly explained everything upon hearing that. As you can see, the protective layer weakened when the seeds were planted, but if we just left them like that, the situation would have been even worse. Kangwoo asked again with some suspicion, Is it continuing to get worse? Fortunately, Gaia's next statement was a denial. No, fortunately, the system is stabilized since 3 days ago. He also felt like a burden had been lifted from his heart. That's good. We can't let our guard down. Right after that, she continued to warn. But we were able to minimize the damage thanks to you. Hearing the praise, Kangwoo felt a bit shy and smiled back. Of course. Besides, where did you put those fissure seeds? That's the reason I came here. Gaia immediately spoke up. They are here, please. Hearing that, the man next to her seemed to understand, bent down and picked her up.
Alex performed this action skillfully, as if it were a habit, parallel to Gaia's words, "Please follow me." While being carried on the way, Gaia explained to the two of them.
Before we head to where the Fisher seeds are stored, I'll briefly explain how the Guardian Hall operates to both of you. Last time I told you that the Guardian Hall is the center of the Guardians, didn't I? If you wish, Grace's every word echoed through the space. You can go to any place related to the Guardians from here. You can return to the place you came from through the gate you used to get here. She recounted this with a tone of immense pride. Or you can go to the dormitories or training centers we have for those belonging to the Guardians. You can also go to the waiting room. Grace seemed to be embodying a female tour guide. There are also gates here that can take you to Japan, China, or Russia, places often used by the demon cult to summon monsters. Finally, she concluded with one sentence. The place we are heading to is, Grace hesitated slightly to add a bit of mystery before continuing, a gate that takes us to where the Fisher seeds are stored. The four of them then stepped through that gate together. However, as if she had just remembered something, she hurriedly spoke up. Right. A somewhat belated warning rang out. Be careful not to get blinded. The blinding light ahead caused Kang-woo a bit of panic. Grace's voice rang out again after a moment of silence to let them adapt. It is currently morning here. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel helpless, only able to think to himself, say that before we step in here, is it not important to you? She continued to introduce everyone to the location that had just appeared. Anyway, this is the secret storage of the Guardians. Before Kang-woo's astonished gaze, Grace announced the news. Lakan. At this moment, Si-hoon stood by his side.
He couldn't suppress his astonishment and exclaimed, "Wonderful!" Looking at the scenery before him, he turned and asked with a hint of doubt, "Isn't the Grand Canyon too famous a landmark to locate a secret base?" Gaia, who was being carried by Grace, seemed to have anticipated this and replied, "Tourists only see a small part of it. They can't come here." Then she smiled cheerfully and announced, "Now, let's go to the secret base." A while later, they were walking along a trail, and naturally, Gaia was still being carried. Suddenly, Grace's footsteps came to a halt in the middle of the path. She turned her head slightly to look at Gaia and said, "We've arrived." Si-hoon gazed at the scenery in front of him, becoming even more skeptical. "I only see cliffs." Hearing that, Gaia, who was beside him, suddenly burst into laughter. Right then, she suddenly called out, "Guardian Yusan, Gaia is here." Almost immediately, a door abruptly appeared, along with a voice ringing out.
Gaia, you're here. Seeing the two still bewildered, she explained, "This is Julian's illusion technique. No one else around here can do something like this." Hearing that, Kang-woo blankly realized this was an illusion. Si-hoon couldn't hide his amazement and exclaimed, "It's amazing, isn't it?" As both were still slightly shaken, footsteps approached. A young man with long hair walked over, speaking slowly. "You two must be the newcomers, Mr. O and Mr. Kim." He clasped his hands together, greeting them with a very serious attitude. "Pleasure to meet you." His handsome face was revealed, standing out with purple hair and white pupils, as he introduced himself. "I am Julian." After a while, Julian led everyone inside. "Today, it is protected by one of my magic techniques. Wandering around carelessly would be very dangerous, as you might be attacked by the defense system." The butler also turned his head back slightly, explaining to the two, "As for the research on the Fisher seeds, Julian is currently overseeing it." Hearing that, the young man walking in front could only give a strange smile. "But we haven't made any significant progress yet." Then Julian brought them in front of a door marked with the number 4 and gave instructions. "All right, it's here." He continued to introduce the function of this room. "This is where we collect the Fisher seeds." Having followed for a while, Kang-woo suddenly spoke up and asked, "How many seeds are stored in there?" Julian had to think for a moment before replying, "I haven't counted, so I'm not exactly sure." However, he still gave an estimated number, but there must be at least 100 seeds.
Hearing this number, Kang-woo's eyes lit up and he happily calculated. Over 100? Oh my god. Feeling himself getting too excited, he quickly covered his mouth and reminded himself, no, now is not the time. Si-hoon, standing next to him, also asked, "By the way, is it possible that the demon code will attack?" Jusan seemed to agree with his question, curling his lips and replying, "Why wouldn't they? The Fisher seed alone is enough for them to hunt us down." Almost immediately, Si-hoon voiced his deduction. "Then that means it's dangerous here." His words were not yet finished when Jusan's decisive voice rang out. "It's fine," he told everyone in a firm tone. "My magic isn't that easy to bypass, even if the opponent is the prophesied demon." Z also quickly explained to the two, "It might sound arrogant, but you can trust him. In direct combat, Jusan might not be good, but his magic is truly extraordinary." Hearing the praise, Jusan smiled and replied, "That's just from his perspective. My magic isn't actually that bad in real combat." While Kang-woo was smiling mysteriously, Jusan didn't notice and continued speaking.
I really hope the prophesied demon will attack. That way I can prove my fighting ability. As soon as Yusun finished speaking, Kang-woo spoke up, seeming extremely happy. Seeing you so confident makes me very relieved. I think it will be even safer that way. Gaia also agreed with Kang-woo and said, "That's right, let's go back." Just like that, at the first destination, Kang-woo's group appeared at the Grand Canyon in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Kang-woo raised his hand and called out, He suddenly had an idea and suggested to everyone, "When we get back tonight, it'll probably be dinner time. How about coming to my place to eat?" Hearing this, Gaia was slightly shocked and blurted out, "Huh?" Si-hoon, standing there, also couldn't help but be skeptical and stammered, You mean your house?" Facing this enthusiastic invitation, she felt a bit shy and hesitated. "I want to go too, but..." As if guessing something, Kang-woo smiled and said, "I understand your situation, but it's nice to do this once in a while. It's just a meal." Still hesitant and unable to decide, Gaia looked up at him to ask for his opinion. "What should we do, Alex?" Hearing that, he just smiled and made a suggestion.
Just this once is fine, right? She remained in a flustered state, stammering, unable to form words. But then, Alex, seemingly understanding Gaia's mood, spared no effort to persuade her. "It's not like we're going to a stranger's house. We're just having a meal at a fellow guardian's place. What harm is there? As a leader, you should also know the living environment of your members, right?" Seeing him use this trick, she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in annoyance. What a cheap trick. Seeing this, Alex hugged her tight and rubbed his cheek against hers. "Aw, you're so cute." "Cut it out." Seeing the two of them so happy, Kang-woo stepped in to take charge and declared, "Then it's settled. By the way, Alex, you've been supporting Gaia all day like that. Are you okay?" He replied, "Oh, it's fine." But Kang-woo appeared apologetic and made a suggestion. "How can that be? You never know what might happen. You need to save your strength." Kang-woo paused slightly in his sentence, then after a moment continued, "How about letting Si-hoon take over?" Now the person carrying Gaia was him. Both of them seemed extremely embarrassed and shouted out loud. Si-hoon was panicked, but didn't dare drop her, only able to stand there with a flushed face. "Hey, isn't Gaia's wheelchair in the Guardian Hall?" Hearing that, she also hurriedly shouted, "That's right, Grace, stop laughing." While everyone's attention was focused over there, Kang-woo dropped a strange object. Then he calmly walked over and spoke up. "Let's go." Just like that, Kang-woo looked completely natural as he pushed his back into the spatial passage. "Si-hoon, Soa said she was very sad because she couldn't treat you to kimchi stew last time."
He was currently feeling extremely helpless as he called out, "Ah, brother!" Kang-woo walked leisurely while chatting. "Gaia, I know I shouldn't be the one saying this, but the meals at our house are top-notch." Meanwhile, at Yusun's place, he was studying the fisher seed with a concerned expression. "I can't decipher it at all." Yusun wearily rubbed his forehead. It was truly astonishing that the demon cult could create something like this. In the room filled with specimens, Yusun let out a soft sigh. "Well, it's fortunate that we have plenty of samples." But a moment later, he suddenly remembered Kang-woo and made a guess. That's right, they said he was a newcomer. Oh, Kang-woo suggested gathering the seeds, but he looks so clueless. I don't understand what Lady Gaia was thinking, letting someone who isn't a guardian participate. Immediately after, Yusun seemed to think of something and cried out in alarm. Well, since he came up with the idea, he's not entirely stupid. He quickly cast his magic. What was happening? Yusun seemed to want to use a stronger measure and thought to himself, let's try using magic to process it and see. Suddenly, an explosive scene appeared before his eyes. Yusun's face turned pale and his heart trembled. Impossible! A terrifying scene was unfolding before him as the fisher seed began to gather black aura, causing him to secretly speculate.
Such violent energy, could it be? A grotesque image suddenly appeared, causing Yusun's spine to chill as he called out the name, Satan. Those glowing red pupils staring straight in this direction made him even more terrified. How did Satan get here? Suddenly, Yusun realized something and silently warned himself. Their eyes had just met, and immediately a backlash sent Yusun flying backward. A heavy thud rang out from his direction. Yusun's face was now pale. He silently confirmed. He not only noticed my magic, but he could also break it with just his eyes. Is that even possible? The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt, gritting his teeth. No, I don't have time to sit here in despair. Yusun began to calm himself down and reconsider. I was too surprised, so I didn't realize it. He stood up, observed the entire laboratory, and made further deductions. But clearly, I didn't detect any other power source when scanning the area with magic. That means Satan is attacking the bunker alone. If I play my cards right, I can take down the prophesied demon right here. He hurriedly ran out of the room, looking around warily. I can control countless magic spells installed throughout the bunker. Yusun opened another door to reveal a room. Here it is, the control room. Approaching the chair in the center of the room, his face darkened. The advanced headset and magic might seem incompatible, but they had been optimized specifically for spells. Yusun suddenly sank into memories. Those old fogies who kicked him out of the family would never understand. He told himself, let's begin. Immediately after, Yusun sat in the chair and began to control it. Adjust defense system to level 2. Yet Yusun still felt something was amiss, so he spoke up. Not enough. Raise it to level 4. The system immediately executed the adjustment. Understood. Adjust defense system to level 4. He put on his glasses and hurriedly asked the system a question.
Where is Satan right now?
Immediately, a series of system windows in front began analyzing. At that moment, Satan outside couldn't help but smirk. So he destroyed the entrance, huh? Yu-sun, seeing Satan's appearance, couldn't help but mock him. You look like you're taking a stroll. His smile became increasingly dangerous. Along with that, Yu-sun's tone became more irritated, acting all relaxed and such. Facing that situation, Julian, sitting in the control room, seemed unflinching and also smirked. Fine, let's see how long you can keep up that carefree attitude. Julian's slender fingers skillfully danced across the keyboard. You may bear the title of the prophesied demon, the Demon King, or even a monster there. Immediately after, the system reported, activating defense system. Countless magic circles appeared, along with the words, but here, right here. Then a system panel appeared, executing intruder elimination.
Yu-sun's voice rang out decisively. I am the king. Before that, in a pure white space, a puff of blue smoke suddenly appeared. At least in this place, multiple magic circles appeared in midair along with the blue smoke. The system began to announce, initiating intruder elimination protocol. The Demon King stood before the magic circles, looking majestic in his wide cloak, because I am the king here. The circle with the character fire began the process of gathering energy. From the magic circles, small flames began to spurt out, growing larger and rushing straight towards Kangwoo. A burst of purple smoke suddenly erupted. The purple smoke enveloped his body, shielding him from those powerful fire magics. The magic circles switched energy to the ice attribute. Sharp ice shards from behind whistled towards Kangwoo. Ice spikes rushed forward with terrifying speed, along with the fire magic, simultaneously attacking the Demon King. After the earth-shaking explosion from those two types of magic, a purple shield with ice fragments stuck to its surface emerged from behind the white smoke. Kangwoo remained completely unharmed after that fierce attack. Kangwoo's eyes were glowing red, extremely sharp. He suddenly realized he was standing on a giant magic circle. From beneath the ground, a large block of stone rose up, pushing him high into the air. Kangwoo gave a sinister smile and lifted one leg, then stomped down hard on the rock. The rock caved in with just a single stomp from the Demon King. He had crushed the large rock with just a stomp of his foot. Somewhere, a person was sitting, eyes glued to the screen watching Kangwoo. His face was trembling and filled with panic, sweat pouring down, and he thought to himself, no way, my spell has. On this side, Kangwoo continued to walk calmly. Yu-sun thought, that must be Kangwoo. With glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, he emitted a stream of black aura.
It formed a demon face that looked absolutely terrifying. Julian was struck with extreme horror. The prophesied demon, Satan. Inside, Julian was frantically trying to find a way to deal with Kangwoo. Set defense level to 5. The lighting system immediately issued a notification, changing defense level to 5. Julian's hands moved swiftly to reset the entire system. All right, you want me to use all my strength, huh? Kangwoo calmly walked amidst the magic circles. From beneath the circles, shapeless pillars wearing hats appeared. From those pillars, monsters began to take shape. Kangwoo was being besieged by the monsters created by the magic circles. Julian's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with rage. He gritted his teeth, his nose already bleeding. He thought, I've overused my spells, but if I don't go this far, I won't be able to deal with that monster. The giant monsters raised their arms and smashed them down hard on Kangwoo's position. Die! Kangwoo gently raised his hand, and an immense energy radiated around him. He raised both hands high, crossing them in an X shape. That energy exploded, knocking away all the monsters Julian had created. In the control room, Julian was extremely anxious and hurriedly set up another defense system.
Now set the protection level to level 6. Julian calculated in his head. While he was exhausted from facing the golems, it would be more difficult for the Guardians. The system issued a notification, adjusting protection level to level 6. The magic circle continued to accumulate energy. On his side, the golems had been defeated, lying scattered on the ground. Julian shouted loudly, "Fire!" From within the magic circle, a massive and powerful beam of light shot out. There was no way he could avoid this. The beam of light grew stronger and faster, rushing towards Kangwoo in the shape of a sharp point. He calmly brought his hands in front of his chest, crossing them into an X shape. Kangwoo gently swung his arms to both sides, tearing the beam of light apart in different directions. This left Julian utterly astonished. The beams of light shot elsewhere, creating massive explosions. Julian clutched his chest, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This was insane. Was I too foolish to think that I could handle this prophesied demon by myself? Julian was bleeding from both his nose and mouth, but continued to endure resiliently. Damn it, I can't give up here.
Julian sank into a flashback of his past, striving to be recognized by the foolish elders who had cast him out. Set protection level to 7. A blinding light radiated forth, a way to repay Lady Gaia for accepting him. The 4 pillars in the system room glowed intensely. The
The system simultaneously announced, setting protection mode to the highest level. Julian persisted with all his might. I will never give up. With a sharp gaze, Julian shouted loudly, if that is not enough, then I will put my very life into it. Activate Guardian Sword. A mysterious blue smoke emanated around Julian. He thought, I don't think I've enjoyed myself enough yet. The system screen suddenly distorted, startling Julian. Where is that voice coming from? From inside the system screen, an arm reached out, lunging straight at Julian. What on earth? The arm tightened around Julian's neck, causing him to cough up blood. As the smoke faded, the person appearing before Julian was none other than Kang Wu. Kang Wu smiled a demonic smile, his voice full of disdain. Do you really think you can stop me with these toys? Julian tried to struggle free from the chokehold, but Kang Wu did not loosen his grip at all. I am death. I am the end. Julian's body trembled violently, his eyes rolling back. Kang Wu continued his speech. I am the father of all wrath and rage. Remember this, mortal. With a demonic face, Kang Wu declared, I am Satan. Elsewhere, Grace's face was beaded with sweat. Damn it, I left as soon as the emergency call came in, but it seems it's already too late.
The four of them were standing in front of a completely destroyed cave. Gaia turned to ask Alex, Grace, what is the situation? Yusan was bowing his head in front of them. I apologize, Lady Gaia. Although she was being carried, she looked quite tired. Guardian Yusan, with a face heavy with sadness, bowed respectfully. I failed to protect the barrier from Satan. He glanced up slightly. Because of that, I have a question. Yusan turned his gaze towards Kang Wu and Si-hoon. Where have you two been until now? Si-hoon was about to speak up to explain. Grace spoke up before Si-hoon could open his mouth. I understand your suspicion, but these two have been by our side from the beginning. Gaia also added, that's right, they aren't the type of people who would do something like that. Yusan looked towards the two of them, his eyes showing a hint of apology for having wrongly blamed them. Kang Wu smiled slightly and thought to himself that everything went better than he expected. Kang Wu recalled what he had done. The authority of cloning had done its job very well. Kang Wu remembered, because the clones could only perform simple actions like eating or talking, there was a limitation that the real body had to move if one wanted to use power.
He thought, I had to sneak away, but everything went quite successfully and everyone's reaction was good too. With a face full of remorse, Yusan apologized to the two of them. Kang Wu, Si-hoon, I apologize for suspecting you two. At this moment, Kang Wu was wearing an incredibly magnificent ring on his hand. He thought, well, I was going to cancel the clone authority spell on the way back anyway. Kang Wu spoke with a gentle smile, his face further highlighting his delicate beauty. Don't worry, I completely understand why you thought that. Kang Wu thought to himself, anyway, the perfect disguise is complete. Kang Wu looked incredibly radiant. With this, no one will believe I am Satan, even though I'm really not. Si-hoon stammered. Wait a minute. Si-hoon turned to ask Yusan, what happened? And the fisher seeds that were being guarded? Yusan's face was sorrowful, his body trembling. I'm sorry, Yusan bowed. I couldn't protect a single fisher seed. Everyone present was utterly astonished except for Kang Wu, who was wearing a bewitching smile. The people there started to buzz. He moved with that many seeds? Not one or two, but he took about 1,000 fisher seeds? Everyone looked worried. Only Kang Wu slightly licked his lips. The fisher seeds, they were very delicious. He recalled the scene from just a moment ago.
The Demon King hovered in midair, surrounded by blue smoke. The absorbed seeds would generate demonic energy in the deepest depths. The system announced, the seal of the 10,000 Demon Core has weakened. Your demonic energy has increased by 3. Kang Wu thought, and my demonic energy has increased by 3 points. Gaia suddenly spoke. I am sorry, it is all because of my incompetence. Hearing this, Kang Wu focused his attention. He looked over to see Gaia praying with clasped hands, smiling. Because I lowered my guard, the fisher seeds that everyone worked so hard to collect, Kang Wu interrupted. No, this isn't just your fault, Gaia. Everyone has their own faults. Hearing that, Gaia seemed quite surprised. Kang Wu stood solemnly. The most important thing is what we learn from those mistakes, am I right? Kang Wu walked forward as he spoke. Although Satan has been weakened by crossing dimensions, he is still strong. He was also ruthless enough to exploit Alex's trauma and kill him. Not only that, he always wants us to lower our guard. Everyone there listened to Kang Wu's words. That is the reason we need to become stronger. Everyone sank into thought after hearing Kang Wu speak. We should not repeat the mistakes we have made. A scene, glowing red, suddenly appeared. Kang Wu spoke while raising his hand high. We must be strong enough to face the prophesied demon, Satan. He clenched his hand into a fist. Let's protect this world together. We will stop your wickedness. Ancient legends tell of Demon King Balak. This title corresponds to one of the most powerful demons in hell. He was the embodiment of terror in the land he ruled and had single-handedly overwhelmed the members of the hero's party. But returning to reality, all of that. Demon King Balak,
wearing a pink apron, was sitting and folding clothes in a very cute manner. But how much longer must I endure this humiliation? A gleam flashed in the Demon King's eyes. That's right. I won't make any more mistakes. Balak jumped up and ran off. Balak rushed towards the door and shouted loudly, "Master!" Balak burst through the door. "I intended to try and endure it, but I can't do it anymore. Today I will definitely tell you." Kangwoo turned his gaze towards the door. Balak's eyes were filled with determination. "How many more times do I have to tell you that you have to turn all the socks inside out before putting them in the washing machine?"
Master, surely you don't know how important this is to the person folding the clothes, do you? Kangwoo could only rub his forehead. I apologize. Balak looked extremely angry. From now on, please be more careful. Balak returned to a cheerful expression after dealing with the matter. Now I will have an easier time folding clothes. He stared blankly, understanding nothing. What just happened? Yeonju laughed until her whole body shook, unable to close her mouth. This is already hilarious, seeing an undead wearing an apron. Who would have expected him to tell his master to put socks into the washing machine properly? Kangwoo looked towards Yeonju and said, "Let's get back to the discussion." Yeonju laughed until tears flowed, trying to regain her composure. "All right, I'll let this slide." Yeonju began to state her opinions. "First, I tried investigating the demon cult followers, but they haven't moved at all. Anyway, I will continue the investigation." Kangwoo scratched his chin lightly. "So there hasn't been any significant progress, huh?" Kangwoo rested his chin on his hand, sinking into thought. Although the damage has been reduced, it is an undeniable fact that the Gaia system has weakened. But if their goal is to weaken the system, shouldn't they have taken some action by now? Yeonju interrupted Kangwoo's train of thought. "You said the prophesied demon, Satan, has taken human form. Do you have a description of his appearance?" Yeonju raised her point.
Because the demon cult disciples are staying silent, I will continue investigating his appearance. Hearing this, Kangwoo was suddenly startled. Kangwoo replied awkwardly, "That probably isn't important. Anyway, Satan is surely hiding among the demon cult disciples. There's no way Satan would be hiding in Korea." Yeonju stood up. "Well, that is true. That's all I wanted to ask. I have things to do now." Kangwoo waved goodbye to Yeonju. "Just continue investigating the demon cult. Once we find them, finding Satan will also be easier." Yeonju pulled her cap down low. "All right." Yeonju suddenly stopped, but standing at the threshold, she turned around and said to Kangwoo, "Honestly speaking, your growth is becoming abnormal." Yeonju shot a cold glare at Kangwoo. "And it's also quite suspicious, considering what you did in the past 5 years is completely unknown. Wouldn't it be easier to understand if you were that prophesied demon?" As soon as Yeonju finished speaking, Kangwoo's face turned pale with horror. Cold sweat poured out. "What?" Yeonju burst into loud laughter. "Huh, are you serious? I was just joking." Saying that, Yeonju turned on her heel to leave. "Thanks to you, I had a good laugh. I'm going back to work now." Meanwhile, anxiety still besieged Kangwoo's mind. That really scared me. Because I didn't expect that, I couldn't control my expression. How could she know about my story? Damn it. The ball placed on the table suddenly emitted light. Detecting the anomaly, Kangwoo immediately approached to examine it. He picked up the object to observe. Oh, what happened? It seemed Kangwoo had just detected something. In a quiet space, the Gaia system recorded this anomaly. The system announced, Suwon B-rank gate. Kangwoo's figure emerged from a stark white gate. Si-hoon turned around, calling out, "Hyung!" Kangwoo approached and asked about the location of the anomaly. "Everyone says it's here." A moment of shock passed through Kangwoo. A green fissure suddenly appeared in mid-air. That spatial rift, I think I've seen it somewhere before. The rift began to spread. Wait, don't tell me that from the center of the rift. A blinding light stunned everyone. Si-hoon and Hwa-young raised their weapons, forming a living shield to protect Grace. A foot protruding from the rift signaled the arrival of some entity. The person emerging from the fissure was Prince Alan, speaking a completely alien language. That strange language continued to flow from Prince Alan's mouth. Confused by the unintelligible words, Si-hoon involuntarily turned his head slightly. What language is that? The prince's hand was placed on his chest. "Do you understand me now?" Everyone there asked, "Who are you?" He smiled and replied, "My name is Xenon. I am the third prince of the Alan Empire." A cry of surprise escaped from Gaia. "Ah, the Alan Empire. Where is that?" Kangwoo's whole body stiffened. "It's that bastard." Memories of the past flooded Kangwoo's mind. He is the hero who ran away when I summoned Echidna. Damn it, I didn't think he would come here. Xenon stepped towards the group. The Alan Empire is a country in Urnor. His words did not reach Kangwoo's ears, who was engrossed in his own thoughts. For now, let's just pretend I don't know anything. Gaia wondered, where is Alex anyway? A brilliant light shone in Xenon's eyes. "So it is you?" In front of Gaia, Xenon solemnly knelt on one knee.
The goddess from another world that Tian had mentioned was Gaia, so she is her incarnation. Prince Xenon's gesture of kneeling astonished all the witnesses. He extended a hand towards Gaia. I think you could call this our destiny. Gaia's hand was gently placed upon Xenon. I came here to meet you. Sihun's face immediately darkened upon witnessing that scene. Sihun's eyes became empty as he watched the two of them. I don't quite understand. Who are you? Kangwu quietly put on his mask from behind Gaia. Whoosh, he would have been exposed if he had put on the mask a moment later. Gaia continued. By the way, where is the Urnor continent? Kangwu's expression in the back became completely serious.
That bastard. He will definitely recognize my face. I can't keep wearing this mask forever. Kangwu closed his eyes halfway, lost in thought. The Urnor continent? Why on earth did he crawl all the way here? Grace stood with her arms crossed. Are you the hero of the Urnor continent? Sihun's hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword. A world where different races coexist. Ignoring the conversation, Kangwu remained immersed in his own thoughts. He couldn't even guess the purpose of crossing dimensions. Gaia's gaze focused on the figure kneeling before her. By the way, Alistair, why did you come to Earth? Alistair replied softly, images of zombies and monsters flashing through his mind. The reason I came here is to destroy the Demon King who fled to this dimension, Demon King Vaughan. Hearing about destroying a Demon King, Grace couldn't hide her anxiety and asked back, Demon King Vaughan? Kangwu was also momentarily stunned. This is crazy. Surely there isn't anyone around me who hasn't seen Vaughan. The scene at home flashed back in Kangwu's memory. But fortunately, except for Soa, no one knows that the name Vaughan is currently in his house. Most people just think he is a low-ranked, nameless skeleton. And honestly, who would think that someone wearing a pink apron is a Demon King? Standing behind Gaia, Kangwu sank into thought. For now, he just needed to hide Vaughan as thoroughly as possible. Alistair explained gently. Lord Xenos said that Demon King Vaughan sold his soul to an extraterrestrial demon to cross into this dimension. Gaia's expression remained unruffled. An extraterrestrial demon? Anxiety caused Kangwu's face behind the mask to turn pale. I heard that he is the ruler of all demons, a supreme devil carrying the demonic energy sea within him. Kangwu felt nervous.
Impossible. Does he even know of my existence? After a moment of silence, Kangwu finally spoke up, seemingly wanting to say something. However, another thought occurred to him. Even if Grace were to point him out as the demon right here, he likely wouldn't be suspected immediately. But from the start, he couldn't reveal any signs, so he wouldn't be able to track him down. Everyone was stunned by Kangwu's words. Is it Satan? Kangwu was calculating how to shift the responsibility onto someone else. He absolutely had to direct the suspicion towards Satan. Only then would he be safe. Sihun expressed his agreement. Yes, I also think it is Satan. Grace immediately lost her usual composure upon hearing Satan mentioned. Apart from him, no one could do such a thing.
Surprise was evident on Xenon's face. The name of the demon carrying the sea of demonic energy within him is Satan? Sihun clenched his fists, his face filled with indignation. I can't be certain, but if it is the pinnacle of demons, it can only be Satan. A spark of joy rose in Gaia's heart upon hearing those words. Very good, let's keep it that way. Xenon's hands rested on his thighs. Sure enough, meeting Lord Gaia today is destiny. Xenon bowed his head low in reverence. Alone, I cannot defeat the Demon King, but if Lord Gaia and I join forces, we can destroy him. Xenon looked at Gaia, and as the apostle of the hero god Tian, a golden light suddenly flashed. I want to protect Lord Gaia. After a moment of silence, Gaia finally replied, yes. Everyone was stunned as Xenon stood up, his whole body enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Gaia showed a clear reaction. This feeling is... A slight smile appeared on Gaia's lips. Ah, so that's it. Sihun wore a confused expression. What is this about? Gaia happily explained. Should we call it a revelation? The will of Lord Tian that Hero Xenon mentioned has been transmitted to me. Gaia looked up at the sky. Lord Tian asked me to join Hero Xenon in destroying the demons on Earth. Gaia said to Xenon, Destiny, huh? I'm not so sure. Perhaps meeting you like this, Xenon, is a stroke of luck. Hearing that answer from Gaia, Xenon smiled brightly and placed his hand on his chest. No, this isn't luck. It is our destiny. The cheerful laughter of Grace and Xenon rang out. From behind, Kangwu quietly observed, what should I do with that guy? Crossing his arms, Kangwu sank into reminiscence and contemplation. Either way, it is certain that he is an apostle of God and an ally of Gaia, unlike that crazy guy. So killing him won't be easy, but I can't just keep wearing a mask all day. Sihun's sorrowful gaze caught Kangwu's attention. Recalling the pathetic state of Prince Xenon, Kangwu unconsciously smirked maliciously. Where's the female mage who was with him last time? Xenon lay sprawled on the ground with a look of agony. Jenna, standing next to Xenon with tear-filled eyes, begged Kangwoo, "Please spare Lord Xenon's life." The memory of that scene made Kangwoo think to himself, "Why does he dare to flirt with my Sihoon's first love as soon as he arrives?" Kangwoo's expression became strangely sinister. There's no other way then. Xenon glanced towards Kangwoo, who was still deep in thought. "This is absolutely not because I'm afraid Xenon will recognize my identity, but because if I just stand still, I wouldn't be worthy of being his big brother. This is for Sihoon, so I have to do it." Xenon and Grace continued their happy conversation, not bothering with Kangwoo's presence. "Who is that standing behind you? He doesn't seem to be an apostle of the goddess." Grace introduced him enthusiastically. "Ah, this person just joined the Guardians not long ago. Although he wasn't chosen by God to be a guardian, his sense of justice is greater than anyone else's." Xenon cheerfully greeted, "Oh, it's a pleasure. I am Xenon." Kangwoo raised his hand to his ear. "For Sihoon's love, so what if this body gets dirty?" Responding to the greeting with a warm demeanor, the calculations in Kangwoo's mind were completely the opposite. "Pleasure. I am O Kangwoo."
Sihoon, just trust me. That guy will be punished. The scene shifted to the training room inside the Guardian Hall. Sihoon looked around, surprised that such a place existed within the Guardian Hall. Grace replied in a cheerful tone, "Lately, Brother Sihoon, you've been mainly operating in the gates, so you probably haven't visited this place yet." Kangwoo stretched as he listened to Sihoon's question. "But brother, is it really okay if we act together with Lord Xenon?" Kangwoo replied gently, "It's fine. Xenon himself asked for it." A fleeting memory of the past crossed his mind. Xenon was still speaking. "Then starting tomorrow, we will begin tracking down Vaughan immediately, if Vaughan has indeed become a minion of the demon Satan."
Then through him I can easily find Satan. Gaia's face lowered slightly, her voice tinged with sadness. "I apologize, though it's a bit shameful to say this, but the truth is, currently we don't even have a way to trace the demon Vaughan, let alone the demon cult organization he leads." Xenon did not blame Gaia, simply saying, "That is fine. Even if we cannot trace the demon cult, as long as it is Vaughan, I have a way." Hearing this, Gaia was startled. Is that really true? Under the setting sun, Xenon's silhouette became radiant. "Yes, once a day, at the moment the sky turns golden, I will receive a revelation from Lord Tion, revealing where Vaughan is and what he is doing." Standing nearby, Grace crossed her arms over her chest. "My goodness, you possess such an ability?" A joyful look appeared on Gaia's face. "If utilized well, we can analyze the entire force of the demon cult." Everyone began to buzz with discussion. "Then, in the next few days, we will analyze the information from the revelation to fully understand the demon cult in Vaughan. However, is there any safe place around here to avoid being disturbed while receiving the revelation? Then why don't you temporarily stay at the Guardian Hall where I'm residing?" Gaia introduced her residence. "There are many empty rooms there. It won't be inconvenient at all." After listening, Xenon gently replied, "Then I will follow that suggestion." Kangwoo remained silent. That person had instructed that until the revelation comes, please leave them alone. A long flame flared up on Kangwoo's hand. "And one more thing. I want to test something." Everyone asked, "Test what?" A fire sword appeared in Kangwoo's hand. "Transform Demon Sword Graham. Now, we will know if we have enough strength to confront Satan or not."
Kangwoo continued speaking, noting Sihoon's poor complexion. "Looking at Xenon, I realized one thing, how important it is to be chosen by a god." Kangwoo noticed the sadness on Sihoon's face. "Sihoon, you don't need to feel inferior at all. You also carry the soul of the martial god within you. If Xenon can do it, then you can do it too." Hearing Kangwoo's encouragement, Sihoon cheered up. He regained his spirit, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Yes, you're right." Kangwoo shouldered his sword, his gaze directed at Sihoon and reflected. "It seems this is the first time we've sparred together." Sihoon just smiled. "Huh, that's true." Kangwoo turned to Gaia and said, "Gaia, please step back with Grace and help confirm if Sihoon gives off a similar feeling to when Xenon received the revelation from Lord Tion." Gaia happily agreed. "So that's why I was called here. I understand." Kangwoo thought to himself with a gleeful expression. "Actually, it's not because of that. The reason I called those two here was just to separate them from Xenon." On his ear, Kangwoo was wearing an earpiece, and this device, a tool that allows communication with summoned beasts over long distances using only one's consciousness, was to utilize Vaughan's invention.
On the other end of the line, Balak was also wearing an identical earphone. Kangwoo used his will to contact Balak. "Balak," he also respectfully replied, "Yes." After the connection was confirmed, all right, Kangwoo and Sihoon started the training session. Quick as a flash of lightning, Sihoon rushed towards Kangwoo. "Then, let's begin." As for Xenon, he was sitting with his hands clasped, a golden light spreading around him. Xenon was chanting a spell, the aura overflowing from Lord Tion rising within his body. "I'm about to see the revelation," Xenon suddenly started in horror. "No, what is this?" The image Xenon witnessed was a little girl imprisoned in a suspended iron cage and being tortured by lightning bolts. The leader, wearing a cloak, stood there smiling. "Ha ha, scream louder, loud enough for him to hear you."
Inside the iron cage, a small girl with teary eyes was screaming miserably. The demon laughed when witnessing that scene. Interesting. Surely through the revelation you are seeing where I am, right? The little girl in the iron cage ceased not to beg. Ah, it hurts. Help me. The lightning bolt struck the iron cage like heavenly thunder. Impossible, isn't that Vagan? Look there. Xenon angrily slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Vagan, what are you doing? Balak laughed delightedly when seeing Xenon so furious. Kaha! Do you think just having Tion's protection allows you to oppose me? Do you think meeting those who serve Gaia will make things different? Have you forgotten who I am? Xenon gritted his teeth, his face showing extreme anger. Balak spoke in a loud, clear voice. I am Demon King Vagan. If you want to save that girl, then come here alone. Balak turned around, wearing a lovely pink apron on his body. Oh, brave hero. The iron cage was lying on the ground, while Balak was holding the child in his arms. Balak.
The little girl with chubby cheeks had a face that clearly showed her dissatisfaction. It was truly uncomfortable. No one could have guessed that this child was the incarnation of Echidna. Vagan was trying his best to coax her. Endure it a little longer. He is coming soon. She looked sulky. I don't like him. A streak of light suddenly appeared in the night sky. Vagan continued to coax her. But you must not show that, understand? A beam of light rushed down from the night sky. If he suspects even the slightest thing, our plan will be completely ruined. That golden stream of light flew straight in front of Vagan. Behind the smoke, Alistair appeared, with a face full of fury. He had arrived. Alistair frowned as he looked at the scene before him. Vagan, Echidna screamed frantically. Look! She kept screaming in Vagan's arms. Please save me, hero! Echidna's teary eyes stared fixedly while being held by Vagan. He burst into loud laughter. Alistair, do you want to save this little girl? In her glistening teary eyes, Alistair's image was reflected. Why are you just standing there? Didn't you want to kill me? Alistair bit his lip. Vagan, get away from that girl. Vagan gave a contemptuous smile. How pathetic. Why do you have to be so angry over such a small life? Alistair gripped his sword tightly, the tip pointing straight at Vagan. You bastard. On Vagan's side, a magic circle appeared as he cast a spell. Rise up, undead army. From within the magic circle, countless armored zombies appeared.
Death Knights, tear the survivors apart and drink their blood. Kill those commoners with your swords. Receiving the command, the horde of undead roared in unison. They immediately rushed towards Xenon to kill our enemy. Xenon stood firm on the spot. How dare you? Rage made Xenon grip his sword even tighter. Holding such a small girl hostage. She looks like she could break with just a touch from you. Quick as lightning, Xenon dashed forward. I will never forgive you. Explosions erupted wherever Xenon passed. In front of Xenon, 2 zombie soldiers wielding swords charged straight at him. Xenon swung his sword, slashing the 2 zombies to pieces in an explosion. Standing on the outside, Vagan watched Xenon's battle and let out a loud laugh. I never imagined I would get involved with him again in another world.
Seeing the situation before her eyes, Echidna spoke up worriedly. Vagan, can you destroy him by yourself? Do you need my help? Hearing that, Vagan just laughed it off. Who do you think I am? I am the one who made Aernor tremble in fear. Echidna glanced up. Can you win or not? Vagan observed Xenon slaughtering his army of zombies. If it were in the past, I could have won easily, but right now it's not that simple. After all, he is still a hero who received the blessing from Tion. If you weren't a hostage, this battle would have ended long ago. Vagan cast a spell, turning his staff into a beam of light running along the ground. I have also received power from the Master, and now I can also attack him unilaterally. Just as Xenon approached Vagan, a hand rose from the ground. The hand grabbed Xenon's leg, startling him. So you don't need to get involved. 2 zombie soldiers from the air swooped down straight at Xenon. Damn it, fresh blood splattered everywhere. A dark night covered everything. Unless something unusual happens. A mysterious voice spoke up. My child, wake up. Xenon lay motionless on a stone slab, his upper body completely bare. Alan lay there, eyes closed tight, breathing faintly. Tion, I apologize. I think I made a mistake. Balthazar possessed even more power after becoming a minion of Satan. The mysterious person spoke in response to Alan's words. How can you say that your will to save a little girl was a mistake? He recalled a horrific fire in the past. Alan was kneeling before that fire. Once again I could not protect them. Last time it was countless innocent people, and this time it is a fragile little girl. A feather radiating a brilliant golden light was hovering in midair. The mysterious person spoke again. The first time we met, you told me, I want to save everyone. I want to live for those who are weaker. Tion appeared, lifting the stone slab Alan was lying on. Don't you think falling here would be a great disgrace, Alan? Tion continued to motivate Alan. You still have a chance to save that little girl. Alan's eyes slowly opened. 2 undead soldiers were suddenly startled. Tion said to Alan, although the price to pay is huge, for the sake of my child, I will have to do it. From the sky, a brilliant beam of golden light shot straight down to Alan's position. I will grant you my power.
A pair of golden wings spread wide.
With wings shining brightly, Arslan soared into the sky, giving you faith in the light. Vagan began to feel uneasy. Finally, something unusual had happened. How troublesome. Looking at Arslan's silhouette in the air, Vagan also began to sink into thought. His wounds had healed completely, and he was radiating a terrifying golden power. Had he just received Tayon's power and awakened as a hero? Half of Arslan's body was obscured by smoke. Well, no matter how you looked at it, this was a bad sign. Arslan suddenly disappeared before Vagan's eyes, making him slightly panicked. Where did he go? Vagan looked around in all directions. Is he here? Appearing from behind, Arslan struck Vagan away. Arslan used one arm to hold Echidna tight, and she screamed out, "Vagan!" Arslan gently spoke to reassure her. "I am so glad." Holding her with one arm, Arslan smiled softly while tears rolled down his face. "I thought I wouldn't be able to protect you." "Isn't Tayon's blessing miraculous?" Echidna looked up at Arslan with a sulky expression. "How dare you touch me with your filthy hands?" Countless words echoed in her mind. "It's so annoying, it's so annoying, it's so annoying." Echidna's gaze gradually changed. "I should kill." Vagan communicated through thoughts. "Calm down. You will cause problems for the master if our identities are exposed." "I know." She calmly lowered her face. "Thank you for saving me." Arslan spoke words of comfort to her. Vagan had fled to the canyon. The rope had been untied. "Please wait here. I will go deal with him and come back." Having said that, Arslan dashed away like a bolt of lightning. Echidna stood watching Xanon's receding bag, then reached up to adjust her communication device. She pressed the button on the device. "Kangwoo, can you hear me?" A series of explosions occurred consecutively on the cliffside. Vagan had been beaten until his whole body was covered in injuries, lying sprawled on the ground. Vagan looked up at Xanon, who was hovering above. Xanon was also exhausted, his eyelids slowly closing. A train of thought drifted through Xanon's mind. "The power I borrowed from Tion is quite unstable. Have I reached my limit? I should end this quickly." Just then Kangwoo's loud shout echoed from below. "Xanon!" Xanon looked down to where Kangwoo was standing. Kangwoo shouted loudly from below. "Why did you come here alone?" Xanon gently landed on the ground. "I'm sorry, Vagan took a hostage and called me out, so I didn't have time to call you." Kangwoo expressed surprise. "Vagan took a hostage?" "Yeah." The wings on Xanon's shoulders disappeared. "Everything is fine now. Thanks to Tion's blessing, I was able to protect that little girl." Kangwoo asked after Xanon. "Are you okay? Is there anything I can do to help you?" Xanon raised his hand to gently rub his head. "I can't hear Tion's voice anymore. Has the power run out?" "I think everything will be fine. Kangwoo has come to help, and we just need to finish off that evil demon king." Xanon responded to Kangwoo's inquiry. Then,
"Can I ask you a favor?" Xenon turned his head towards Vagan. The little girl Vagan kidnapped might be nearby. When I deal with everything here, even though his face was exhausted, Xenon still tried to say to Kangwoo, "Please take care of the girl." Before Xenon could finish his sentence, Kangwoo delivered a fatal stab from behind, making him freeze. "Ah!" Xenon turned to look at Kangwoo with a bewildered expression. Kangwoo began to remove his mask. Truly a troublesome guy. Kangwoo brushed back his hair, revealing a sinister face. Go play the hero in another story. The sound of clashing metal rang out incessantly as Kim Shi-hoon and Kangwoo were in a fierce battle. Both of them were holding weapons in their hands. Shi-hoon rushed in with a powerful attack, but he reacted in time, quickly raising his sword to block. Immediately, he used his strength to swing his sword hard, knocking the boy away. Fortunately, despite being countered and knocked back, he was still safe thanks to having taken a defensive stance early. Right after that, Shi-hoon began to gather energy around his sword. His eyes and demeanor became extremely serious. He summoned a dragon illusion created entirely from energy. Even though he was in mid-air, he could still release such a huge amount of energy. Not wanting to be outdone, he also pulled his sword back a bit, preparing to receive the move. Shi-hoon and the dragon illusion rushed in at breakneck speed.
He immediately swung that stream of power straight at Kangwoo. Even though it was just a dragon illusion, it still created a terrifying explosion, sending dust and sand flying across the arena. Thick smoke obscured all vision, seemingly having injured Kangwoo, but he shot out red arrows from within the smoke, scattering them everywhere. Si-hoon managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack. However, an arrow still grazed past his blade and slashed across his face, leaving a small bleeding scratch. This greatly shocked him. Amidst the blinding dust and smoke, Si-hoon landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stood there casually, holding a sword enveloped in red energy, thinking to himself, "I only intended to spar with him to separate him from Xenon, but perhaps he has already surpassed even Shanmujin." He pondered while analyzing the source of power and energy radiating from his opponent. If he continues to grow at this speed, he will be strong enough to face the 7 great archdukes. At this moment, although Si-hoon was injured, his expression remained resolute as he exclaimed, "Just as I thought, you really are strong." Then, he narrowed his eyes and smiled wickedly. Let's see where Kim Si-hoon's current limits lie. Just as the thought ended, Kang-woo activated the divine power of storm. Immediately, purple energy swirled like a storm around his sword, his face showing clear excitement. While he was anticipating the clash, a voice rang out from his earpiece. "Kang-woo, can you hear me?" He immediately dropped his expression, glancing at the earpiece. "Huh? Echidna? What's wrong?" The person on the other end continued. "Kang-woo, what should I do? Vegan is being chased by Xenon. He might die."
Because Kang-woo was focusing on the call, the energy source on the sword dissipated somewhat. This made Si-hoon, standing opposite, stunned, not understanding what was happening. Kang-woo told himself inwardly to reply, "Is Vegan being pursued? I will go check. You just wait there. Stay put." Kang-woo used his detection skill to better grasp the situation. "For now, I will use the authority of observation to look through the eyes of the creature I summoned." Thanks to that, he could clearly see Xenon standing opposite, holding a sword. He felt something strange. That's odd. Vegan has gotten stronger through the contract with me. With that ability, there should have been a significant difference in power. Could he still be losing to that hero? Just then, the sword was thrust heavily into the ground. A massive explosion occurred right underfoot, knocking away those around. But he remained unscathed. This made him sense an anomaly. Huh? Not giving the opponent time to rest? Xenon, with a sharp gaze, quickly rushed forward, attacking at a terrifying speed. What is this? That hero. What did he do to become stronger so quickly? Echidna also appeared confused. I don't know. Suddenly there was a light and he became stronger. Kang-woo could clearly see him wielding the sword, relentlessly attacking Vegan. Every strike contained frightening power, but Vegan still managed to dodge them all, remaining uninjured. Even so, it still left Kang-woo utterly astonished.
Did that hero awaken because he was blessed by a god? Then what should we do? Should I help him? Kang-woo made an immediate decision without hesitation. No, just stay put until I get there. At this rate, I might lose Vegan. The situation is extremely critical right now. But seeing the cute bunny pattern on his shirt, he was a bit speechless. Why did he wear that thing to battle? This is a dangerous gamble, but I have no other choice. Next, he immediately withdrew his energy. Si-hoon, standing opposite, also astutely noticed this. Kang-woo, with a calm face, smiled slightly. I think Xenon must have received the revelation by now. Let's end this duel here and go hear the revelation. Si-hoon was startled. Is it that late already? Gaia also agreed. Let's go. Standing next to her, Alex smiled and nodded. Yes. Kang-woo and Si-hoon turned and walked ahead. Si-hoon suddenly froze. Huh? He asked in confusion. Xenon, where did he go? Kang-woo pretended not to know. There's something over there. Seeing a deep footprint on the ground made Si-hoon feel strange. This looks like he used a vibration movement technique to move somewhere quickly. Wait, if so, he pointed towards the indentation. Kang-woo, even though he was the one who caused this, kept a calm facade to pretend. Yeah, damn it, Vagan or the demon cult must have lured him somehow. Cursing silently, he activated his skill and stomped hard on the ground. Combining with super speed, he dashed off at his fastest speed. Si-hoon looked panicked. Kang-woo! Gaia also felt something unusual. What is happening? Kang-woo shouted loudly. I'm going ahead. Si-hoon, you go with Gaia. Outwardly, he acted worried, but internally he was completely calm. He was relieved that the gamble from back then had worked. Back to the present, Kang-woo pulled the sword out of Xenon's body. I almost lost Vagan for real. Then he spoke up again. But...
I don't think I, or anyone else reading this scripture, would think you are the main character. The sword was pulled out, causing Xenon to collapse to the ground in pain. He supported himself with one hand, the other clutching the wound on his body. Cough, cough. Xenon truly could not believe it. Kang-woo, why? Just then, Echidna ran over, interrupting him. Kang-woo, can I come out now? Witnessing this scene, his eyes widened even more. Xenon screamed in panic. Kid, no, he's dangerous. Don't get close to that devil. Echidna looked at him with contempt and retorted. What? Kang-woo is much better than you. Completely contrary to her attitude when facing Xenon, the girl appeared extremely close to Kang-woo. Kang-woo, Kang-woo, I feel so guilty because he pretended to be friendly with me earlier. Please punish him. This caused a huge shock to Xenon. After all, Gaia and Si-hoon will be here soon. I need to leave before that. Xenon couldn't hear anything clearly. His gaze was glued to Kang-woo's back, his face darkening. Is this a nightmare? No, maybe I'm seeing things. Kang-woo's next words struck a heavy blow to his justifications. Hey, Vagan, and you too. How are your wounds? He burst into delighted laughter. Ka-ka-ka. It's not light, but I can still move. Xenon suddenly snapped out of it, muttering that name in his head. Vagan, don't be stubborn anymore. Go with Echidna. Vagan nodded in confirmation. Understood, Master. He was completely shaken. Are they all accomplices? Even that little girl? Watching these people chat and laugh casually, Xenon suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, there is only one person who can use Vagan to do something like this.
He turned around with difficulty and asked, Are you Satan? Kang-woo remained incredibly calm. What are you talking about? He raised his hand, touching the mask. Hey, are you mistaking me for the evil demon trying to lead Earth to destruction? Isn't that a bit too much? As he spoke, he slowly removed his mask. Seeing this, Xenon was even more astonished, unable to believe what he was seeing.
You, the master of the demon dragon? After confirming the opponent's identity, he let out an earth-shattering scream. Kang Wu smirked sinisterly, looking at him like he was an idiot. You really are slow on the uptake. Zenon's mind completely collapsed. Immediately after, he went mad, screaming out his question. Devil, have you been toying with me this whole time? He finished speaking and drew his sword, but at that very moment, fresh blood gushed from his mouth. His whole body stiffened, his brows furrowed tightly, and Zenon's entire body collapsed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of hot blood and coughed violently. Kang Wu squatted down to watch the show. Tsk, tsk, with a body riddled with holes like that, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Kang Wu placed his hand right over the open wound. You're being punished for trying to live too comfortably. Well, I do feel a bit guilty. I don't bear any malice towards you, but the situation is just too complicated. Perhaps there was a better way, but I had no choice. As he spoke, he supported Zenon's body. If you understood my circumstances...
You said, I should die for him. Although trembling, Zenon did not forget to curse. You bastard! Kang Wu completely ignored him as a stream of purple energy enveloped him. Anyway, Zenon, I will remember you. Just then, Si-hoon and the others arrived. Kang Wu, did you find Zenon? The words were cut off by a blood-curdling scream from Kang Wu, leaving the whole group stunned. Si-hoon's face also turned pale. Kang Wu pretended to tremble, hugging Zenon's corpse and wailing.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! Gaia could only listen, so her fear grew even more. What had happened? He looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Oh Taion, oh Gaia, if you can hear me, answer me. Why did you let Zenon's life end like this? Why? Why on earth?" Hearing Kang Wu's questioning scream, Gaia was so tense she had to cover her mouth. No, how could something like this happen? Witnessing that scene, Gaia knew nothing else to say but to call out his name, Kang Wu. Seeing Zenon's corpse with his own eyes also made Si-hoon freeze in place. His face was pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kang Wu showed remorse. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't suggested a duel and then arrived late." Not knowing the truth, Gaia just shook her head. "No, it's not your fault." Si-hoon felt the same way and called out softly, "Brother Kang Wu." But at this moment, his inner self was strangely calm. Yes, in a hidden corner they couldn't see, Kang Wu was smiling a creepy smile with an expression full of contempt. It wasn't his responsibility when there was someone else to blame. Satan, the one who used dirty tricks to lure and kill Zenon. The small doll in the form of Zenon lay in his arms, just as it lay perfectly within the demon Satan's plan. Kang Wu continued to himself, "How could it be my responsibility? Anyway, I need to end everything." He raised his voice. "The light is fading." At this moment, Gaia called out, "Alex." Alex immediately understood and helped Gaia hound. "We've lost another hero." He nodded slightly, supporting Gaia as they approached him. "But Kang Wu, it's not over yet." She placed her hand on his shoulder. "Look up at the sky. I can't see it, but I know the infinite stars are lighting up the darkness in the sky. Just like those stars, you and all the guardians."
The whole group looked up at the night sky together, and she spoke words of comfort. "As long as there are heroes trying to protect the world, the light will not disappear. The light has not yet faded." Kang Wu was matchless, his face grimacing as he silently exclaimed in his heart, "Wow, that was truly a critical hit line. It sounds so cheesy." But now he also knew how to play along, pretending to shed a tear. "Yeah, you're right, Gaia. The light hasn't faded yet." Then he clenched his fists, raising his head high with a face full of determination. "No, we cannot let it fade away." Deep down, he had also realized, "Aha, that's it." Gaia nodded slightly. "Yeah, I believe in you, Kang Wu." As for Si-hoon, he covered his face, his whole body sobbing uncontrollably. Kang Wu silently sighed in relief. "Now I'm no longer at risk of having my identity exposed, and the trust the Guardians have for me is at its peak. Well, this is just the return for all the good deeds I've done."
Kang Wu continued his touching act. "We need to hold a funeral for Zenon. We must go back and..." Before he could finish, the sword suddenly emitted a burst of golden energy and flew into the air. The sword shot out rays of golden light, attracting everyone's attention. It spoke. "Who?" An illusion of a giant emerged from the sword, pointing the blade at them and roaring, "Who on earth is it?" In a fit of rage, its eyes flashed with a white light. "Who dares to harm my son?" The system continuously sent notifications to Kang Wu. The heroic god Taion is furious. Taion pointed straight at his face and questioned, "I am asking you, who killed my son?" This left Kang Wu completely stunned. "No, this isn't right at all," he confusedly asked himself. "I checked back then, and the link between Taion and Zenon was definitely severed." Remembering that moment, Kang Wu had even gone to the trouble of wailing, "Taion, listen, if you can hear me, answer me. Why did Zenon have to go through this?" He thought with bewilderment. "I said that to provoke them, but did he actually appear?" Gaia spoke up in panic. "Taion, please calm down." He continued to ask in an angry voice, "Child of Gaia, do you know who killed my son?" A thought suddenly flashed through Kang Wu's mind, making his eyes light up. "Wait, he doesn't know who killed Zenon?"
Kang Wu's gaze was fixed on Taion, who was frantically looking for his son. Does he not know exactly what happened? He made a very cautious judgment. Then I've avoided the worst-case scenario. Kang Wu quickly kneeled down after making his assessment. Vagan killed Zainin.
Tian immediately denied it. No, impossible. If it were him, I would have known. Kang Wu quickly changed his response. Then the one who killed Xenon is... Trying to tear up, Kang Wu continued. Satan, it must be that demon. In his heart, he smiled smugly. He could use this to his advantage. Tian's voice dropped upon hearing those words. I understand. He lowered himself to confirm once more. Did that demon take my child's life? Tian clenched his teeth, each word spoken with bitterness. Satan, Satan. Tian's rage was directed entirely at Satan as he roared in anger. Realizing this, a sense of joy rose in Kang Wu's heart. The Satan card seems pretty effective. Tian spoke again, his gaze piercing into him to question. Child of Gaia, is it true that you fought against that demon? Kang Wu replied decisively. Of course, our duty is to defeat Satan. Tian still harbored a bit of suspicion. Can I trust you? Gaia then spoke up to vouch for him. You can. Kang Wu is more deserving of the title of hero than anyone I know. He was the most aggrieved and the first to act when Xenon passed away. Hearing these words, Tian lowered his voice. O child who mourned for my son, what is your name? Kang Wu hurriedly replied. Oh, Kang Wu. He placed the precious sword in front of him and said, Then take Xenon's sword, Kang Wu. That sword is named Durandal. It is a holy artifact possessing my power. Tian made a pledge. I will give you all of my power, even if I have to lose my life.
This system immediately issued a warning signal. Warning, the system has detected interference from the hero god Tian. No further action allowed. A bolt of lightning struck Tian from out of nowhere. Witnessing the scene, the others screamed in horror. Tian! Kang Wu also displayed extreme astonishment. He thought to himself, I don't know what the system is, but perhaps even gods cannot interfere too much. More importantly, his train of thought continued. Tian is giving me power even if he has to risk his life? He immediately raised his voice, speaking words intended to provoke Tian. Tian, no! We cannot lose a hero like you. A great god sacrificing himself for mortals? No! He gritted his teeth. With overflowing determination, he shouted loudly. No, I have made up my mind. The goal has been achieved. Kang Wu smiled smugly to himself. I knew it. The more I say no, the more stubborn you get. Sure enough, Tian personally handed Gungnir to him and spoke. You are worthy of this power, for you were the first to mourn for my son. Accept this power before I disappear. Kang Wu pretended to shed a few tears. If this is what you want, then... He inwardly rejoiced. Awesome! After receiving Gungnir, Kang Wu spoke loudly. I swear in the name of Gaia. He made a promise. I will not let Tian's death be in vain. After the power had fully integrated into his body, Kang Wu boldly declared, And I will save this world by killing Satan and his subordinate, Vagan. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have received the blessing of the hero god. It continued to report, Hero god Tian has died due to excessive interference with the system. She left a message before completely fading away. Kang Wu, use my power for the sake of justice. Witnessing that scene, everyone panicked and shouted aloud, Tian! As if accepting her fate, she slowly closed her eyes. I can feel every part of you through this connection. Your mind, your effort, your determination, and even your immense demonic energy. Only then did Tian open her eyes wide in horror. Huh, wait, demonic energy? She looked around her surroundings in confusion. This dark energy? This is the demonic energy sea. Tian looked up to face the person standing before her. You? She questioned Kang Wu in a voice of disbelief. You are the master of the demonic energy sea? He just curled his lips in a sarcastic smile. Both you and Xenon realized it too late. Tian roared in fury. You bastard! You are the one who killed my child. No, did I just bestow power upon a demon like you? Kang Wu smirked with evident contempt. No one forced you to choose me. It was you who stupidly offered yourself up. Summoning countless demonic hands to grip her tightly, he spoke. Don't be too sad.
I will kill Satan as promised. Tian kept struggling endlessly. Ridiculous. She screamed, If you are not Satan, then... Tian continued to threaten. I must tell Michael about this. Unconcerned, Kang Wu just urged, Tell Michael my ass. Hand over the rest of the power to me. Tian's eyes gradually sank into darkness. You? The precious sword in Kang Wu's hand suddenly vibrated violently, its power beginning to resist him. The others, witnessing the scene, panicked and called out, Kang Wu! Kang Wu! Irritated by the resistance, Kang Wu thought to himself, Damn it, this hurts like hell. He deduced that it was as if she was amplifying the energy so he couldn't take it. Is this her final struggle? Looking at the sword, he felt a bit helpless. Damn it. He realized it was very different from the energies he had handled before. He couldn't control it. A sudden idea popped into Kang Wu's head. Then, he decided to use the ultimate skill, Power of Gluttony, to devour it. I just need to force it.
The system immediately displayed a notification. Authority of gluttony is in effect.
Warning, this stream of demonic energy contains traces of other energies. It cannot be stably converted into demonic energy. Will you proceed with the conversion? Even so, Kang Lu was determined to use it. I don't care, just do it. The system reported that the energy of the hero god Tian was being converted into demonic energy. Notifications were constantly sent, expelling unconverted elements. At that moment, Kang Lu let out a roar, causing all the energy to burst outward. Grace saw this and intended to rush forward. Kang Lu. Si-hoon quickly held her back. Grace, don't get close to him. Grace asked with a confused look. Why? He firmly asserted. He is undergoing a transformation right now. Si-hoon analyzed with an extremely serious voice. Expelling black blood to eliminate toxins from the body is one of the symptoms. If anyone touches him right now, it could cause irreversible damage. At the same time, Kang Lu was cursing inwardly in pain. My blood is already black anyway. It hurts like hell. At least there should be a healing spell or something. Grace spoke up with deep concern. Can't we do anything, like casting a healing spell for instance?
Si-hoon immediately spoke up in objection. No, the wounds on his body are due to the body regenerating. Healing spells are unnecessary. Hearing that, Kang Wu choked up, wanting to scream but couldn't. No, you bastard, that's completely wrong. Clenching his fist, Si-hoon said, we can do nothing but cheer him on. Although feeling uneasy, Alex had to accept it. I understand. He could only pray in despair. Healing spell, I beg of you. However, until the moment his consciousness faded, Kang Wu received no response. Damn it. Not long after, the system notifications rang continuously. Demonic energy attribute has increased by 4. Deeper passages within the 10,000 demon core have been unlocked. You must complete all conditions of the demonic mind to activate. You have reached the current stat limit. Stats will only increase upon completing the first condition of the demonic mind, or when the level limit is unlocked. A few days passed, and the space inside the canyon suddenly cracked. A bird's foot with sharp claws reached out, followed by 3 majestic, monstrous birds stepping forward. After glancing around, Kirk spoke up. This must be the Earth that Luciel mentioned. Before them were rolling mountain ranges. Below, a river shimmered silver under the moonlight. After observing for a while, Kirk spoke. I can sense Tion's energy on this Earth. He must be dead. Halfast clicked his tongue softly. I don't care if a lowly god like him dies. Fenix Urson nodded in agreement. Right, what matters is who killed him. Do you intend to find the culprit? Picking up a handful of soil, Kirk replied, I heard that this world has children of Gaia. Surely they will know something. Halfast asked with excitement. Can we kill them? Clapping his hands, the guy said, they are children of a god from another faction. Killing them shouldn't be a problem.
Theo showed a hint of apprehension. Isn't Gaia a high-ranking god? Kid let out a sarcastic sneer. Are you afraid of the power of that half-dead god? He immediately denied it. No way. Kid then urged him on. Then let's go. While flying away, Halfus remarked, but the fact that they managed to kill Tion is pretty impressive. With a faint smile on his lips, he continued, if it wasn't impressive, we wouldn't be going to find them. The image of a cunning and cruel figure appeared in Kid's mind. He thought Satan would be a great help to Lucille's plan. A week has passed since Xenon died at the hands of the cruel Satan. The Guardians had to suppress their grief to continue their mission. The main mission of the Guardians was to investigate the demon cult, to destroy the creatures coming through the gates, and to protect life around the world. At this moment, Kang Wu was sitting down to talk with Gaia. You want me to go to South America? He asked in puzzlement. That place has been taken over by monsters. Are there still people living there? With a face heavy with sadness, she nodded. That's right, there are still people. Gaia began to recount the story. The indigenous people living there are frequently attacked by monsters, although they have sent reports to the US asking for help, but there are too many indigenous people.
And they all live far apart, so there isn't enough manpower, she continued. That is why I want you, Kang Wu, and Si-hoon to accept the mission of guiding the natives to a safe place. Kang Wu sank into deep thought. This didn't sound very appealing to him, but he had no other choice. He cursed silently in frustration. Because the demon cult hadn't made a move yet, he had nothing else to do. He thought that since his growth had stalled, he needed to at least fulfill the conditions for the development of the demonic mind. But since there were no demons nearby, he should have let that old commander in Montreal live. He continued his train of thought. Well, there was also a possibility that the monster attacks there were the work of the demon cult, so he needed to go check it out. Finally, Kang Wu agreed. All right, I will accept that mission. Gaia immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Kang Wu. She added, since this is an official meeting, we will prepare a flight for you. Then she made a request to Kang Wu. Guardian Kim Si-hoon looks a bit weak lately, so please ask him if there is anything wrong. Hearing that, he was somewhat stunned. Si-hoon. At that moment, Si-hoon was locking himself inside the training room. A notification sound from the system rang out. Starting level 2 training. Si-hoon stood holding his sword amidst a thick screen of smoke. Not long after, the system initiated level 3 training mode, summoning countless simulated monsters. They rushed madly, waiting to attack him. While quickly jumping up, Si-hoon thought to himself, He continuously rotated his body and swung his sword toward the monsters. However, Si-hoon felt no joy at all. I find myself disgusting.
He suddenly recalled the night his mother had hugged him tightly and repeatedly said one thing.
I'm sorry, Mom is sorry. I'm sorry for giving birth to you in this world. Sihun tormented himself in extreme agony. He hated himself for not being able to deny those words. Back then, he had sobbed uncontrollably in his mother's arms. Of course, he didn't think she still harbored such thoughts. No, perhaps she didn't even remember saying those words. Now, Sihun charged into the swarm of monsters while ceaselessly blaming himself.
But this was not something I achieved myself. These were not results I created with my own hands. I was saved by Kang Wu. He harbored a grand ambition within himself. I want to become like Kang Wu. I want to save those who are drowning and suffering just like I was in the past. In that case, I could confidently ignore the unpleasant words I had heard in the past. Sihun's hand gripping his sword tightly suddenly paused. Even though he had annihilated all the monsters, his heart still felt heavy with inferiority. I cannot become like Kang Wu. Sihun recalled the previous battle, the day Zenon was murdered by Satan. He thought that the emotion he felt upon seeing that corpse was relief. He felt a bit troubled when thinking about Grace and Zenon. He had been very anxious watching the two of them. He had been jealous. Sihun silently cursed himself. But even so, to feel relief at someone else's death, I truly am a shallow and selfish person. Just then, a system notification appeared. You have cleared Stage 3. The notification quickly updated. Training ended. Standing silently looking into the void, Sihun wondered, how could someone like me ever become like Kang Wu? While he was still immersed in gloom, suddenly a very familiar voice rang out. Sihun. He was slightly startled to see Brother Kang Wu. Why are you here? Kang Wu replied calmly. I have something to talk to you about. With a smile on his lips, Kang Wu made a suggestion. Should we go somewhere more comfortable? After they had chatted for a while on the rooftop, Kang Wu nodded in understanding. So the reason you've been so strict with yourself is to overcome the trauma of the past? Kang Wu continued. And you feel disgusted with yourself because you felt relieved when a rival disappeared, huh? Sihun lowered his head with a look full of remorse. Yes, I can't take that lightly. He honestly poured out his heart. I want to become a savior like you and overcome my trauma. But a shallow and selfish person like me will never be able to become someone like you. Kang Wu felt a prick of conscience as he pondered this.
Are you that shallow? If it were me, I would have danced on Zeno's corpse and grinned from ear to ear, you brat. I find it ridiculous anyway. Calling yourself a savior? What a fool. Kang Wu let out a regretful sigh. To become useful to everyone and overcome his past crisis, he thought that was the mindset of a naive errand boy who knew nothing about the world. He himself would never understand that way of thinking. Raising his hand, he gently patted Sihun's head. But I've become quite soft too, Kang Wu smugly praised himself. That was only for a moment. As he comforted Kim Sihun, being patted on the head, he blankly called out. Kang Wu, immersed in a sense of self-satisfaction, frantically ruffled Sihun's hair.
He muttered to himself, putting aside understanding and calculating benefits. With a kind heart blushing with embarrassment, he shouted, "What are you doing, Kang Wu?" Kang Wu exclaimed internally, but this wasn't a bad feeling. Then he turned around and waved his hand to signal. "Sihun, let's go." He asked with a puzzled look. "Where to?" He simply replied gently, "To save people." The team quickly moved to Venezuela, South America, where the locals were extremely anxious. An injured baby was crying in pain. Suddenly, a soft hand gently touched his stomach. A brilliant golden light appeared, soothing the child's pain. Hugging the baby, Sewa announced to his parents, "I have healed the boy's wounds. You can take him now." Watching the mother and son happily embracing each other, Taesu happily praised, "Your healing ability is truly impressive." She smiled humbly. "It's a relief that I can at least do this much." Both of them looked towards the tent entrance and said to each other, "It seems Sihun has arrived." "Yeah, I think so." Sihun walked in while scratching his head, looking embarrassed at their words. "Isn't that our hero?" With a shy face, Sihun spoke up. "I'm so embarrassed. I told you to stop calling me that." Sewa laughed and teased him.
You've saved hundreds of people in the past few days. If you aren't a hero, then who is? Sihun humbly replied, "I was only able to guide the natives easily thanks to everyone's help." He remarked that if anything, the people at the edge of the forest fighting monsters to protect the migrants were the true heroes. The master and Suyan were currently busy dealing with monsters. Mujin wiped a sword and asked his daughter, "Where to now?" She replied softly, her eyes not leaving the map. "Wait a moment." Members of the Hwarang squad, including Hwayan and Hyunmo, along with Red Rose Guild's Yeonju, were also joining forces to exterminate the monsters. The organization that gathered these people was also doing its best to find clues about the demon cult's recent activities. Kang Wu asked Echidna, who was on his back, "Do you see any traces of the demon cult nearby?" She carefully observed the surroundings and replied, "Nothing at all." With a bit of disappointment, he wondered to himself, "Should we search in the north?" Sihun stated, "Kang Wu and the others, they are the true heroes." Clenching her hand to encourage him, Suyan said, "You are one of those people too." He just smiled wryly and tried to change the subject. "But I think the U.S. forces will join us tomorrow.
Has anyone been able to contact Kang-woo or anyone else? Just then, a strange voice called out from somewhere. Sihun. He immediately turned his head to look. This voice, it must be the village chief. What's wrong? However, witnessing the scene before his eyes, Sihun's eyes gradually darkened as the village chief rushed towards him in panic. Behind him was a purple energy orb, chasing him and causing extreme terror. He screamed in pain, "Sihun, save me!" Before he could finish his sentence, the purple orb swallowed the village chief's body whole. Sihun's entire body froze, not knowing how to react. Finally, Sihun regained his composure and rushed forward. He yelled loudly, "No!" Unexpectedly, 3 purple orbs were aiming straight at him to attack. Sihun quickly realized the situation, but he couldn't maneuver in time. An energy explosion burst forth, sending debris flying everywhere. Sihun hurriedly asked about everyone's condition. "Is everyone okay?" Just then, a strange voice spoke up. "Is that a human?" Another voice replied, "I think so. I can sense the energy of a god in him." Sihun looked at the strangers who had just arrived and exclaimed in astonishment, "Strangers!" Through the thick dust, a group of monstrous birds led by Kirk gradually appeared. Sihun asked in a panicked voice, "Demons?" After the shock, the villagers were all heavily affected. From within the smoke and dust, they sat up, their bodies covered in injuries, wailing, I can't see anything. It hurts so much." 3 giant eagles in red, yellow, and green appeared with imposing pressure in the sky. When the villagers saw that sight, they were terrified. "A monster! Help me!" Sihun stood blocking the front, one hand drawing his sword, his eyes looking up at the sky in calculation. The energy he felt from them was exactly the same as before. Sihun recalled the masked man with the demonic smile and continued his train of thought. This concerning energy was the same he had felt from Satan. He deduced, if that's the case, then these people— Sihun said, "Demons, are they demons?" The red eagle raised its voice. "Oh, I guess you are also one of Gaia's kind." Seowa and Taesu hurriedly ran over. Seowa asked with great worry, "Sihun, are you okay?" Seeing his teammates suddenly appear, Sihun turned back anxiously and said, "You guys shouldn't be here." In front of the 3 of them, the eagle had formed a sphere of black energy mixed with purple light in its hand. Then it spoke. "We can find the location of Gaia's incarnation if we just capture him." The eagle continued, "Then we don't need the rest." Finishing its sentence, it threw the sphere straight forward. The eerie purple light closed in on Seowa, freezing her body. She didn't know what to do and could only watch helplessly. Sihun stomped his foot hard on the ground and dashed forward. He drew his sword, slicing the energy sphere in half, creating a terrifying explosion that affected Seowa and Taesu, causing them to scream. Turning back, Sihun hurriedly said, "Seowa, Taesu, get the villagers out of here." Seowa and Taesu looked up at Sihun with hesitant eyes. With an extremely tense expression, Sihun looked straight at the opponent ahead and said, "They are demons. I will buy some time, so go join up with the U.S. forces." Taesu roared in anger, "How can you do that alone?" As if understanding the situation, Seowa grabbed Taesu's large hand and said, "Yeah, we will evacuate the civilians and come back with the others." Saying that, she pulled Taesu's hand, running and shouting loudly, "We will evacuate together. Everyone follow me. If anyone is still physically fit, please take care of the wounded and bring them along." Taesu looked at Seowa in panic with bewildered eyes and said, "Sister-in-law!" Before they could run far, the golden eagle rushed toward the 2 of them as fast as lightning. Raising its claws high, it said, "Fools, do you think we will let you leave?" The golden eagle glared with murderous intent. Watching the 2 prey fleeing ahead, it spoke, "Where do you think you're running to?" Fortunately, its attack was quickly intercepted and blocked by Sihun, who rushed out. After swinging his sword to carve a long trail on the ground in front of the golden eagle, Sihun looked up. Frowning, he prepared to swing his sword once more at the golden eagle and declared, "Your opponent is me." Obstructed, the golden feathered eagle was furious. It immediately created countless black spheres and fired them forward, not forgetting to let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha!" On the opposite side, Sihun was using all his strength to fend off every attack from the eagle. Seeing the prey in a passive position, it spoke with great smugness, "Struggle a little more, kin of Gaia." The situation worsened as Sihun was grazed by the spheres, leaving wounds on his arms and legs.
The golden eagle hovered in the air and growled, "Ha ha ha! Is that all the power of Gaia's kin has?" Down on the ground, Sihun was critically injured, clutching his sword tightly as he knelt. The golden eagle looked down at Sihun with a gaze full of sarcasm. "Where did that fighting spirit you had earlier go?" Exhaustion was clearly visible on Sihun's face, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He thought, "I know." Sihun glanced at the remaining red and green eagles, then calculated, "I can't fight them." The green eagle crossed its arms and spoke, "What should we do with those who escaped?" The red eagle replied coldly, "They don't matter. We only need Gaia's kin." Sihun recalled the smiles and tears of happiness that the villagers had given him. "Thank you, truly. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead." Sihun thought to himself, "I didn't have a plan, nor did I intend to become a hero." Then he reminisced about the admiring words of the people.
"You are our hero. If you need any help, just let us know. I want to become just like you when I grow up."
Si-hoon thought it would be better if the boy admired heroes on the screen instead. Si-hoon recalled his childhood, when his mother hugged him and sobbed, saying, "I'm sorry for giving birth to you in this world." He thought to himself that he was a coward, still suffering from his own crisis, a pathetic wretch who couldn't even behave properly, a fool who couldn't pick himself up from his own painful past. Another energy orb began to form in that eagle's hand. It spoke in a sinister voice. "Kek kek, interesting." Si-hoon looked straight at the golden eagle's hand and thought, "It's not that I don't know." The eagle raised its arm high. The energy orb in his hand swelled up and radiated a terrifying power. He asked, "Can you endure even this?" Si-hoon was still trying to force himself up. He looked up and thought that the thoughts he was having were truly peculiar.
The golden eagle, eyes filled with murderous intent, swung its hand down and said, "All right, struggle with all your might until you die." The red and green eagle stood on the sidelines, observing the battle. The green eagle asked, "If that kin of ours dies, what do you intend to do?" The red eagle raised a hand to cover its face, clearly expressing disappointment, and said, "Halfus." The energy sphere, carrying terrifying destructive power, descended straight down. Gripping his sword tightly, Si-hoon struggled to stand up and thought, "I have one chance." Raising the sword with both hands, he aimed it at the descending sphere. He told himself, "I'm not sure if I can pull this off or not." Facing the impending terrible destruction, Si-hoon smiled again. He tightened his grip on the sword, swung it up and thought, "I want to become like Kang-woo." With his sword held in a ready stance, Si-hoon closed his eyes, remembered Kang-woo, and whispered to himself, "I don't know who he is or what kind of person he was in the past. All I know is that he saved this life of mine, which seemed like it could only struggle in the mud." Si-hoon opened his eyes. His irises had vanished, replaced by a blue halo. He thought, "So I will not run away." Telling himself that, he swung his sword, creating a long streak of light. The slash flew straight forward and split the energy sphere in two, seemingly harmlessly. However, in an instant, that slash transformed into a colossal sword strike. With unparalleled power, the system announced, "You have received the succession power, Dragon Saint's first slash." Si-hoon's sword path suddenly tore through one of Halfus's wings and arms, causing him to exclaim in shock, "What the hell?" Then, Halfus felt a sharp pain radiating from his arm and wing. His eyes widened, a golden light flashing, revealing a mix of astonishment and agony. Before he could realize what was happening, Si-hoon gripped his sword and rushed forward. The other two eagles shouted loudly, "Halfus, dodge it!" Halfus thought in bewilderment, "I couldn't even feel that my arm had been sliced off." Placing his remaining hand on the opposite shoulder, Halfus thought, "To experience such humiliation in front of my brethren?" After a moment of shock, he quickly used his remaining arm to knock Si-hoon away, thinking, "Don't make me laugh." He roared in fury, "How dare a mere human!" Si-hoon did not give up. He rushed in with frenzied speed, unleashing powerful sword strikes. Halfus thought to himself, "I am faster than human." While dodging the barrage of attacks from Si-hoon, Halfus thought, "That human sword is slow. I can clearly see its movements, and it is weak enough that I can easily counter it." Watching Si-hoon frantically swinging his sword straight at him, he thought, "Then why am I losing?" Unable to react in time, Halfus could only stare blankly at the sword, thinking, "Am I going to die at the hands of a human?" In his utterly panicked eyes, the reflection of the sword he had despised was rushing straight towards him. He thought, Halfus." A different voice rang out angrily, "You stupid bastard." A blue eagle swooped down from behind and attacked Si-hoon. The ambush from the rear caused Si-hoon excruciating pain and sent him flying. Halfus spoke up in surprise, "Elagos?" Elagos looked at Halfus and shouted, "What the hell are you doing struggling against such a mediocre human, Halfus?" Elagos said, "Come to my side and heal yourself, you pathetic fool." A look of fear flashed across Halfus's face. He silently flew away, leaving Grace and Si-hoon sitting on the ground.
Phoenix landed. He clamped his leg tight around Si-hoon's leg and said, "I guess even if you are just the kin of a dying god, she is still a high-ranking god." Si-hoon screamed in terror, looking in extreme pain. Phoenix's face darkened. He raised a finger, creating countless small energy spheres, and said, "How dare a mere human?" Those spheres flew over and pierced Si-hoon's body, causing him to only be able to let out cries of agony. Not only that, his legs were also pierced by countless spheres. Phoenix's torture made Si-hoon struggle in pain as if having a seizure. Manta turned to look at Halfus and said, "Phoenix has lost his mind, Halfus. When he dies, you will receive the mission to go find Gaia's avatar." Behind him, Halfus bowed his head and said respectfully, "Then, all right." On the other side, Phoenix seemed to have lost all reason, creating countless energy spheres surrounding them, all aimed at Si-hoon, who was gasping for breath below.
Si-hoon said to himself. Truly pathetic. Si-hoon's eyes gradually became lifeless. I don't want to die, he called out softly with a hoarse voice. Kang-woo, Si-hoon thought. So I pathetically wished to be saved. Countless orbs rushed straight towards Si-hoon. It's over, Si-hoon thought, even though I swore I wouldn't run away. But the ending remained unchanged. Si-hoon continuously took every attack without any strength left to defend himself. He remembered that time, seeing someone turn to stone, and that time too when Kang-woo screamed in pain as his teammates died in front of him, and even now he was about to faint as his strength was depleted, yet he continued to be attacked. Si-hoon's consciousness became increasingly hazy. In the end, I couldn't do anything. Then a familiar figure flashed by. A violent shockwave occurred right behind the three Eagle brothers. Even they couldn't have predicted it. Phoenix turned his head and stammered. What? At this moment, a tear flowed from the corner of his eye. Kim Si-hoon. On the other side, the sound of fierce fighting rang out, smoke and dust obscuring the view. From afar, a dim figure spoke up. Who told you to go fight alone like that? At this moment, Kang-woo's eyes looked incredibly terrifying as he spoke. His hoarse voice made others shudder even more. This bastard, honestly. Those wounds were so severe that it was a miracle he was still alive. Blood flowed from his body, staining the ground. Looking at those wounds didn't make me sad or angry.
He thought to himself, I don't feel anything at all. Kim Si-hoon lay on the ground, blood smeared around his mouth, his entire body covered in blood, riddled with wounds of various sizes. That was all Kim Si-hoon was worth to me. I evaluated Kim Si-hoon highly. But right now, he was slowly approaching him, step by step. Standing before him now were three monstrous beasts. He spoke as he advanced. Why did he tell the others to run away while staying behind to fight these guys himself? He asked himself, even if he dies, my plan won't change. He isn't that important. He walked over to where Kim Si-hoon was slumped over and asked, well, are you trying to act cool or something? The two beasts standing on either side seemed to be sweating as they watched. Kang-woo thought, I made him a subordinate so I could use him later. He's just like a chess piece to me, that's all. He lay sprawled on the ground. With ragged breathing, Kang-woo continued, well, have you become arrogant now that people have started calling you a hero? He told himself, he has never been worth more than that.
It was simply because I almost lost a pawn. Right then he stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. At this moment his breathing became difficult as he tried to speak. Kim Si-hoon. Kang-woo told himself he wasn't weak-hearted enough to go crazy over this. He screamed in his face. If you couldn't win, then you should have run away, you stupid bastard! He thought. So what? The more he spoke, the more Kang-woo's rage exploded, his eyes gradually changing. Didn't you say you would save everyone? Didn't you say you would overcome the crisis of the past? He tried to reassure himself. Things like this shouldn't make him angry. He continued, is this your method? Pretend to be strong and then die? Who will remember you? Just then, the blue-feathered beast raised its hand to its face and said, that's enough, human. Since his anger was still boiling, he said, if you don't want to die, then get lost. Hearing this, the beast spoke up. Hey! He decisively swung his sword, severing the beast's head in a single strike. The remaining two beasts, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but be astonished. Phoenix, he spoke slowly, I'm still talking here. Just after the slash, a glint of light reflected off the blade under the sun. He glanced up. Shut your beaks, you bird brains. At this moment, a stream of magic resembling threads began to stitch the wounds. It was the authority of regeneration, which helped Kim Si-hoon recover some of his injuries. Lying below, he spoke up. Hyung, I'm sorry. Without looking back, he turned around to speak. We'll talk later. He continued. For now, just rest. After speaking, Kang-woo rubbed his forehead lightly, then let out a sigh. He tried to suppress it, but failed. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, it's so annoying. Right then he stomped hard on the blue beast's corpse and screamed.
The birds exclaimed in astonishment. Damn it. The red bird thought to itself, did he just defeat Phoenix with a single blow? That human could it be? At a castle, Lord Lucifer, the red bird entered the castle, and so knelt down respectfully and spoke, the gate to earth is ready. A blackbird named Lucifer, sitting majestically on the throne, spoke up, very good. Saying this, it suddenly looked serious and asked, but Lord Lucifer, it continued to express its concern to the blackbird. Is it possible that the Satan down on earth is a fake? Someone might be impersonating him. I have never seen Satan before, so I probably wouldn't know what is real and what is fake. That person then asked, so can you tell me the distinctive identifying features of Satan? Hearing this, he immediately said, no one in their right mind would impersonate that guy, but all right, I will let you know. Saying that, he revealed Satan's characteristics to the other. He spoke while visualizing. He always hides his identity under a red mask and a black cloak, and he acts on instinct extremely crazily. He continued, so be careful when you are around him.
If you happen to encounter him, the first thing to do is to check his eye color.
As he spoke, he pointed to his own eyes. After hearing this, the other hesitated slightly and asked, "That person's eye color?" "Sir, Satan and a few other special individuals have black eyes with wide sclera, but when they are extremely excited or angry, their eyes will turn black. If you encounter him and his eyes turn black, do not look back, just run for your life." As soon as the warning ended, he suddenly looked up, his eyes turning red while the surroundings darkened. That guy thought at that moment, "No way, is that Satan?" Just then, an attack rushed towards the red bird. "Die!" That guy was still deep in thought, wondering if he was one of those rare demons with a form similar to Satan. That bird was still immersed in its train of thought. "I will defeat him first, then ask for his identity later." While it was thinking, Kang Wu had rushed right next to it. Its claws stomped hard on the ground, attempting to dodge, but it had not anticipated this.
What is this speed? An astonishing speed. At this moment it roared in fury. "How dare you!" But he did not stop rushing towards it to attack. It tried to withstand his attack. This orb contained power transmitted directly from Lord Lucille. It was a force capable of crushing everything around it, known as destruction. It thought, can he block Lord Lucille's power with his bare hands? It was utterly shocked that he could block that attack. Just then he counterattacked, sending the orb flying into the air, causing it to exclaim in shock, "Bastard!" He gently reached out and touched the orb. A boom resounded as the object flew and hit something. The orb pierced through the body, generating a terrifying burst of power. Turning his face back, he spoke, "Your turn will come later." The red bird panicked and screamed, "Halphus!" He continued speaking, "Didn't I tell you to come down?" Paying no heed to its reaction, he quickly attacked it. With just a light touch, it fell sprawled onto the ground. "I'm sorry, please stop." At this moment, he leisurely asked, "What is 1000 minus 7? Upon hearing this, the bird looked slightly stunned and asked back, "Huh? What are you saying?" While it was still bewildered, an object was thrust straight into its chest by him. Blood began to gush out from the wound. Kang Wu spoke in an even, slow tone. "Don't worry, I won't ask too many questions." The question was repeated by him once more. "What is 1000 minus 7?
Amidst the sobbing and fearful expression, it spoke up. 993, it equals 993, he continued. Next, it spoke in a bewildered tone. What? An object plummeted from above, causing it to scream in panic. 986, 986. He spoke in a composed tone. Keep going. It continued to subtract 7 and read out the result. 979. Every time it answered, magic descended to torture it, sometimes beating, sometimes plucking feathers or slashing deep into the flesh. 832, 419, 272. Finally, a loud scream rang out from it. 6. The final answer is 6. As soon as the sentence ended, its wings were completely severed from its body. Hearing the answer, he calmly spoke. Very good. His hand still resting on its head, he continued. Then that's enough practice, right? Tears welling up, it whimpered. Huh? What do you mean? Now is when it truly begins. He posed another question.
At that time, set A is greater than or equal to x and y, bxy equals 0, and qxby equals 0, where x and t are real numbers equal to an infinite set. The smile on his lips became increasingly inhumane as the words continued to pour out. If SB equals x and y belong to A equal to E, which is a subset of A, then the number of elements in B depends on byt and q. Find the largest solution of NB. The question had just been posed when he burst into sobbing tears and screamed in despair. Ah! At that moment, a pair of trembling hands was raised. As Kim Si-hoon gradually regained consciousness, the wounds and bloodstains on his body also vanished at some point. Only then did he speak up. That was truly a valuable time. He struggled to sit up, his thoughts wandering. I almost lost control because of the troublesome thoughts in my head. For a demon constantly influenced by desires and emotions, troublesome things were indeed extremely dangerous. Kang Wu picked up a mirror to look at himself, a thought suddenly occurring to him. The anger that exploded when I fought Mammon's minions was quite intense. At least the whites of my eyes have returned, so I should be fine. A scene suddenly flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, that Satan guy is quite similar to me too. There's something similar to the prophesied demon, truly pathetic. He leisurely walked on the ground, heading straight towards the immobile golden eagle. Anyway, hey you, he stepped on his body and spoke. You can't sleep here. Who are you people anyway? Are you Lucifer's subordinates? The golden eagle panic-strickenly asked back. How do you know about that? He pondered deeply. Come to think of it, I saw a demon I had never met using Lucifer's authority. He has created new subordinates, hasn't he? That means Lucifer has regained his original power. Sending them down to Earth means he has given up fighting the angels and is now targeting Earth. This is truly a difficult problem. That train of thought continued ceaselessly. He asked, what is your purpose in coming here? He leisurely pointed his finger behind his back while calmly listening to his answer. I cannot say.
At this moment, he finally spoke. Do you want to end up like that guy? The red bird trembled and replied in a fearful voice. Its greatest memory was a horrifying scream that suddenly echoed, IMAX, boost. Witnessing that scene, the golden bird also trembled violently and shouted loudly, "I'll talk. The reason we came to Earth is," it continued, "to find Satan." Hearing this, he showed a bit of surprise and asked back, "What?" A thought suddenly popped into Kangwoo's mind. Is Satan really on Earth? Under Kangwoo's torture, the demon hurriedly opened its mouth. "I'll tell you. The reason we came to Earth is to find Satan."
This information left him stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Kangwoo's mind was flooded with doubts. Was Satan really on Earth? Snapping out of his thoughts, he immediately stomped hard on the demon's wound and continued, "Hey you, are you here for Satan?" The demon hesitated before replying. "That's right. Recently, the heroic god Tion was eliminated from this world by Satan. Lord Lucifer ordered us to find him and request cooperation." Hearing this, Kangwoo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "So they are talking about me. I thought Satan was actually on Earth, which gave me a start." However, another thought flashed through his mind right after. Wait, Satan on Earth? The one who killed Guardian Alex? The one who killed Tion's apostle Zanin? That is Satan. I almost forgot. Anyway, thinking of that, Kangwoo asked further, "How much do you know about Satan?" The demon replied, "I don't know much, only that he is creating a clan in this world to increase his power, and he is fighting against Gaia. That's all." Kangwoo suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "You don't know anything?" Then he began calculating in his head. "Then I will take advantage of this." In an instant, the authority of domination was activated. Demonic energy surged up along with his shout. It wasn't that he knew little, it was that he knew nothing at all. Saying he wanted to find Satan right in front of him, it was truly a farce. The demon, of course, felt incredibly strange and couldn't comprehend this appearance of Kangwoo. What? The more the demon observed Kangwoo, the more unbelievable it felt. Is this man Satan? Impossible. Why would Satan protect Gaia's people and attack us? He is clearly just a human. Before it could finish thinking, Kangwoo's hands moved as fast as lightning right in front of its face to threaten, "I'll take those useless eyes of yours." In the next moment, the demon clutched its face and screamed miserably. A confirmation immediately formed in its mind. Terrifying demonic energy touching the flesh, the insane behavior in the red mask. This person, Satan. How stupid not to recognize the prince and attack him. As soon as the thought ended, the demon called out, "Satan." Kangwoo calmly replied, "Do you understand now? Lucifer sent a request for cooperation to me. What does he want?" The demon did not hesitate and said immediately, "He said you would understand if I mentioned taking over the demonic energy sea." This naturally confused and surprised Kangwoo, and he asked himself, "Taking over the demonic energy sea?" He suddenly laughed and thought to himself, "This bastard, he wants me. Hasn't Lucifer been beaten enough? Does he not know who I am? After declaring war on the 7 princes, I suffered countless losses, but after all, I was the winner. It wasn't because I was strong enough to defeat them. If it were just strength, I couldn't have defeated them." Thinking of this, Kangwoo suddenly tightened his grip on the demon's neck and roared, "That piece of trash Lucifer, what the hell does he know? Why do you think I established the demon cult?" He flashed a demonic smile and boldly declared, "The demonic energy sea is now in my hands. Absorbing it all is only a matter of time."
"Lucifer is currently an earner, isn't he?" the demon muttered. "Yes," Kangwoo replied. "Good, I'm sick of this world." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the demon far away. Bearing severe injuries, the demon lay sprawled on the ground. Kangwoo dropped a cold statement. "Tell Lucifer I will personally lead the clan and the demon cult there." Hearing those words, the demon was terrified and pleaded, "Lord Satan, please don't." Summoning an energy orb, Kangwoo continued to threaten, "Tell that Lucifer, Satan will declare war on Lucifer." As soon as he finished speaking, Kangwoo quickly calculated in his mind, "You guys will have to tear each other apart." The spatial gate gradually opened. Before entering, the demon uttered a threat, "You will regret this." Kangwoo, on the contrary, replied in a calm tone, "How much longer do you want to hesitate? Do I need to slice off your other arm to make you leave?" Although inside the spatial gate, the demon still tried to shout back, "Satan and the demon cult, you will soon realize, you will regret what you have done." These words made Kangwoo feel extremely intrigued. He laughed heartily and pondered, "Hurry up and deliver the message. Even though I had to let one escape, Satan's words have been transmitted, so I can enjoy the results." Thinking of this, he immediately used the authority of gluttony to activate the death skill. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of the demons were sucked into the black hole.
Kangwoo unconsciously let out a depressed sigh. How much more do I need to collect to meet the conditions for the demonic soul? Just then, a notification message suddenly appeared. The notification displayed, "First condition for demonic soul evolution met. Demonic energy stat increased to 130. The power of the level limit system has weakened due to evolution. Level limit increased to 79, achieving the 8th stage in the awakening process." Kangwoo couldn't help but be astonished as he felt the power surging through his body. Information continued to display. The path deeper into the 10,000 demon core has expanded. Additional souls absorbed from the Reaper skill have also further widened the path. Kangwoo's face brightened up upon witnessing this. He couldn't help but secretly admire. Thanks to absorbing the high-ranking demon soul, I was able to satisfy the condition. Then he happily told himself, let's see what the 8th awakening stage will be. The information line appeared again. 8th awakening stage unknown, rank unknown. The 8th awakening stage will be revealed when your demonic energy stat reaches 130. Kangwoo mumbled as he read, then spoke up. This happened at the 6th stage, and now it's happening again. At least the level limit has been raised. Countless thoughts were running through his mind. The level limit, which he thought could only be increased by destroying Gaia's guardians, had expanded thanks to fulfilling the conditions of the demonic soul body. A huge victory. Right now, he needed to focus on increasing his demonic energy stat to 130. I can do that while waiting for Lucifer to take the bait. He won't be able to sit still knowing the sea of demonic energy he desires is in Satan's hands. Once Lucifer acts, the demon cult will also have to move, and I just need to rely on the name of the guardians to profit from it. The only problem is when Lucifer discovers the truth.
It wasn't a concern anyway, since Lucifer still believed that Satan was the one who destroyed Tian. Thank you, heroic god Tian. You prepared for your own death, sacrificing all your power so I could take revenge on behalf of the apostle Zenon. A hero who, even in his dying moments, delivered a prophecy about the demon god Satan. Who would dare deny you are a hero when you sacrificed yourself until the very last moment? Thinking this, Kangwoo suddenly felt moved, tears streaming down his face. I will never forget your sacrifice. You are a true hero. Long live Tian. A pair of blurry eyes slowly opened, and Kangwoo's image came into view along with a voice. Are you awake? Upon seeing him, Kim Shi-hoon looked incredibly shocked. Kangwoo warned, don't move, you haven't fully recovered yet. Then he sank back into his internal thoughts. The resurrection spell could heal wounds, but it couldn't recover accumulated fatigue or internal damage. After a moment of contemplation, Kangwoo asked, so why did you rush out to fight like an idiot? You should have waited for a chance to retreat before holding them back. What if I hadn't met Sella? Hearing these words, Kim Shi-hoon could only stammer in defense. Again. However, before he could finish, Kangwoo cut him off. You keep trying to impress everyone by diving in alone. Stop acting like the most pitiable person by blaming yourself right now.
This remark naturally made Kim Si-hoon feel extremely embarrassed. His face turned flushed as he called out, Kangwoo, you seem very different today. Kangwoo smiled and replied, is that so? Just then, Echidna's group came running from the distance. They ran hurriedly while shouting loudly, Kangwoo, are you okay? Kangwoo! He couldn't help but be surprised to see two people appearing before his eyes, Han Se-wa and Gaia. Gaia spoke up. Kangwoo, I heard that demons attacked Si-hoon.
Is she okay? Kangwoo asked Hansoa as he walked toward her. Fortunately, her injuries have improved. I also managed to eliminate them, but why are you here? Meanwhile, Echidna approached Kim Si-hoon and asked solicitously, Kim Si-hoon, are you all right? Chum-moo-jin interjected, answering Kangwoo's question. I contacted her because I discovered traces of the demon cult before hearing the news that the dragon sword was attacked. Curiosity rose within Kangwoo and asked back, traces? Chun-moo-jin replied immediately, the thing she is trying to collect. Ah, here she comes. The object had been embedded in the center of a place that looked like an altar. Chun Su-yan groaned as she held the object in her hands. It's so heavy, Kangwoo. However, Kangwoo paid no attention to that. His mind was focused solely on the item she was holding, thinking to himself, is that a fissure seed? Seeing there's no dust on it, it must have been planted recently. There's no way Chun Su-yan would have cleaned it on her way here. While he was lost in thought, she kept calling out, please help me, Kangwoo, Kangwoo. Amidst Chun Su-yan's calls, Kangwoo remained deep in thought. It meant a member of the demon cult had recently planted the fissure seed. Baek Hawaiian suddenly spoke up. The monsters near the altar were more aggressive than usual. Perhaps the fissure seed caused them to go into a frenzy and attack. Kim Si-hoon, who was being treated, also chimed in. If that's the case, they also attacked the village. So quickly expressed her opinion as well. I think so too, Guardian Kim Si-hoon. Although everyone shared the same thought, Kangwoo offered a completely different assessment. No, the demons we just fought are unrelated, but the fissure seed, the monsters, and the summoning altar are not things Lucille's minions could do. The demon cult has started to make their move.
While he was still lost in thought, Cheonju snatched the item from Chun Su-yan's hand and said, I'll carry it. Baek Hwayeon spoke up with a cold tone. Considering there is more than one summoning altar, it is very likely that a large-scale summoning ritual is about to take place, just like before. The more he listened, the more Kangwoo's tears flowed. He said to himself, damn it, demon cult, where have you been hiding all this time? While I was getting a headache trying to find a way to increase my demonic energy stat to 130, you thoughtfully prepared a grand 3-course meal like this for me. The information on the system window appeared clearly at this moment. 8th Awakening Stage unknown, rank unknown. The 8th Awakening Stage will be revealed when your demonic energy stat reaches 130. Kangwoo was filled with joy and thought to himself, I knew you guys would never let me down. This isn't the time to praise the trash, the useless garbage that the bastard Xenon left behind. What could be better than the ceaseless giving that the great demon cult has done?
The one we must serve is the demon cult. How great, the leader of the demon cult. We must worship them. Seeing his appearance at this moment, Chang Yanju could not hide the look of boredom on her face. She frowned and thought to herself, here we go again. Gaia, standing beside her, spoke in a voice full of anxiety. The Dark Order. Halfus immediately asked, So what should we do? Should we go straight to the summoning altar? Gaia stammered, but Guardian Kim Shi-hoon, hearing his name mentioned, Kim Shi-hoon jumped up and spoke clearly. I'm fine. Gaia hurriedly denied. No, it's too dangerous. Seeing this, Kim Shi-hoon also replied awkwardly. About that, Halfus immediately intervened. If anything, we should spend more time analyzing the enemy's strategy and requesting aid from other countries. Kang Woo replied to Gaia. If we give them time, things will become even more dangerous. We must attack as quickly as possible. Gaia said, I know that, but before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. But I know what you are worried about. You are afraid that we will die at the hands of the demons, just like Xenon and Alex did. But if we fear death, we won't be able to protect anyone. Hearing this, Gaia was stunned for a moment. Kang Woo activated the Ruler of Demonic Energy ability while continuing. Of course, I don't have the foolish idea of rushing to my death just because I'm blinded by justice.
The summoned demons are formidable enemies, but they are not invincible. There is one thing we realized after engaging them. The more time passes, the heavier the damage becomes. There are still people living here, even if only a few. Even if it's just a couple of people, we must protect them. When it comes to life, numbers do not matter. After finishing his words, Kang Woo thought to himself, that was a top-tier line. I really am too amazing. I have to admit it myself. Oh my god, what if everyone falls in love with me? I'm so cool. They are moved, right? Please don't look down on it. If anyone laughs here, I'll die of embarrassment. Hearing him speak for a while, Gaia spoke up. I understand now. It turns out I was just a coward. Her attitude made him secretly rejoice inside. Excellent, it worked. Gaia added, you are right. We are guardians. We must protect the world. We cannot protect anyone if we keep fearing death. Kang Woo looked at her and told himself, thank you for not laughing at me, Gaia. Thinking that, he immediately turned around. Then let's go to the place where the summoning altar was discovered right now, Chanmu-jin. Lead the way. Chanmu-jin hurriedly obeyed, replying, yes. Right at that moment, Cha Yen-ju suddenly stepped closer to Kang Woo and called out, hey. Then she put on a bored, disgusted expression and dropped a sentence, I want to puke.
Please cut it out. In the forest, the sound of rustling leaves could be heard. The monsters were ceaselessly fighting and arguing with each other. Humans, I will finally get to taste fresh blood after a long time. Move aside, they are my prey. Silames spoke in an arrogant tone. Come here, you despicable mortals, the lord of the ape hell, I, Silames. However, before the sentence was even finished, Kang Woo suddenly appeared and unleashed a move to strike him down. His eyes exuded an extreme coldness. Looking at the horde of monsters before him, Kang Woo fell deep into thought. The level of the summoned demons this time is completely different from before. These are demons from at least the 7th hell, and some from the 8th. While he was lost in thought, the demons were stunned and horrified by the scene that had just unfolded. Silames, just what is happening? Kang Woo suddenly smiled with amusement and muttered to himself, you guys are great, you adorable bastards. Meanwhile, the demons were buzzing among themselves. Contact the other groups immediately. A horde of monsters charged straight at Kang Woo. Everyone standing behind witnessed this scene. They couldn't stop feeling a mix of worry and astonishment. Kang Woo? Is he really human? He was granted grace by the hero god Tian and became an apostle. Is that the power of a god? That's right. Just then, Cha Yanju suddenly intervened, crossing her arms. Save the explanations for later. Right now, we have to do our part too. Chanmu-jin immediately agreed. Elsewhere, a young boy was crying in fear, his mouth gagged so he couldn't scream. The masked figure, holding the boy's mouth tight, watched Cha Yanju from a distance and thought to himself, damn it, how did these humans know about a place like this?
They aren't nobodies. That's the Red Rose Guildmaster. Suddenly, Cha Yen-ju turned around, her gaze directed straight at the guy. With a terrifying expression, she threatened, hey, come out here if you don't want to die. Hearing that, the masked man hurriedly threw the boy to the ground and turned to run. His speed was extremely fast. However, Cha Yen-ju's weapon caught up with him immediately after. In the very next moment, she had captured him. Cha Yen-ju spoke up, where do you think you're running to? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she spotted another figure in the distance. Cha Yen-ju immediately said, there's one more. But Kang Woo stopped for Ra Wei. Wait. Cha Yen-ju wondered, why? He gently picked the boy up into his arms and replied, just wait a moment. Even if we do nothing, he will call for reinforcements, so there is no need for us to reveal ourselves. Cha Yen-ju was skeptical. So you want to use him as bait? Right at this moment, a loud shout from afar suddenly reached their ears. How could you? That person was none other than Gaia. Gaia was interrogating the ones who had just been captured. Why did you follow the orders of an evil being like Satan to kill Xenon and Alex and sacrifice so many innocent people? What exactly do you want? Why? Seeing her in this state, Han-soa immediately embraced her to comfort her. Calm down, Gaia. Upon hearing Gaia's words, the captured group asked back, follow Satan's orders? What are you talking about? This made Gaia feel extremely confused. They continued, speaking of Alex, do you mean the Sword of Justice who attacked our European base a few months ago?
If that's the case, the dark cult stopped looking for him a long time ago, since they couldn't find any trace. As for Xenon, I've never even heard that name. It seems you people want revenge for them. Hearing this, Gaia was extremely surprised. Impossible. The man continued speaking, and I know you don't believe us, but the dark cult has nothing to do with that. As soon as the words were spoken, Kang Wu lightly pierced his sword through the man's head. He roared with extreme fury. Insolent, how dare you mock us? Witnessing his action, the others confusedly asked, "What are you doing?"
Kang Wu's body was now possessed by Tian. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted loudly, "Do you think I don't know you killed my son, Xenon?" Hearing this, they immediately said, "Then let's make it clear, Velon is—" However, before they could finish, Tian cut them off. "Shut up, you are trash unworthy of listening. Feel the judgment of the light." Witnessing the entire event, Gaia dazedly spoke up. "If he mentioned the sun, Tian—" Tian, having just finished dealing with that group, panted heavily and angrily muttered to himself, "You bastards dare." Tian called out, "Gaia." Gaia immediately responded upon hearing him. "Yes, Tian." Tian reminded her, "Do not be swayed by their words. Do not seek answers from demons." Gaia immediately admitted her mistake. "I apologize." Tian continued, "We must not listen to demons. They will use sweet words to seduce people." Filled with doubt, Gaia asked back, "I understand, but Tian, I thought you had perished last time. How come?" Tian replied, "Too precise, my divinity was wiped out. Now I am just an empty shell, no longer possessing the authority of a god." As he spoke, he inwardly thought, "Easy does it." Then he continued speaking aloud, "I don't have many opportunities to descend into this body, but I must say this before things get worse. Do not be deceived by demons. Heroes, once you start listening to them, your minds will be tainted. Do not gaze into the abyss, for the abyss will gaze back at you." However, before he could finish his words, Kang Wu's consciousness returned. Looking around, he curiously asked, "What just happened?" Kim Shi-hoon, standing nearby, immediately explained.
Tian had just descended upon him. This event left Kang Wu extremely confused, thinking, "I thought Tian was dead." Kim Si-hoon replied, "His divinity has perished, but he still remains within your body." Hearing that, Kang Wu understood everything clearly. "I see, so he is still inside me." Then he couldn't help but secretly reflect, "Damn it, that was close. I thought they were asking about that demon cult guy again. Luckily, listening to Tian saved me. Those shameless demon cult bastards, I almost believe they didn't follow Satan's orders. Who are Alex and Xenon? Good heavens, outsiders would think it wasn't the demon cult's doing." After the incident, Gaia felt a bit self-reproachful and spoke up. "It turns out Tian has always been watching over us, and I didn't even realize it." Seeing her attitude, Kang Wu immediately reminded her, now is not the time to be emotional. Indeed, countless red eyes were staring right at them. Witnessing this scene, Kang Wu, on the contrary, became even more excited. Just in time. Next, he moved at an extremely high speed. The monsters with bizarre shapes, full of vitality, confidently spoke up. "That idiot Gamagan, calling for reinforcements yet couldn't even take down a lowly human? Feel the fear before the demons, you weak humans." Kang Wu didn't care at all about the words of this crowd. He just slaughtered them while secretly calculating in his head. "I ordered food and it's here. Oh my god, this place is so delicious. From today on, I'll be a regular here." Kang Wu spoke up. "I haven't even said anything, and that monster already—" However, before he could finish his sentence, Balak tearfully interrupted, "My liege." Its ceaseless crying made him feel helpless, thinking, why now of all times? If it were just like the last time with Palak and I was alone, it wouldn't be a big problem. But the problem is, ever since I came to Earth, all the people I consider teammates are around here. All the trust I've built through those spectacular acting performances.
Will the title of hero be lost in just this moment? I admit, this was my oversight. I should have anticipated this. When they said they would summon a demon from the ninth hell, well, even so, this is just too absurd. The ninth hell is teeming with demons. Even though the forces of the Grand Archdukes have collapsed, there are still over 100,000 of them left. While Kang Wu was lost in thought, Balak continued to sniffle and call out, "Your Majesty." The more he looked at that scene, the more helpless he felt. But why? Out of all that pile of demons? Damn it. How am I supposed to explain this to Balak now? Should I whisper it to him?
No, that idiot won't understand the situation just by reading lips. Writing it down for him to read, there's no time for that now. My only option is to deny it as strongly as possible. Thinking this, Kang Wu immediately explained in detail. "Everyone, this is just a plot by that despicable demon. Whether I am the Demon King or not, how could that demon recognize me when I am wearing a mask?"
Hearing these words, everyone immediately responded. Ah, now that you mention it, it's true that you are wearing a mask. Kim Shihan spoke up boldly. It is strange that it suddenly called you the Demon King and praised you to the high heavens, so it turns out to be just a dirty trick of a filthy demon. Hearing him say that, Kang Wu immediately agreed. Exactly, I was also quite shocked. Kim Shihan continued. I mean, who wouldn't be bewildered if a demon suddenly knelt down and called him the Demon King? He also happily replied, That's right. I don't know what that demon is planning, but I am innocent. Kim Shihan suddenly laughed heartily and commented, Maybe that demon doesn't even know your name. If we try asking. Kang Wu smiled forcibly and replied, Wait, let's just see why that demon is pretending first. Meanwhile, the other group was also talking to Balak in a confused tone. Lord Balak, why do you call that fake saint the Demon King? You are mistaken. They are the gods of Gaia. That person is not the Demon King. They are the biggest obstacle in our grand plan. Please punish those lying false gods. Seeing them say that, Kang Wu couldn't help but feel a surge of expectation. Oh, that's right, you guys. Good job. Please understand the situation. I mean, you've known me for a long time. You must realize this is very strange. I mean, I know you're always dull with it, but just this once, I beg you. While he was deep in thought, the group continued to plead. Lord Balak, please calm down. Please stand up. Kang Wu thought helplessly. Please, Balak.
However, things did not seem to go as he expected. Balak drew his weapon and spoke in a voice filled with annoyance. How dare you? How dare you insult him? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was extremely confused. Lord Balak, why are you attacking us? Is there a mistake? Balak asked back in a cold tone. Repeat that again. You say he is not a demon king, but a saint? Everyone immediately replied, Yes, my lord, he must be one of Gaia's subordinates. The more he listened, the more confused Balak felt. He furiously attacked while roaring, You still dare to insult him? This made them feel completely helpless. Lord Balak annoyedly remarked, I once had expectations for demon servants like you. Cha Yanju stood aside witnessing this and couldn't help but be curious about the situation. Is this a civil war? Kang Wu also gaped helplessly and thought to himself, Hey, wait a minute. Implies? Balak continued his action, attacking while shouting loudly, You ignorant fools! Listen clearly, you humans. The one you see right now is the true Demon King who rules the 9 hells, the one who has fought against the Grand Archdukes, the ruler of all demons. The more he heard these words, the more helpless Kang Wu felt, silently crying out, Stop! I said stop, damn it! Balak, of course, did not understand the hint and continued his introduction. Demon King O Kang Wu. Kang Wu wanted to cry but had no tears, cursing silently in his heart. You bastard. The others, witnessing this scene, all looked visibly confused. What the hell is this? Brother Kang Wu, what is going on?
Seiwa spoke with a voice full of worry. Kang Wu. Hey, Cha Yanju and Kim Shi-hoon also added, Why does that demon know your name? Kang Wu, don't tell me you are... Kang Wu's cold sweat poured out like a bath in this situation. He could only silently lament to the heavens. Balak, you crazy bastard, how dare you say my name? Damn it, what should I do now? Just then, the masked group suddenly placed their hands on the ground and spoke. Damn it, since it's come to this. They summoned power while muttering an incantation. O dark power, grant me the power to dominate demons. O dark power, grant me the power to command demons.
In an instant, a magic circle appeared right beneath Balak's feet. This made him feel extremely confused. What are you doing? Even Kang Wu was no exception to the surprise. Just a moment later, Balak screamed in agony. Kang Wu stood by observing, unable to help but think, that magic circle is. It was the dark circle that used to control Echidna. I thought it could only control monsters, but Balak is a demon. Even I couldn't force him in the past. How did the demon cult manage to do this? Balak growled in rage. You dare to control me? As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack while shouting, Do you think you can control me? The group, being attacked by him, tried to defend themselves while reminding each other, Secure the spell, finish the incantation, damn it, hurry up, keep chanting. Because of this, Balak also had to endure extreme suffering. Watching this, Kang Wu told himself, Damn it, you should have just sat still. The more you resist, the stronger the backlash. You could die. Damn it, I have to take him down first. However, contrary to what he thought, Balak was now under control. He seemed to realize this as Balak turned to attack him. That strike caused Kang Wu to immediately cough up blood. He couldn't help but be astonished by this source of power. Even though he blocked it, he still took massive damage. This muscle-brained pig is coming. How am I supposed to take him down now? What's with that look? Right at this moment, Balak suddenly regained his consciousness. He worriedly asked himself, Did I harm my master?
If I hurt my lord. Immediately realizing the action it was about to take, Kang Wu thought to himself. Power was gathering in his hand. Don't tell me that crazy bastard would rather blow his own head off and die than be forced to attack me. Damn it, I have to stop him right now. But if I act now, there will be no way to explain it. It would be no different than publicly admitting I have a connection to Balak. The situation is getting more and more tangled. There is only one way to solve this. Thinking of this, Kangwoo couldn't help but grit his teeth in helplessness and make the final decision. He had to abandon Balak. If he committed suicide, I could blame it on a plot by the demon cult, claiming this was just a dirty sabotage, and try to cover it up. However, his thoughts overlapped with old memories of him. The image of Balak constantly replayed in Kangwoo's mind. The more he thought, the more his helplessness surged. Damn it, Balak. In the face of the situation, tears suddenly began to fall.
Kangwoo charged forward, roaring. He channeled heavenly power into his legs, inwardly cursing. "Balak, you idiot, you useless fool." Kangwoo attacked Balak and shouted, "You stupid pig!" This left him completely bewildered. "Master," Kangwoo hurriedly explained, "that circle will vanish in a few minutes. Stop talking nonsense." Balak looked extremely confused. Seeing he still hadn't obeyed, he immediately yelled, "Since when do you dare question my orders?" Controlled by the spell, Balak helplessly attacked Kangwoo. His voice rang out full of self-reproach. "Please forgive me." Meanwhile, Kangwoo dodged his attacks and thought, "No matter how strong Balak is, in his current state, I can hold him off for a few minutes. If I tap deeper into the demonic energy source and use a technique, I could even take him down." But there was no need for that. Balak wasn't going all out. He was resisting the magic circle while holding back in the fight against him. At this level, he could handle it. The power of both clashed, impacting the masked figures. In the next instant, two sword strikes slashed straight into them, ignoring their pleas. "Please save me." After a while, the atmosphere settled down. The magic circle on Balak's body was also gradually fading. Countless masked figures lay scattered on the cold ground. Balak suddenly knelt, bowed his head to the ground, and spoke. "My demon king, please behead this traitor who dared to raise a weapon against his master." In this situation, Kangwoo looked helplessly at everyone and thought, "There's no way to deny it now. Things have gone too far to clean up." Just then, someone unexpectedly approached and called out, "Brother Kangwoo." Everyone asked in confusion, "What was that conversation just now, Brother Kangwoo?" Kangwoo didn't answer immediately. He was calculating in his mind, but there is still one way to turn this situation around.
It wasn't a perfect solution, nor was it a meticulous, comprehensive plan. It was just a gamble, a crazy move based entirely on the trust he had built up all this time. Thinking this, Kangwoo finally spoke. "It seems I can't hide it anymore. That's right. I am the Demon King of the Abyss of Hell." Hearing that, everyone was startled and shocked. Kangwoo gave a forced smile and continued, "To be precise, I used to be a Demon King." Everyone was utterly astonished after hearing Kangwoo's explanation. "Mr. Kangwoo, what are you saying? You used to be a Demon King?" Kangwoo helplessly replied, "I'm sorry. I intended to tell everyone someday, but it turned out like this. That's right, I used to be the Demon King who ruled Hell." As he spoke, he executed the deactivation of the Authority of Demonic Energy skill. As soon as they felt that power, Han Seo gripped her sword tightly. Gaia was also startled, thinking to herself, "This aura." The others immediately took fighting stances, accompanied by a question. "Don't tell me you've been deceiving us from the very beginning?" Fear could not be hidden in their hearts, a pressure even more terrifying than a demon.
Seeing everyone's reaction, Kangwoo wasn't very surprised. He silently pondered. This reaction is only natural. No, I actually thought they would be even more vigilant. This reaction is still acceptable. In that case, I can use that plan. Gaia suddenly spoke up at this moment. "I still don't quite understand. What do you mean when you say you used to be a demon king? And how could a mortal like you become the king of hell?" Kangwoo immediately replied, "I will explain from the beginning. 5 years ago, on the day the world changed, I was swept into a dimensional gate and fell into hell." Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. "What? Huh?" Kangwoo continued his story. "I also don't know why I fell into hell. Whether it was a coincidence or someone's conspiracy, I'm not sure. But what is certain is that on that day, I fell into hell. At that time, I was just a weak human, not even a player. I had to struggle in despair to survive in that place. During that time, I accepted the demonic energy of hell into my body."
When Kangwoo recounted up to this point, Gaia immediately spoke up and asked, "After that, you became a demon?" Kangwoo replied, "That's right. After becoming a demon, I continued fighting to survive for a long time." Cha Yanju's face showed clear confusion at the phrase "a long time" that Kangwoo just mentioned. "A long time? What do you mean? It's only been 5 years since the day the world changed." Kangwoo explained that the flow of time operates completely differently in the two places. Earth might have only passed 5 years, but in Hell, time passes much faster, so much so that it cannot be compared. That explanation only further aroused everyone's curiosity about the duration he had stayed in Hell. Kangwoo answered with a calm attitude, 10,000 years. That answer made Cha Yanju stunned for a moment. "What?" Kangwoo immediately explained more clearly. "You didn't mishear. I was trapped in hell for 10,000 years. Right at that moment, Balak suddenly interrupted. That is correct. The Demon King has spent 10,000 years going from the first hell to the ninth hell. Hearing that, Kengu immediately gave an order. Balak, shut your mouth. Balak instantly bowed his head in obedience. Yes, as you command. That previous statement of his caused a hidden joy to rise in Kengu's heart. It's been a long time since this guy said something useful. He began to consider his plan. To execute that plan, he needed proof that he had been in hell for 10,000 years, and coincidentally, Balak stepped out as a witness at the right time. Cha Yanju still harbored doubts, immediately asking further. Is that really true? You were really in hell for 10,000 years and became the ruler of hell? He responded almost instantly. I used to be, that's right. Another question rang out. Used to be? Does that mean not anymore?
Hearing the question, a sinister smile flashed in King Wu's mind. They took the bait. It was time to add some spice. He began recounting his own story. That's right. After I fell into hell 5 years ago, on the very day the world changed, I spent 10,000 years there and became the Demon King ruling the abyss of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he sank into another train of thought. But what happened after was what mattered. He felt there was only one solution to this situation, only one way to resolve this scenario. With that in mind, Kang Wu continued the story, making Satan the central character. And the center of that plan was indeed Satan, at least before the rebellion began. He pondered the core element of a weighty lie, a true lie. They say a perfect lie is 99% truth and only 1% falsehood, because a lie based on truth is many times more convincing than a complete fabrication. From now on, I will mix 1% lie into 99% truth. After hearing Kengu's story, everyone immediately asked more questions. Satan? You mean Satan used to be in hell? Kengu replied.
In the abyss of hell, there exist extremely powerful demons known as Grand Archdukes. I fought against them in hell and held them back. Chayanju expressed deep curiosity. You held them back? Kangwu nodded in confirmation. That's right, because they were targeting Earth. Among them, the one with the greatest ambition directed towards Earth is the prophesied demon, Satan. Gaia found it hard to believe. So you became a demon king just to stop the Grand Archdukes from invading Earth? Kangwu hurriedly shook his head and explained further. It wasn't for any noble goal. I just tried to survive, and then one day I ended up sitting on that throne without even realizing it. But even so, I couldn't sit idly by when they threatened the world where I was born and raised. Despite all those years, memories of Earth remained vivid within me. Gaia cut him off before he could finish. But the fact that Satan eventually reached Earth means... Kangwu wiped his mouth and replied, That's right, you're thinking in the right direction. Speaking to this point, Kangwu's hands suddenly clenched as he told himself, Now is the time to add a bit of emotion. He spoke in a voice tinged with helplessness. I was defeated by Satan, no matter how hard I resisted. I couldn't defeat the one who had awakened the demonic energy sea and possessed 666 authorities. Satan stole my power and usurped the position of Demon King. After that, he united all the forces of hell and opened a massive fissure. Through that fissure, he led the Grand Archdukes to Earth.
And I also chased Satan to Earth to stop him. Kangwu calculated silently while observing the expressions on everyone's faces. Perhaps they were all very confused. It was impossible to imagine that Satan and I were the same person. Up until now, I had built up incredibly solid evidence to deny that fact. But even if Satan and I were two separate entities, getting everyone to believe that a guy like Kangwu was originally a demon certainly wouldn't be easy. He thought he needed to steer the story in a different direction, so now he had to create a flow to make it run the right way. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately released a stream of power towards Kim Si-hoon. Kangwu was utilizing his authority of subjugation, controlling the behavior of the summoned beast that had been successfully established. In just a moment, Kim Si-hoon spoke up. I believe Brother Kangwu's words. This event left Gaia stunned. Kim Si-hoon, the guardian Kim Si-hoon, spoke in a poised manner. Gaia, please think about everything Brother Kangwu has done until now. If he were truly someone belonging to the demon side, would he have risked his life to fight for us? Gaia replied with a stammering voice. But just then, Soa intervened. I also trust Lord Kangwu. When we first met, when Lord Kangwu was so excited about the kimchi stew, I really thought he was a very strange person. Her words left Cha Yanju, who was standing nearby, stunned as well. It turned out the scene of her first meeting with Kangwu suddenly rushed back into her mind. Seeing him eating while shedding tears, Soa spoke. But now I can understand. He endured a long time in hell all alone, didn't he?
10,000 years. Just how lonely must you have been? Kangwu replied in a calm tone. It's okay, because since meeting you, Soa, I no longer feel lonely. Seeing her body tremble slightly with emotion, he couldn't hide the astonishment in his heart. I didn't expect even Soa to stand up and defend me. Anyway, thanks to Soa, the situation has shifted enough. Now is the time to steer the ship again. With that thought, he walked towards everyone and spoke up. No matter the reason, the truth remains that I have deceived Gaia and everyone up until now. Gaia called his name, stuttering. Kang Wu placed his hand on Gaia's shoulder and continued, "Starting today, I will leave the Guardians. From now on, I will never appear before everyone again." As soon as these words ended, a wave of objection immediately rose from everyone. "Kang Wu, don't talk nonsense. You bastard, do you know how much I've invested in you? Mr. Kang Wu." Gaia spoke up with a resigned expression. "Say something, won't you?" Mentioning Kang Wu, her heart was still filled with doubts. "Mr. Kang Wu, can we trust him? Honestly speaking, we haven't known each other for long, just a few months, but in that time, we have understood so much about the man named Kang Wu. When Satan, the one who killed Alex, targeted Kim Si-hoon, he was the angriest one. He awakened the Guardians from their indifference when seeing the armory looted by Satan. He always gave us sharp, meaningful advice whenever we were nearly in despair. He was the first to realize the danger approaching Zenon, and truly cried when he died. And even right now,
He is still fighting to stop the evil conspiracy of the demon cult. Thinking of such a person, Gaia decided to hand the mask back to Kang Wu and said, "No, Mr. Kang Wu, we will trust you." In her heart, she once again affirmed her choice. How could we doubt you? Then, before Kang Wu's astonished eyes, Gaia spoke. "Whether you are a demon or a demon king, it does not matter." As she finished speaking, another thought arose in Gaia's mind. "And you are also the one chosen by the hero god Tian himself. Tian surely knew about your identity before granting you his power, but he is still within you. And that can only mean one thing. No darkness can cover the true light that you carry." Gaia smiled and said, "Please, Mr. Kang Wu, please stay with the gods. We need you." Then she silently thought, "They have recognized the true light." Hearing those words, Kang Wu put on the mask once again. He replied with a smile on his lips, "Thank you for trusting me." Immediately after, a brilliant halo suddenly radiated from his body. Witnessing that scene, Alex could not help but exclaim, "Born in darkness, but became the light. A hero, even in the form of a demon, is still more dedicated than anyone else to protecting this world." Kang Wu gave a cold smile and then boldly declared, "Indeed, I will save this world together with the Guardians, no matter what happens." Meanwhile, Alex, completely ignorant, silently affirmed his belief as he looked at him. "Hero of light." Balak spoke in a sincere voice. "Your subordinate apologizes. Your subordinate did not expect that your Majesty Demon King would claim to be a hero of light. Or are you planning to stab humanity in the back?" Hearing those words, Kang Wu immediately replied, "Don't talk nonsense, you idiot." After that, he began to reflect on the chain of events that had just occurred, from the appearance of Lucille's followers to the demon cult and the Balak incident. A few days had passed since the storm in South America ended. When they saw Balak defeated, the demon cult immediately fled, and the monsters controlled by them returned to their normal state. The U.S. military and Alex evacuated the locals and began building a recovery base in Venezuela, the most stable area nearby. He told himself, "We left the aftermath to them and returned to Korea. On the way back, I hardly said anything to anyone. Even though everyone said they believed in me, it wasn't easy to behave as before." He thought, "This will probably take time to heal. What everyone needs right now is not faith in me, but time to accept the truth that they are standing on the same front line as a demon." I bought a building near my apartment for Balak to stay in, and then he explained the situation as well as the immediate goals. As soon as he received Kang Wu's explanation, Balak roared in fury. "A great person like the Demon King is protecting these weak humans?" That was his reaction. Kang Wu sighed. "Eyes." Anyway, I've made myself clear, so now it's my turn to ask. During my absence, was there anything unusual in hell? Balak replied immediately, "I intended to report this to you. It seems Ammon is plotting something." Hearing that, Kang Wu fell into deep thought. Ammon, the one who left Satan's faction to join his side. He wasn't strong physically, but his magical knowledge was extremely profound. He even helped him open the fissure leading to Earth using a hell artifact. With that thought in mind, he asked, "What do you mean by saying he is plotting something?" Balak replied, "Ever since your Majesty went to Earth, he shut himself in to research and hasn't come out." Hearing this, Kang Wu made a decisive judgment. He has always been like that. However, Balak immediately voiced his objection. "But this time it's different. Since then, I haven't seen his face even once. I tried to open the door by force, but a massive barrier blocked it." The more he listened, the more confusion rose in Kang Wu's heart. Could that bastard have betrayed us? Balak answered, "I am not certain."
However, the ancient beasts began to show strange behavior since he went into hiding. We even detected activity from Behemoth. This information astonished Kang Wu even more, forcing him to ask immediately, "Behemoth is taking action?" He tried to recall information about it. Behemoth, the strongest creature among the ancient beasts, and the father of Leviathan, it was one of the 7 great archdukes. Throughout his years in hell, it had not budged even once. Thinking this, Kang Wu asked further, "What about the others?" "Young God seems to be investigating as well," Balak replied. "Young God and Anlakai are looking into it, but still haven't found a specific cause."
This news deepened the look of fatigue on Kangwoo's face. I only accepted him as a subordinate because of the Fisher matter. I never trusted him to begin with. What a headache. I should have just killed him back then. But it's not like I can return to hell now, nor do I want to. He mapped out a direction for himself. The only thing I can do now is get stronger. At least things here won't get any more complicated. That's a relief. As he was taking a sip of water, Balak continued speaking. More importantly, my liege, where is Lilith? This question made Kangwoo feel something was amiss.
What are you saying? Lilith should be in hell right now. This greatly shocked Balak, who hurriedly reported, Lilith arrived on Earth before you did, my lord. Hearing this, Kangwoo was so stunned that he spurted out the water he was drinking. Balak continued to ramble on. She innocently bragged that the Demon King had finally summoned her. This information left Kangwoo dumbfounded, telling himself in panic, What? What the hell did you just say? While cold sweat poured down his forehead, Balak spoke in an annoyed tone. Damn it, that old fox is using that appearance to deceive people again. My lord, please do not let Lilith seduce you and cause you to lose control. Kangwoo interrupted him helplessly. Shut up. Seeing him reacting so strongly, Balak immediately replied, Forgive me. His face darkening, Kangwoo looked dazed and continued speaking in fear. I told you to shut up, you bastard. At this moment, a powerful shock was overwhelming his mind. No, memories from the past, trauma, scars etched into his mind, memories, emotions, feelings he couldn't run from nor forget. The image of Lilith with long tentacles preparing to attack suddenly flashed back. That feeling, that sensation, that thought caused nausea to rise in Kangwoo's throat, cold sweat streaming down. He asked a helpless question. Is Lilith really on Earth? He began connecting the events. If she came here, it must have been back then. Now Yuri's actions could finally be explained. When I was accused of being a demon cultist, she didn't side with Utsumi Gima, but chose me instead. The way she easily agreed to all requests afterward.
The gift she sent him, it was all because Lilith was inside her body. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait, Lilith is inside Kurosaki Yuri's body? That means those disgusting tentacles are gone. Isn't that Kangwoo's good luck? However, the terrifying image of Lilith became clearer and clearer in his mind. Kangwoo hurriedly took out his phone, thinking to himself while dialing a number. Anyway, this is great news. There was no signal on the other end. Kangwoo briefly thought, she didn't pick up, oh well. Immediately after, Kangwoo turned to leave and gave instructions. I have to go somewhere for a bit, just stay here. Hearing that, Balak hurriedly replied, If you have business, let this subordinate go with you. Kangwoo refused. No need, considering your current condition.
It will only make things worse. If anything happens, I'll call. You should wear this in your ear. As he walked away, Kangwoo continued to ponder. Kurosaki Yuri was in Tokyo. Living in the palace where the Japanese emperor resided, he utilized the authority of the sky to summon his wings, then slowly flew upwards. Tokyo, Japan. Before long, Kangwoo arrived at his destination. As soon as he landed, the group of people in front of him showed immense surprise. Who are you? Kangwoo replied politely. I am Kangwoo, the one who saved Lady Yuri from the demon cult a few months ago. I am here to see Miss Kurosaki Yuri. Hearing his name, the group couldn't help but look suspicious. Kangwoo. Just then, Itoshi appeared, his voice cutting through. Please make way. Seeing him, a guard hurriedly called out, Captain Itoshi. Itoshi signaled, I know this person. Everyone please continue your patrol. Everyone quickly obeyed and responded, Yes, sir. Looking at Itoshi, Kangwoo couldn't help but wonder, And you are? During the Gima incident, you were with Chen Suyan and Lady Yuri. Itoshi smiled and replied, No need for formalities. I am Itoshi, one of the guardians. I've heard so much about you from Goddess Gaia, but this is our first time meeting in person. Upon hearing this, Kangwoo spoke up. So you are also a guardian. More importantly, is Miss Kurosaki Yuri currently in the palace? Itoshi stepped closer, bowing slightly as he spoke. Actually, there is something I need to tell you. She left a letter asking us to give it to you if Kangwoo came looking for her, and Miss Kurosaki Yuri has been missing for about a month now. This information stunned Kangwoo, causing him to ask immediately, Missing? Do you not know where she went? Itoshi replied, No, we have deployed forces to search the entire country but haven't found any clues. As he took out the letter, Kangwoo asked further, Why didn't you contact me sooner? Itoshi explained, She said that if we contacted you beforehand or opened the letter without permission, it would burn and disappear. I don't know how, but we didn't dare to take the risk. Kangwoo couldn't help but feel confused by this situation. As he read the letter, he thought to himself, What on earth is she planning to do, leaving a letter and then disappearing? The letter was written in neat, clear handwriting. To my beloved Demon King.
By now, you must have realized who your subordinate truly is. Otherwise, you surely wouldn't have gone looking for Miss Kurosaki Yuri yourself. Reading these lines, Kangwoo involuntarily exclaimed, Sharp as always, but when did she learn Korean? The content of the letter continued. First of all, although your subordinate came to Earth by borrowing this human body, I apologize for hiding this identity. Reading to this point, Kang Woo's confusion rose even higher. That's right. Why did she have to hide it? The content of the letter stated clearly,
With this filthy, ugly, disgusting human form, your subordinate lacks the courage to appear before you, my king. This sentence left Kang Woo completely stunned. What? Ugly? Disgusting? Don't joke with me. The next line of the letter appeared. Your subordinate wants to abandon this disgusting body and find a way to return to the form that you once loved. Kang Woo could only helplessly cry out in his mind, No, don't, please don't do that. Then, fortunately, your subordinate met people who are very skilled at controlling demonic energy, specifically the demon cult. They said they could help your subordinate restore the original form. Reading up to this point, Kang Woo's face darkened, sweat pouring down like a shower. Hoo, what did you just say? Is your heart not fluttering, my king? My respected demon king, just thinking about meeting you again makes me feel like I'm going to shatter. As he read on, Kang Woo's entire body trembled. He gripped a letter tightly and told himself, No, why? The letter displayed the information clearly. Wait, didn't I hear that this cult worships Satan as a demon king? Your subordinate will join the demon cult and spread the reputation of the true demon king, and your subordinate will regain the original form and return to your side.
My king, my respected demon king, please wait a little longer, your Lilith. At the end of the letter, there was even a kiss mark left behind. After reading the letter, rage flared up, causing Kang Woo to tear it into 100 pieces. He roared incessantly, leaving Utsumi Gima standing opposite him bewildered. What is it? Kang Woo could no longer keep his cool. He grabbed the other man's collar and interrogated. Why me? Why is this happening to me? Witnessing his pathetic crying state, Utsumi Gima felt extremely awkward and said, I'm sorry. Kang Woo continued to be depressed, crying and whining in despair. Damn it! What on earth did I do wrong? Utsumi Gima hurriedly spoke to soothe him. Mr. Kang Woo, please calm down. However, Kang Woo didn't care at all, still wailing helplessly with tears in his eyes. What exactly did I do wrong? Kang Woo released Utsumi Gima's collar. Seeing him crying endlessly, the other man couldn't hide his curiosity. Kang Woo, what's wrong? What exactly was in the letter? Kang Woo replied, CCTV. Utsumi Gima showed a confused expression. What? Kang Woo coldly ordered, show me all the camera footage of the area around the time Kurosaki Yuri disappeared. Hearing that, Utsumi Gima immediately refused. We have already reviewed all the footage. Kang Woo didn't say much, just repeated, I said, show me all the camera footage.
Instantly, he released a burst of power that forced Utsumi Gima to his knees. He thought to himself in pain, this pressure, just this aura alone makes my hands tremble and makes it hard to breathe. So this is the power of a hero who possesses the ability of the god Taion? I heard Gaia mention it, but he truly is strong like a monster. Thinking this, Utsumi Gima had no choice but to obediently speak up. I will lead the way. In a certain room, Utsumi Gima guided Kang Woo while explaining, this is the surveillance room of the Japanese Imperial Palace, and these videos are from the time Miss Kurosaki Yuri went missing a month ago. Seeing Lilith's figure on the screen, Kang Woo couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, she still maintained her human form at that time. Returning to her original form wouldn't be easy, so there was still hope. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to trace the clues about Lilith. Right while observing, Kang Woo suddenly asked, Wait, is that person? Utsumi Gima quickly replied, We investigated his identity. As you can see, his face is completely obscured in the video, so we couldn't trace anything. Hearing that, Kang Woo began to deduce. His face is obscured in the CCTV video? Could it be? Kang Woo immediately asked, Are the subsequent videos all like this? Utsumi Gima replied, About that, I think you should continue watching. Just a second later, the masked man vanished along with Lilith. Utsumi Gima continued, After that, we couldn't find any trace of Miss Kurosaki Yuri or that person anymore. We suspect he has abilities related to visual disturbance and teleportation. Kang Woo immediately fell into deep thought. No, that's not that guy's ability. That is clearly Lilith's illusion skill, and that disappearance wasn't teleportation, but rather hiding the body from others' sight.
He began to deduce. The fact that she used those abilities openly meant she intended to use those skills publicly. He had to find her quickly, not just because he wanted to prevent her from reverting to that disgusting original form. Although he really wanted to stop that from happening, the content of the letter from earlier suddenly returned to his mind. Right, you said the demon cult worships Satan as their demon king, didn't you? Your subordinate will join the demon cult and spread the fame of who the true demon king is. This planted a deep concern in Kang Woo's heart. The biggest problem was that she would spread word of his existence within the cult. He made a judgment. Lilith's goal is to make them abandon Satan and submit to me. I don't know who leads this cult, but it's almost impossible.
They must have spent thousands of years developing it. There's no way they would easily hand everything over to an entity with a vague Demon King title, just on Lilith's word. However, the problem was that Lilith was very capable. She herself had built a powerful force under her command, opposing the 7 princes. If the demon cult started worshipping him like Balak did, things would really be screwed. Carrying that thought, Kanglu continued to ask, "Is there no information about that guy?" Utsumi replied, "There is one noticeable point about him." He played the video back. Kanglu was briefly surprised. "What?" Utsumi pointed at the screen and began to explain. "Look closely right here." With just a glance, Kanglu immediately recognized it. A scar. Utsumi quickly confirmed. "Yes, so we are focusing on investigating people with a large scar on their chest."
Hearing that, Kangwu sank deeper into his deductions. Wait, he is a member of the demon cult with a large scar on his chest and must be someone who can approach Lilith. There is only one person who meets all those conditions. Memories of a cult member who once had a connection with Lilith suddenly came rushing back. Kangwu suddenly turned around and made a request. "Ito, please investigate the whereabouts of this man." A certain belief rose in his heart. It's him. A figure was gliding across the red velvet carpet. The demonic subordinates simultaneously knelt in reverence. The figure they worshipped was none other than Lilith. She spoke. "Everything is finally ready." Akiyama Ichiro, standing from afar, hurriedly replied, "Yes, Miss Lilith." This made Lilith unable to withhold her praise. "Well done, Red Cardinal Bishop Akiyama."
With a mesmerizing face, he said, "It is nothing. I will do whatever it takes to return you to your original form." Lilith smiled and asked, "What exactly is the method?" Akiyama Ishiro explained almost immediately. "We will create a large fissure connecting to the 9th hell, then absorb all the demonic energy from there at once, and based on the information engraved on your soul, recreate your body." Lilith seemed a bit skeptical upon hearing those words. "Is such a thing possible?" Akiyama Ishiro replied, "It is thanks to the great knowledge left behind by the predecessors that I can do it. Because the Gaia system has weakened, we can accomplish much more." Hearing this, Lilith narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is one of those predecessors Satan?" Akiyama Ichiro scratched his head and answered helplessly, "I apologize. I do not know clearly about that. Information regarding the predecessors is top secret within the cult." This made Lilith slightly disappointed. "Is that so? What a pity." Seeing this, he hurriedly added, "But once you restore your original form, you will be able to meet them soon." Lilith could not hide her happy smile and said, "That's good. Whoever they are, I really want to meet them. As for the matter I asked you to do before, is it done yet?" Akiyama Ichiro replied, "If it is that matter, it is already in progress. But does the Demon King really exist? According to what the cult says, the 7 princes maintain the balance of the 9 hells." Lilith did not explain further, settling into her chair and speaking, "Fufu, you will know soon enough. If everything is prepared, let's begin." Akiyama Ichiro also rejoiced inwardly. The moment when you can restore your original form has finally arrived. At this moment, Lilith suddenly lifted the tip of her shoe to his chin, accompanying it with a sentence, "And then you will receive a worthy reward." Admiring her lovely appearance, Akiyama Ichiro was so happy he was practically drooling as he thought to himself, "It's finally here. She is already this beautiful. I wonder how beautiful she will be when she returns to her original form." That thought excited Akiyama Ichiro so much that he had to shout, "Everyone!"
Our dream for so long is finally about to come true. Let's fly up for this dream. The sky had turned color. A streak of light flashed across the space. At this moment, Kangwon was rushing forward with a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping he wouldn't be too late. The words of Utsumi Gima earlier echoed in his mind. "We found him. His full name is Akiyama Ichiro. He went missing a few years ago after a nationwide investigation." A witness said they sold him a ship. Hearing that, Kangwoo felt something was wrong and asked immediately, "Sold a ship?" Utsumi Gima replied, "Yes, he bought a high-class yacht worth billions of yen and left with dozens of people." Kangwoo didn't hesitate and asked again, "Do you know where he went?" He replied, "Based on the travel route, the place he is heading to is Sapporo." And that was exactly the destination Kangwoo was rushing towards at an astonishing speed. He couldn't help but sink into deep thoughts. Akiyama was the one who had tried to summon Lilith before. That pervert said summoning Lilith was every man's dream. I'll have to kill him then. Damn it, I can't stand those tentacles. Not anymore. I spent nearly 1,000 years being disgusted by them. Do I have to suffer through it again? Dream on. How hard did I try to escape that hell? I will definitely stop Lilith's descent at all costs. The more he thought, the faster his speed increased. A brilliant light suddenly shone down from above. Along with that were the sky-shaking cheers of the fanatics. Even Akiyama Ichiro was cheering excitedly while thinking to himself, "Controlling demonic energy in the air usually requires high skill, but this is easier than I thought. It must be thanks to the knowledge bestowed by Vulcan." He began to ponder, The great entities leading the demon cult, their knowledge, said to span thousands of years, is truly unbelievable. Summoning demons, pulling their souls into a body and merging with them, even weakening the Gaia system, it is truly miraculous knowledge.
But can the Demon King that Lady Lilith spoke of truly surpass them? Lady Lilith's request was to spread the existence of the true Demon King. Therefore, she personally requested me to secretly distribute the demon scripture within the demon cult. I haven't read it, but I heard that book records a Demon King who surpasses even Vagan. He decided to push those thoughts aside. Well, that doesn't matter right now. I wonder what Lady Lilith will reward me with. Will she pat my head and say I did well, or step on me with her authoritative legs? Whatever it is, it would be a reward of a lifetime. Right at this moment, a subordinate suddenly collapsed, leaving Akiyama Ichiro confused. He asked, "What is going on here?" The rest immediately reported, "Red Cardinal, the amount of demonic energy being absorbed by the fissure is abnormal. The fissure is showing strange signs. It's uncontrollable. The fissure is about to lose control." Witnessing that scene, Akiyama Ichiro roared, "Do not panic." Then he curiously thought to himself, the fissure suddenly lost control? Seeing everyone showing abnormal expressions, he couldn't help but speak up to reassure them. "Everyone, calm down." However, contrary to his words, a feeling of extreme anxiety rose in his heart. If the fissure explodes, demonic energy will spill out immediately, and anything could happen. The others screamed in fear. "Red Cardinal, you must use the ritual and leave this place. If the fissure breaks, this place will collapse." Faced with the situation, Akiyama Ichiro could only think helplessly. Damn it, right before the ritual ends. Seeing him still hesitating, the others called out loudly, "Red Cardinal Akiyama!" Meanwhile, Akiyama Ichiro gritted his teeth, calculating in his mind. Normally, I would have stopped the ritual and ran away, but when the reward is a succubus I only dared to dream of is right before my eyes.
Do you want me to give up just because my life is in danger? No, I will never give up. Thinking this, he immediately ordered, "You all run away. I will continue the ritual alone." This order confused his subordinates greatly. "Red Cardinal Bishop, what are you saying?" Akiyama Ichiro replied, "We have waited for this dream for too long. We have sacrificed so much and endured many painful failures." Hearing these words, the subordinates were moved to tears. Red Cardinal Bishop Akiyama Ichiro continued, "If I sacrifice my life to fulfill the dream, there is nothing to regret. Let's continue for our dream." They continued to perform the ritual. The subordinate standing next to Akiyama Ichiro suddenly spoke up, "Red Cardinal Bishop Akiyama, we entrust our dream to you." Just like that, the last subordinate under his command fell. Seeing them like that, Akiyama Ichiro said to himself with teary eyes,
"Don't worry, you fools, I will definitely see our dream." Just then, Kangwoo suddenly rushed down from the roof, accompanied by a sky-shaking scream. "You bastards, stop right now!" Seeing the scene unfolding before his eyes, he thought to himself, it's not too late yet. However, almost immediately, Kangwoo's eyes revealed utter astonishment. He was stunned by the energy sphere that had taken shape, enveloping Lilith. Before he could snap out of his thoughts, Akiyama Ichiro stood up abruptly and spoke. "You bastard, who are you? Are you the one who ruined the ritual last time?" Just looking at the giant tentacles before his eyes, Kangwoo was terrified out of his wits. He broke out in a cold sweat and told himself, "The ritual is about to be completed, damn it. First, block the fissure." Kangwoo thought as he utilized the power of predation. Realizing that his power was being obstructed, Akiyama Ichiro immediately asked, "Are you planning to interfere again?" Kangwoo shouted helplessly, "Break it off, you crazy bastard!" However, Akiyama Ichiro flatly refused. "No, I must complete the ritual." This pushed Kangwoo into a feeling of utter helplessness. "You crazy bastard. If you continue, the ritual and everything else will be destroyed." Akiyama Ichiro replied firmly, "I don't care. As long as it's for her, I won't regret it even if I have to die." Kangwoo shouted helplessly, "You lunatic! Can't you stop? If you die, there won't be any queen succubus or anything else." Hearing that, Akiyama Ichiro asked back, "A lunatic? A delusional perverted otaku? A loser who has never held a girl's hand since childhood?" That question startled Kangwoo, who hurriedly replied, "I haven't reached that level yet, you bastard." Akiyama Ichiro maintained his stance. "I will not give up. Even if it is a delusion, even if it is a hopeless dream, I will not abandon my belief."
Witnessing Akiyama Ichiro's impulsive action, the anxiety in Kangwoo's heart rose even higher. This madman was causing the fissure to lose control. Then he quickly shouted, "Stop! I said stop!" Akiyama Ichiro still responded with burning momentum. "Right here, my faith will transcend space itself." At this moment, tentacles gradually began to escape to the outside. Seeing that scene, cold sweat broke out on Kangwoo's forehead as he said, "No, Lilith is..." He then hurriedly utilized the authority of predation. His train of thought emerged.
I have always felt guilty towards Lilith. For her, who has always given me unchanging love, I treated her coldly just because of her terrifying appearance. While thinking, Kangwoo used the authority of divine power, struggling to resist Lilith's appearance, a thought rising in his heart. Out of guilt, I even once thought about forcing myself to share a bed with her, but even then, I couldn't bring myself to make a move.
Becoming a demon couldn't change the basic instincts of a human. Honestly speaking, I couldn't stand those tentacles, and they weren't even proper tentacles. Asking me to live with those tentacles on Earth now? Never. Right then, the system displayed a notification. You have absorbed demonic energy from the fissure. Kangwoo gritted his teeth and endured it, ignoring his transforming body, willing to sacrifice everything if necessary. He even ignored the warning message from the system. Warning, demonic energy level too low. Kangwoo told himself with iron determination, I will seal this fissure. Immediately after, another notification from the system appeared, commencing demonic energy purification. Witnessing his appearance, Akiyama Ichiro, standing nearby, couldn't help but secretly admire him. What is this, suppressing a rioting fissure with pure strength alone? Even a Grand Archduke of the Nine Hells couldn't do this. Is he really human? Well, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Seeing Kangwoo stumble as he withstood the terrifying surge of power, Akiyama Ichiro spoke up. No matter how much he struggles, it's already too late. Cracks began to appear on the jewel at that moment. Just a second later, it shattered completely to Akiyama Ichiro's delight. The ritual was a complete success. Akiyama Ichiro turned towards Lilith with eyes full of anticipation and said, Lady Lilith, please reveal your true form to your loyal servant. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was startled. Lilith landed and spoke, Thank you, you useless human. Thanks to you, I have regained my true form. Akiyama Ichiro froze on the spot, his legs turned to jelly, and he slumped onto the ground.
Kangwoo spoke with a face pale from exhaustion. I told you to stop, you bastard. Akiyama Ichiro stared blankly ahead and muttered to himself, Is this the true form of Queen Succubus? Lilith replied with amusement, You seem enchanted by my beauty, don't you? Well, after having to look at those ugly human women, it's natural to feel that way when seeing me. You did well, human. I want to reward you, but my king is watching, so I cannot. As soon as she finished speaking, Lilith struck Akiyama Ichiro directly in the head with her tentacles, amidst his extreme bewilderment. If so, all this time, what was everything for? After dealing with him, Lilith stepped forward. She beamed a radiant smile and spoke, My lovely king. Kangwoo screamed in utter terror, Don't come near me. Moving her tentacles toward him, Lilith asked, What are you saying, my king? Kangwoo, helpless to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, voiced a greeting. It's been a long time. However, in his heart, he was screaming incessantly, Spare me, Lilith. Looking at Lilith's excited appearance right in front of him, facing the tentacles constantly reaching out, Kangwoo could only pray in despair. His face was pale without a drop of blood. His lips moved as if intending to utter a desperate plea for help. Someone please save me. Answering his call was a strange voice speaking up. It's been too long since I last saw you. Lilith manifested with a lustful face, her tongue constantly licking her lips. She slowly approached and spoke in a sweet voice.
Although I know the king has always missed your servant Lilith, I apologize for not coming to your side sooner, my king. A thought completely opposite to her words arose in Kangwoo's mind. I never missed you at all. Lilith's figure vanished into the void, leaving only her voice lingering around his ears. But rest assured now, my king. Lilith suddenly tightened her embrace around Kangwoo, shedding her disguise to return to her original form. Kangwoo's face turned even paler, his voice weak as he spoke. Please, change back to human form. Can't you turn back into a human? Like a bashful beast, Lilith wrapped her arms around her body as her tentacles slowly retracted. No, it is not that. I just feel ashamed to let the king see such a terrible form. She let out a sigh with a somewhat dry voice. But to live in the human world, my true form would only be a hindrance, so I have prepared the ability to transform into a human form. Kangwoo nodded, his gaze shifted elsewhere. That's right, living here in a demon form would be too inconvenient. With arrogant confidence, Lilith carefully caressed his face. Indeed, my true form is too magnificent for humans to bear. Being too beautiful is sometimes a burden. At the same time, countless doubts arose in his heart. I don't really understand, but generally speaking, Lilith wants to integrate into the human world, so she transformed into a human form. Then, if I entice her correctly.
After a moment of silence, Kangwoo spoke up. Yes, you are right. His voice dropped low, tinged with jealousy and possessive desire. Humans could never withstand your beauty, and I also don't want flies buzzing around you. Lilith burst into sly laughter, tilting her head to the side while her tentacles playfully waved. Are you jealous? My king, you are truly too cute. Kangwoo wrapped her arm around her waist, leaned in close, and lowered his voice in warning. He stepped closer, his eyes slightly drooping. Lilith, I don't want anyone to see your true form. Hearing those words, she froze, her eyes widened. My king. Kangwoo forced a smile and spoke slowly. So, Keep that human form forever." Hearing these words, Lilith immediately looked sulky. But that human form is very ugly. Seeing that reaction, he leisurely approached, his voice as gentle as lapping waves. "What I care about is not appearance." Looking straight into Lilith's eyes, Kang Wu once again affirmed, "But it is you, it is Lilith, the appearance does not matter." She immediately responded in a mesmerized state, "My king." Just a moment later, Lilith agreed, "I understand. Even if it is a disgusting form, if it is your majesty's will, I will live in human form." Hearing that, an intense joy erupted in Kang Wu's heart. "I am finally liberated from those cursed tentacles, no more being startled in the middle of the night." Lilith spoke with a shy voice. "I was worried your majesty wouldn't like it, so now I am truly relieved." Here, the corner of her lips curled up into a sinister smile. "Actually, since humans call my human form a beauty, I wondered if the standards of beauty between humans and demons were different." A ghostly smile bloomed on her face while her eyes glowed. "But in the end, your majesty prefers my true form." Lilith's voice dropped significantly as her body leaned towards Kang Wu. "Do not worry. I will only revert to my true form when I am alone with you, your majesty. And right now, we are alone." On the opposite side, a wave of panic began to invade him.
Wait, Kang Wu stepped back, raising his hand reflexively to block the approaching tentacles. "Hold on, Lilith. I'm telling the truth. You look better in human form. I hate tentacles. Looking at you right now, you just look like a disgusting monster." She let out a gasp of admiration. "Oh my, what is there for the king to be shy about? But don't worry, I won't run away." Lilith's voice echoed like a sweet curse. "My beloved king, we will be together forever." Watching the tentacles rushing toward him, Kang Wu let out a shout that shook the space. A mechanical system voice rang out simultaneously as a streak of light swept across. "The refinement of the fissure's demonic energy is complete. Your demonic energy stat has reached 130. The 8th awakening attribute has bloomed." Kang Wu stared intently at his palm. Countless thoughts rose in his heart. Demonic energy 130. Last time, I gave up because of Balak. My magic has recovered. And just like that, I survived. My mind is now much clearer and calmer. Opposite him, Lilith looked at Kang Wu with an utterly innocent expression. "My king," he commanded decisively. "First of all, change back into human form." Then, he silently thought, "This ridiculous farce with Lilith ends here." Seeing this, she intended to speak, but Kang Wu cut her off coldly. "Lilith, don't make me say it again." Lilith didn't argue anymore and softly replied, "Yes, my king." In his heart, he silently cursed. "Damn it. Instead of having to witness such a disgusting scene, let's check the 8th awakening attribute." A system interface appeared right before his eyes. 8th awakening attribute, Archduke Slayer, rank SS. Effect, allows the use of an Archduke's authority by absorbing their soul. Kang Wu couldn't hide his confusion. The authority of an Archduke. Fragments of memories from the past suddenly rushed back into his mind. The power of the 7 great Archdukes, including Satan, was sealed in the abyss of the 10,000 Demon Corps battlefield. Even when he was the Lord of the 9 Hells, that was still a place he couldn't touch. Yet now, he could use that authority. He tilted his head, making calculations. Judging by the activation conditions, it seems the Soul Reaper attribute can apply even to the Archdukes. It is highly likely that the soul of a Grand Archduke is linked to the second condition for becoming a demonic spirit body. The problem is that I now need the soul of a Grand Archduke. Right at this moment, Lilith's voice rang out, cutting off Kang Wu's train of thought. "My king, your servant has completed the transformation." Lilith reappeared in human form. With long, flowing hair, snow-white skin, and red eyes that seemed hesitant, her appearance was completely different. Seeing this, he involuntarily exclaimed, "This is true happiness." The ideal scenario would be to prevent her from reverting to her demon form, but this is good enough. She made a sulky face. "With this disgusting appearance, I cannot seduce the king."
Kang Wu hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, what about the real Kurosaki Yuri?" Lilith answered quickly. "Currently, I have completely controlled her consciousness, so she is fast asleep." He hurriedly asked, "Can she be awakened?" She nodded. "Yes, if you order it." Kang Wu's face became serious as he continued asking, "What about Kurosaki Yuri's ability? She should have the power to borrow strength from another world." Lilith let out a soft breath. "I am not sure about that. Currently, I cannot use that power." The atmosphere seemed to freeze as Kang Wu silently made an assessment. "So this is her own unique ability. I see. I had hoped to use that power to summon the soul of a Grand Archduke, but I have to postpone it." His voice dropped lower. "So for now, tell me what has happened since you joined the demon cult." A long while later, the fire in the cave kept flickering ceaselessly. Inside, Kang Wu stood with his arms crossed, his tone filled with reproach. "You were dissatisfied because the demon cult worshipped other demons instead of worshipping me.
So you tried to insert my name into their doctrine? She immediately knelt down, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I apologize. I did not know about the relationship between you and the demon cult.
To think they were stupid enough to provide information to the enemy. Hearing that, he did not hesitate to give the order. For now, return to Japan. A flicker of suspicion briefly rose in Kangwoo's mind. The great archdemons, the leaders of the demon cult. Last time they tried to summon and control Balak, an entity that even I find difficult to predict, and now they want to turn Yuri's body into a vessel for fusion with Lilith. Even if the demon cult has developed for 1,000 years, could they really do such things with only human knowledge? What exactly are they? Kangwoo stared at Lilith unblinkingly. So the demon cult still knows nothing about my true identity? Her face looking slightly tense, she hurriedly replied, Not exactly. We have begun to distribute the Book of Hell within the cult. He asked immediately with curiosity, The Book of Hell, what is that? Lilith calmly explained everything. It is a rough record of the 1,000-year war in the 9 hells. They still believe that the 7 great archdukes are the rulers of hell. Kangwoo spoke in a tone as if summarizing the issue. So you cannot distribute that book publicly. She nodded slightly. That's right. They view the archdukes as gods. His voice turned icy, creating an invisible pressure weighing down on Lilith. Then there is still hope. Where exactly are they distributing that book? She looked up at him. That place is... The scene suddenly changed to an urban area. Amidst hundreds of densely packed skyscrapers, Kangwoo stopped walking. Is this it? He gently pressed the tip of his foot against the road surface and exclaimed, The outskirts of Cheongdong. No wonder it's hard to find, hiding in a place like this. Immediately after, Kangwoo activated the authority of observation, bowing his head low and closing his eyes.
Thoughts began to race through his mind. The goal was to sneak into the demon cult's base discreetly. He needed to confirm the popularity of the Hell Book, and perhaps they had information he hadn't anticipated. He utilized the authority of insight to observe the hall below, while clearly expressing his suspicion. A demon here? At most, it's a demon from the 9 hells. It's not strange for the demon world to appear within the demon cult, but for those demons to be sitting together with humans and studying? Thinking this, Kangwoo's eyes widened even more. He had to investigate this. A long moment later, he looked down blankly. What is this? Like an old spy movie? Do I really have to crawl into the ventilation shaft? Whatever. Just at that moment, Vagan's voice rang out. I never thought that this world, Earth, would have humans capable of using demonic energy. He spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. And their level far exceeds the dark mages on the Urnor continent. Even most of the demon world might not be able to withstand them. Bala quickly replied, No, that's not it. Compared to the subordinates of Archduke Lucifer, they are merely flies. Back to Kangwoo, a big question arose in his mind. He heard they were subordinates of Lucifer from Urnor, but why were they at the demon cult base? Suddenly, Vagan's voice echoed from below like an oath. Lord Lucifer has surpassed even the realm of an Archduke and attained divinity.
Call him the evil god. Park Young-chan bowed his head, his heart filled with awe. Excuse me, he asked immediately with curiosity, but why are the evil god's subordinates, who are supposed to be in another world, here? Jarkin dropped a cold remark. We are here to question the sins your cult leader has committed. He almost screamed in his throat. What? Jarkin looked deep into Park Young-chan's eyes. We already know everything from Halphus. Surely you don't intend to pretend you don't know. His voice trembled intermittently. Please, spare my life. We know nothing. Jarkin suddenly swung his fist into the air and then slammed it hard onto the table with all his rage. Dare to deny it? Jarkin roared, his eyes glowing red like burning coals. That your master, Satan, killed Lord Phoenix and Lord Memphis. Did you think we wouldn't know? Meanwhile, Park Young-chan appeared extremely confused. What? Did you just say Satan? Kangwoo analyzed the situation as fast as lightning. It could be said that they came to question Satan, but the fact that Lucifer sent subordinates implies something else, that he wants to avoid a war with Satan.
In the demon world, every conversation is always wrapped in blood and slaughter. Yet Lucifer, the one struck first by Satan, wanted to settle everything through negotiation. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that he determined he could not defeat Satan, the one who holds the demonic energy sea. But that possibility is unlikely, because Lucifer would rather fight for the demonic energy sea to the death than give it up. He pondered briefly. The remaining possibility is that he is in a dire situation and cannot focus on Satan. It's unclear what is happening. It could be the archangels he fought before, or perhaps God himself. But that is no longer important. What matters is that even after being struck first, he still chose dialogue, which means he is desperate. Lucifer is feeling the pressure. And if that's the case, from downstairs came the trembling voice of Park Young-chan. I don't understand what you were saying. The one we serve is not Lord Satan. The one we serve is... Right then, a pillar of light suddenly beamed down from the sky. At this sudden turn of events, Joggin widened his eyes in disbelief. What is that?
Kang Wu's voice rang out, cold as ice. What are Lucifer's dogs doing here? He immediately fell into panic. My lord, a suffocating wave of demonic energy pressed down, causing a terrifying thought to flash through Jagan's mind. Could it be? Kang Wu walked over leisurely and declared in a deep voice,
Yes, I am the leader of the demon cult. I am Satan. The moment they saw Kang Wu, everyone turned to look at each other with expressions of extreme bewilderment. He is Satan? Witnessing that scene, Jagan roared with a powerful voice, What are you doing? Kneel down! Having said that, he turned around and knelt on one knee on the floor. This lowly slave greets your highness. I am Jagan of the lineage of Lucifer. Kang Wu asked immediately without hesitation, his tone extremely stern. Jagan, why have you come to Earth? I thought I had conveyed my will to you through Halphus. He appeared a bit hesitant. About that? Jagan suddenly pulled out a clear crystal ball. He carefully offered it towards him. Lucifer wishes to speak with you. Hearing this, Kang Wu stepped closer and asked with a suspicious voice, Speak? Lucifer wants to speak with me? Jagan replied with a trembling voice, Yes. Seeing this, Kang Wu slowly reached out and touched the crystal ball. His mouth kept muttering incomprehensible words. A conversation, huh? Immediately after, to Jagan's astonishment, he suddenly crushed the crystal ball with force. Jagan screamed in panic, Your Highness Satan, what are you doing? In contrast to Jagan, Kang Wu burst into hearty laughter, then abruptly switched to rage and screamed, Talk? He wants to talk? After saying that, Kang Wu continued to chuckle. How amusing! He roared, the sound shaking the entire auditorium. That's truly entertaining.
Kang Wu suddenly pulled out an axe, the corners of his mouth curling up into a wicked smile. Facing this scene, Jagan couldn't hide the confusion in his heart. Your Highness Satan, why are you holding a weapon? He pointed the cold tip of the axe straight at his eyes. Listen carefully. Blood suddenly splattered everywhere, while Kang Wu continued to laugh manically. He opened his mouth wide and roared. Among demons there is no such thing as talking. In an instant, Jagan appeared with his head completely missing. Witnessing that horrific scene, the surrounding crowd fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, a man jumped up from his chair. What? The subordinates also stood up one after another. Their eyes were filled with fury as they looked towards Kang Wu. What is going on, Satan? We came here for Prince Lucifer. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his axe and charged at them. Didn't I just tell you? Even before their bodies hit the ground, Kang Wu was already smirking. Demons don't need to talk. Having dealt with them, he suddenly turned in another direction. The big guy stared at Kang Wu without looking away. Why? Why are you so hostile towards us? He repeated the words mockingly. Why, you ask? Then Kang Wu asked back with a calm expression. Do demons need a reason to start a war? He shrugged slightly and let out a cackle. A conversation between demons? How ridiculous. That is the kind of thinking only a weakling like Lucifer would come up with. The big guy couldn't hold back and screamed, Don't you dare insult Prince Lucifer, Satan!
Kang Wu looked at him and smiled, then slowly reached out his hand. Then prove that he hasn't become weak, Kang Wu continued in a cold voice. We were born to kill, living in bloodlust. He decisively lifted the large man's body. A low voice resonated. Tell Lucifer. Kang Wu leaned in close, looking straight into his pain-contorted face. If he doesn't have the courage to come to this world himself, he'd better sit still there. The large man tried to speak. You don't understand his lordship's situation. Hearing that, Kang Wu laughed again. You're right. I don't know what situation he's in. And I don't need to know. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a dagger. His voice was deep and murky, carrying a chilling insight. But I know one thing for sure. He is very desperate. This is a good opportunity for me to devour his soul. The large man screamed in panic. Wait, this isn't the time for internal strife. Don't you know that heaven is acting to wipe out the entire demon race? He continuously threw out a series of questions. After the Aranor continent, the next place will be here. Do you want to slaughter each other and end up being incinerated by heaven? Kang Wu frowned slightly. As expected, heaven, huh? A cold, sharp laugh rang out like an invisible slap to his face. Heaven? Were you pushed to the point of submitting to that trash? He roared in fury. They aren't trash. You must know as well. The 9 hells have weakened significantly after the war with Demon King Olms. Heaven has been building up its forces for a long time for a protracted war. The words he spoke were like a passing breeze, yet authority was evident in every letter. The Demon King died by my hands. With a straight back, Kang Wu's arrogant aura filled the auditorium. He lowered his voice to give an order. And I have also taken the demonic energy sea. The forces of heaven cannot touch me. Tell Lucifer this. Stop trembling at the feet of angels. Come and meet me. Kang Wu's voice dropped, his might silencing the entire space. Tell him he must fight me. Satan.
and retake the demonic energy sea if you can. You are choosing the path of destruction yourselves." Having said that, he turned away, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. "Listen clearly, descendants of Lucifer. The demon race has no such thing as cooperation." Saying so, Kang Wu did not hesitate to throw the large man's body violently forward. Witnessing that scene, the rest retreated in terror. He walked leisurely toward them. "Where do you intend to go?" One of them asked with a trembling voice. "Are you really Satan?" Kang Wu did not reply. He looked at the crowd and smiled, then tapped lightly on the mask. "Before that, I have a few questions." The crowd questioned angrily. "That mask belongs to a guardian. Did you deceive us?" An arrogant man stood up straight. "I will not answer a lackey of Gaia." He swung his sword decisively. "You do not have the right to choose whether to answer or not." Kang Wu looked at the two of them like cornered beasts. "Come to think of it, I don't need both of you to speak." He clenched his fist and laughed coldly. "Who will speak up?" A moment later, Kang Wu probed. "So you don't know how far the hell scripture has spread?" The man hurriedly replied, "Yes, because its content is too absurd." The other one chimed in, "I think it's only passed around as an entertaining story at other headquarters." Hearing this, Kang Wu fell into deep thought. "So I have learned 3 things.
First, Lucifer is currently confronting the forces of heaven. Second, the Hell's scripture has not been widely circulated yet and is merely regarded as a novel. Third, there is a demon cult location in China, which is very likely their main headquarters. It seems I have gathered enough information." He asked in a calm voice, "How many believers are in this facility?" The other person trembled all over, breathing raggedly. "This is just a small facility, only about 50 people. Another one chimed in, "We have never even participated in summoning demons before." He fell to his knees, his voice cracking with sheer terror. "I will turn myself in, as long as you let me live." The one standing next to him hurriedly spoke up, "I will also accept the judgment of the law." Kang Wu lowered his eyes, a thought rising in his mind. "Since I am now a member of the Guardians, I cannot kill indiscriminately anymore. I cannot trample on human rights just for the title of Hero of Light." He gently waved his hand. "Never mind. I will treat you all as humanely as possible."
Kang Wu suddenly pulled out a dagger. The group, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by humane?" He coldly threw the dagger to the ground. "I will spare one of you two." Kang Wu's voice rang out gently. "I only need one person for the final task, so the two of you must kill each other. Whoever wins, lives." The other person screamed, despair evident in every word. "How can a hero of light do something like this?" The remaining one raised his voice in question. "You just said you would treat us humanely." He emphasized every word clearly. "Hey, I'm giving you a chance, not the right to choose." As soon as the sentence ended, a glint appeared in the man's eyes. The other turned to look with eyes cold as ice. Immediately after, both frantically rushed towards the dagger. One was faster, grabbing the dagger and stabbing at the other without hesitation. "Die!" The other man, filled with resentment, swung his hand and slapped him hard. "You bastard!" Instantly, both pounced on each other like wild beasts. The man spoke with an angry voice. "You can't move like that." The other yelled, "You fight so badly." At the same time, Kang Wu calmly dropped a comment. "Not bad." Watching the two pulling each other's hair, he nonchalantly encouraged them. "Good job, good job." Kang Wu froze, looking at them in bewilderment. "Why did you stop fighting?" Immediately after, both of them screamed in unison like madmen.
Their voices were filled with resentment. "You depraved bastard! Did the name of light spawn a piece of trash like you?" He couldn't hide a sense of bewilderment. "I just relied on my ability to give you two a chance to live. Is there any way more humane than that?" Kang Wu smirked, his face wrinkling as he realized something unusual. He showed a dissatisfied expression. "Hearing that, people might actually think I'm really trash." The scene shifted to a street as dusk began to fall. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the entire building to tremble. From beneath the ground, pillars of light suddenly shot straight up into the sky. Facing the terrifying spectacle, the dark cult looked around in horror. A man clearly showed fear. "What is going on?" Another vigilantly observed the surroundings. "Is there an explosion in the basement?" Meanwhile, another man began to ponder deeply. The unidentified demons that appeared at the branch a few hours ago. Could it be them? But why attack us? Just then, the general manager slowly approached, speaking in a dry voice. "Everyone run. This place is about to collapse." The crowd turned around in astonishment. "General manager!" He hurriedly announced. "It's a raid. Lucifer's minions are attacking the demon cult." Hearing that, a man couldn't hide his shock. "Lucifer's minions?" The other continued to ask. "Why are they targeting us?" Without a second thought, the general manager shouted, "This isn't over yet. Hurry up, escape outside and report to the demon cult." He tried to scream as loud as possible.
Demons from the Urnor continent are about to appear on Earth. The general manager's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. The dark cult members looked down in bewilderment.
Chief Manager. They turned to exchange glances as if discussing. A moment later, having fully grasped the situation, a man hurriedly shouted a warning. It's war! Luciel's subordinates have declared war on the demon cult. Notify the other branches immediately. Meanwhile, the chief manager's lips twitched slightly. Kang Wu spoke up. Well done. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim, Turns out you have better acting skills than I thought. The chief manager struggled to let out weak sounds. Hey, what about the promise? Kang Wu tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile.
Of course, I will keep my word. The general manager trembled, urging, Then pull me out of here. He asked back with a bewildered expression. Why should I do that? The general manager almost screamed in despair. What? He gritted out each word, full of resentment. You promised to live, didn't you? I even killed the trusted subordinates I relied on and pretended to be a fool just for that promise. Kang Wu replied with a calm attitude. Living and getting out are two different things. Get yourself out. He whistled softly. I'll be waiting outside. He bent over, trying to suppress the rage waiting to explode. You bastard. I knew it would be like this. Must I use this then? Magic stones are gems used to refine demonic energy, capable of drastically enhancing strength, but if uncontrolled, the violent energy turns the user into a monster. The general manager slowly put the magic stone into his mouth. Normally, I would never use it, but now isn't the time to hesitate. I will live at all costs. I will live and take revenge on that bastard. Kang Wu suddenly appeared and burst out laughing, his tone prolonged and mocking. It's been a long time since I met someone like you. Kang Wu continued to laugh with delight, as if watching prey struggle. I knew you wouldn't die obediently, so I waited to see what you would pull out. And indeed, it's not bad. Realizing his intention, the general manager hurriedly begged, No, don't. He shrugged slightly, as if receiving an item of little value. Honestly speaking, this won't help much now, but it's better than nothing. Thanks, I'll put it to good use. Saying that, Kang Wu calmly walked away, leaving the general manager with his rising fury. His throat-tearing scream rang out, filled with hatred. You devil bastard, go die in hell. The scene shifted outside, where a large, deep pit appeared on the ground. At the same time, Kang Wu tilted his head back, and the magic stone instantly flew into his mouth. He chewed it for a while, and then remarked, Just so-so.
As expected, it wasn't very effective. A glint flashed in Kang Wu's eyes. It seems I have to hunt an archduke myself. An archduke's soul is the key to unlocking the second condition to become a demon god. A notification window appeared. Demon god. Condition 1, soul upgrade achieved. Condition 2, undetermined. Another notification window popped up. 8th Awakening. Archduke Slayer. Rank SS. Effect. Consume an archduke's soul to use their authority. He silently made a decision. But right now, there is only one way for me to obtain an archduke's soul. There is only one archduke confirmed to have resurrected. Lucifer. I must bring him to this world. The seed has been sown. Through Halphus, I have spread the existence of the demon cult and that Satan holds the demonic energy sea. That guy who fainted must have woken up by now and is reporting back to Lucifer about what happened today. With this, the conflict between the demon cult and Lucifer will reach its peak. Lucifer will move to eliminate Satan, for to an archduke, such humiliation is unforgivable. He will clash fiercely with Satan and the demon cult. That is when I will ambush him, take his head, and collect his soul. The problem is Lucifer's strength.
Even if I'm exhausted after fighting the demon cult, there's no guarantee I can win 100%. Lucifer is one of the strongest archdukes, comparable to Satan. A one-on-one fight wouldn't be simple, but if I have the help of Balak and Lilith, it is entirely possible. Thinking this, Kang Wu sat up and began to outline a plan. After all, he couldn't just sit and wait for Lucifer to arrive. He had to continue hunting demons and accumulate power step by step. A flash of insight struck Kang Wu. To do that, he had to find the demon cult's contact points in China. But China is vast. Even knowing the rough location, it took him half a day to find this place in such a huge country. Finding all the demon cult's contact points alone was nearly impossible. Even with the help of the 10,000 sword sect under Chon Mu-jin, it would be useless. To root them all out, the whole world must be mobilized. Although the Guardians have connections with leaders like Yuri or Chon Mu-jin in various countries, we don't have the authority to order them around like subordinates. Right then, Kang Mu reached out his hand, and a skier instantly formed. He let out a long sigh. It seems I'll have to use a few tricks. The scene shifted to a vast room with a table and chairs set right in the center. Gaia asked with a voice full of doubt, "A summit meeting, you mean?" He confirmed before she could finish her sentence. "Yes, that's right."
Amidst the tense atmosphere, Gaia sighed softly. Gathering the leaders of nations worldwide to discuss the demon cult will not be an easy discussion. She continued at a slow pace. No matter how urgent it is, every country has its own internal affairs. Even if a conference is organized, it's hard to hope for a drastic change. Hearing these words, Kang Wu thought to himself, just as predicted, it's not easy at all. Gaia suddenly changed her tone and spoke decisively. No one would dare refuse a proposal coming from the hero of light.
We will try to push for it. Kang Wu forced a smile. Yes, thank you.
Inside, he couldn't help but feel secretly amazed. Has she always been like this? Kang Wu narrowed his eyes, looking towards Gaia. For now, everything was proceeding more smoothly than he had imagined. There was only one variable that concerned him. If the demon cult is vastly superior to Lucille's forces, there are still many uncertainties regarding the demon cult's true power, especially the face of the demon. In the worst-case scenario, he might lose Lucille's soul right before his eyes. He let out a forced laugh, trying to dispel the dark thought that had just kindled.
But perhaps it's just needless worry. Surely the demon cult can't be stronger than a Grand Archduke. Elsewhere, amidst a vast snow-covered land, inside a dark cave covered by a thick layer of snow, the sound of slow footsteps echoed. A figure in black attire slowly approached a sphere. That person gently knelt on the ground. Ilya bowed her head slightly, expressing reverence. Apostle of the demon, Ilya greets the face of the demon. A deep, heavy voice emitted from the sphere, seeming to want to drag the entire space into darkness. What is it? Ilya bowed her head even lower. There have been many fluctuations, large and small, within the cult. I have come to report. The demon gritted its voice. Speak. Her voice trembled slightly. First, the face of fire is about to awaken. I will convey the message so he acts according to the plan immediately after awakening. It seems satisfied. Good. What's next? Ilya continued the story. The summoning of Balak failed. To be precise, we could not control him. The demon appeared calm. It does not matter. With the Demon King gone, I did not expect anyone to be able to control him anyway. As long as he causes a bit of chaos, that is enough. Her voice dropped. But it seems he was defeated by a follower of Gaia, so the result was perhaps not as expected. Hearing this, it showed suspicion. Balak was defeated, even for a chosen one of God. No human could withstand that kind of monster. Ilya's lips curled into a smirk. It seems I must make additional preparations. In fact, there will certainly be a favorable opportunity soon. She spoke with a decisive tone. At that time, I will personally take action.
Seeing this, the demon coldly signaled, I will leave it to you. Is there anything else? Ilya quickly replied, there is still one more report. It showed interest and asked immediately, is it worth hearing? Ilya hesitated for a moment and then spoke clearly word by word. According to the survivors from the Middle East branch, the one who attacked them was a subordinate of Lucifer from the Urnar continent. Demonic energy surged like a storm as the demon roared in anger. What? It quickly calculated, and then gave the order. There must be some misunderstanding. Lucifer would not act so rashly. If he sends envoys, do not provoke them. Try to persuade them to return. Ilya quickly obeyed. Understood. The demon did not forget to add. Anyway, the most important thing is still to awaken the Demon King and accelerate the plan. Ilya bowed, and quickly replied. Understood. I will notify the China branch to quickly awaken the face of the nation. Having said that, Ilya bowed. Everything proceeded according to the will of Lord Satan. The scene shifts to Washington, USA, where a skyscraper is located right in the center of the city. At the same time, Han Soa was adjusting Kang Wu's call.
Brother Kang Wu, your tie is crooked. He slightly bowed down to respond to her gesture. Thank you. Seeing that, she made comment. Her tone was a mix of truth and jest. You look much more handsome wearing this. Kang Wu awkwardly scratched his head. Compared to Si-hoon, I'm just a squid. Her voice became serious. What are you saying? That's not true at all. Right at that moment, Echidna ran over and spoke in a clear voice. Kang Wu, wearing these clothes doesn't feel comfortable at all. Meanwhile, Seiya revealed a shy expression. You two look even better than me. These clothes suit you very well. This is the first time I've worn something like this. I feel very shy. Over on this side, Echidna excitedly spun around a few times. She continued to twirl while asking eagerly, Really? Do I look good? Kang Wu seemed to suddenly remember something, turning his head to look around. Ah, right, I heard we're going into the hall with Yeonju. Yeonju suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Seiya, Echidna, are you two ready? She frowned slightly as soon as her eyes met his. It's almost our turn. Kang Wu, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to go with the Guardians? He turned back to answer. The Guardians go in last, so I'm waiting. Hearing that, Yeonju turned to urge the Gone.
Is that so? By the way, it's going to be very chaotic when you enter the hall. It seems everyone is waiting for you. You two go in first. Han Seiwa bowed slightly. Brother Kang Wu, see you later. Meanwhile, he was still in a daze. Hey, why me? She explained calmly. To be precise, it is you. The person whom Black Dragon Kim Shi-hoon values even more than his own biological brother. Anyway, don't let your guard down just because this is a social banquet. I'm going ahead. Kang-woo bowed slightly in greeting. He thought silently. It seems they still care, which is good. The summit aimed at destroying the demon cult led by its master Satan was a massive gathering of national leaders hosted by the Guardians of Light. Contrary to initial apprehensions, world leaders quickly approved the conference, and so today, one day before the summit, heads of state gathered in Washington, USA to attend a banquet aimed at strengthening relationships. Amon looked around with sparkling eyes, and the attendant beside him immediately introduced. They are the ones from the rumors. His gaze stopped at Kang-woo. He was politely bowing in greeting. Yes, nice to meet you. Kang-woo froze for a moment. These people, the way they cleared the path as she approached him, and the way they glanced around her, it was an organized approach. Iris walked up to Kang-woo. Ah, I also realized earlier that there is a separate VIP room in the hall. Meanwhile, he was still lost in his own thoughts and the familiar scent he detected from her. Iris looked at Kang-woo and smiled.
Brother Kang-woo, I have something private to discuss with you. Could you spare me a moment? Kang-woo replied with a good-natured attitude. Of course. Interest began to rise within him. This bitch is interesting. A long while later, a sweet female voice spoke up. Brother Kang-woo, come on, open your mouth. She asked with great amusement. How is it? Is it tasty, Brother Kang-woo? You eat so well. Try this one too. Meanwhile, Ilya calmly took a sip of wine and silently exclaimed, he's even worse than the rumors. Even though Kang-woo wasn't the one chosen by Gaia, nor was he the sworn brother of Kim Si-hoon, he was recognized for his talent, skills, and sense of justice as a guardian of light. Another voice interrupted the conversation. Brother, have some fruit too. Ilya continued to sink into her thoughts. I heard Gaia trusts him second only to Grace, but it seems she's gone blind, because clearly she can't judge character at all. I thought I could use this guy to curry favor with the Black Dragon and cause a rift among the Guardians of Light. But seeing the Black Dragon value a piece of trash like this even more than his own brother, I have no hope left. Perhaps there was no need to use the incense from the start.
No, that's wrong. Even though he looks goofy, he was strong enough to defeat Balak. I cannot be careless. To be safe, it's best to increase the incense. That special fragrance was spreading throughout the room. This incense, with its core ingredient being a type of magic potion refined from dark arts, had the power to ignite the flames of lust in humans whenever they touched a demon's body. Its effect was so intense that even the most ascetic monks would have to succumb to instinctual desires. Amidst Ilya's ceaseless train of thought, she and her accomplices had taken an antidote beforehand, so they were immune to the incense. If it spread too strongly at once, he might notice and leave, so she would start gently first. She spoke up. Brother Kang-woo, do you like these girls? A look of confusion and surprise appeared clearly on his face. What did you just say? Forgive me, but I don't know if I deserve this kind of treatment. With a voice soft as mist, Ilya gracefully leaned towards him. Lately, you've had to work hard fighting against the demon cult, haven't you? This is the rest that a hero deserves. If you feel they are bothering you too much, I will tell them to leave. The girls, with eyes full of dreaminess, moved closer to him. Appa, don't you like us? The other girl put on a cute, sulky act. I really like you, big brother. Kang-woo asked, turning his eyes towards Ilya. But didn't you say you had something private to discuss? She couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Oh my, at least he didn't forget that. Ilya's voice suddenly dropped. But it's nothing too important. It's just that I admire you very much, Kang-woo, and wanted to chat once. He let out a soft chuckle. Admire me? She skillfully shifted her gaze towards the group. Just the fact that you joined the Guardians of Light for your younger brother is enough to make me admire you. What about everyone else? The man quickly replied. Of course, Mr. Kang-woo's story also moved us deeply. The other one spoke up with a boisterous tone.
A brother bravely heading to the front lines for his younger brother, we admire that greatly. He let out a sigh as if moved, but the corners of his lips curled up in an inscrutable manner. Being treated like this, I cannot just sit still. Kang-woo respectfully presented the bottle of wine like a tribute. This is a premium wine I intended to share with my teammates after the party, but given everyone's dedication to world peace, I cannot keep it to myself. The man burst into hearty laughter. Oh, you didn't have to be so thoughtful. One spoke up with a mocking tone. How did you know I liked wine? Ilya's mind was filled with disdain at that moment. Too easy. How boring. Is that it? Is this the full power of the Guardians of Light?
Just then, Kang-woo handed a glass of wine to her. Miss Ilya, please have a drink. She tried to maintain a calm expression. Ah, thank you. Ilya thought to herself, no matter how she looked at it, he didn't seem like someone who could threaten the demon cult's grand plan. It seemed Satan had overestimated that Balak guy. Well, it made sense. After all, he was miserably defeated by Balak's master, the Demon King. Satan also always avoided mentioning hell, whether it was the Demon King who fought against the 7 great archdukes or his 2 close aides, Balak and Lilith. It was as if he had some kind of trauma. That Demon King only left behind something called the demonic energy sea and said he had burned everything before disappearing behind a wall of fire. Anyway, there was no need to worry about someone who had disappeared. Focus on the plan first. Meanwhile, Kang Wu raised his wine glass high in high spirits. Now then, everyone, let's raise a glass. He shouted the slogan, to the destruction of the demon cult in world peace. Cheers. Without a moment of hesitation, Amon drank the glowing red wine. The others also took turns tasting the strong liquor. A smirk appeared on Ilya's lips. For a pathetic man, his taste wasn't bad. Kang Wu continued to shout, "What a joyous day!" When he suddenly lowered his voice, the crowded room instantly fell into silence. Since we have all gathered here fully, I have something urgent to tell everyone. Someone leaned forward, the alcohol seemingly making the story more intriguing. What is it? Hearing you say that, Mr. Kang Wu, I'm very curious. He looked a bit embarrassed as he turned to the two women surrounding him.
Realizing that, Ilya immediately waved her hand to signal, "Everyone get out, I will call you back later." The group responded in unison, "Yes." She narrowed her eyes to observe Kang Wu. Even though he wasn't fully sober, he was still cautious about who was listening, so it must be a very important matter. Kang Wu didn't forget to issue a reminder. What I am about to say must not be revealed to anyone. The group burst into chuckles. Of course, no one is more tight-lipped than us. Under Amon's curious gaze, his voice spoke up leisurely. Actually, immediately, Kang Wu suddenly lowered his voice. In the wine glasses everyone just drank, he slightly tilted the wine glass in his hand and announced, "There is poison." The glass in Ilya's hand immediately fell to the ground. With a pale face, she spoke in a trembling voice. "What did you say?" Ilya's body trembled uncontrollably. "What did you just say?" Kang Wu calmly dropped a sentence. It's not exactly poison, but it's similar." He spoke in an even, emotionless tone. "Anyway, from now on, everyone must receive an antidote from me periodically. Otherwise, you will writhe in pain and die." The man chuckled. "You're joking, right?" Sitting next to him, Amon intervened, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. "Mr. Kang Wu, you have quite a sense of humor. It seems you are still young, liking jokes and things like this." Meanwhile, Kang Wu casually snapped his fingers. Immediately, veins of blood bulged on Amon's face, causing him to collapse onto the table, clutching his head and groaning in pain. Witnessing that scene, the man asked anxiously, "Lord Amon?" Another also hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Then suddenly he opened his mouth wide and let out a frantic roar. Facing the horrifying scene, the group took turns questioning, "What is going on? Did you do this?" Almost immediately, Kang Wu replied in a nonchalant voice, as if nothing had happened. "I just activated the toxin inside your bodies. From now on, once a week, if you don't take the antidote I provide, you will convulse like that and die." Finishing his sentence, he curled his lips into a smile. "Do you understand?" The group screamed in indignation. "Do you know what you just did?" The man sprang up from his chair, threatening. "This is a crime, even an international crime. Do the Guardians of Light intend to declare war on the whole world?" Kang Wu just shrugged slightly. "I just want to resolve everything as peacefully as possible." The group stood up in unison, one after another questioning, "You are crazy, aren't you? We will make you pay. You will take responsibility. Cancel the aid we promised to the Guardians of Light. Those who call themselves the hope of humanity behave like this. Demon cult. This person definitely belongs to the demon cult." Kang Wu couldn't suppress a sigh. He smirked demonically, his voice echoing, making people's spines chill. "You talk too much. Activate authority of fear." Kang Wu continued.
Is there really that much to say? The men frantically reassured themselves, "Don't look back." Right at that moment, Kang Wu casually rested his legs on the table and issued a reminder, "If I tell you to strip, then just strip." Having said that, Kang Wu calmly observed the group struggling in despair, his fingers moving gently. "If you object, then just go die." At the same time, Ilya couldn't hold back and spoke up to confront him. "I misjudged you, Kang Wu. I thought you were someone who truly stood for justice and world peace, a person more upright than anyone else." Extreme confusion was evident on her face. Why didn't the incense work? The demon's lust should have been an irresistible ambition for any human. Ilya questioned with a stern tone, "Why are you acting so irrationally?" As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden spasm ran through her heart. Could it be? Kang Wu waved his hand, a faint smile blooming on his lips. "Good heavens, if you want to seduce someone, at least be subtle. Can't you see you're blatantly taking advantage of others?" The suspicion in Ilya's heart grew larger.
Is he relying solely on willpower to resist the lust? Kang Wu turned around, looking straight into her eyes. "And if you really want to seduce someone, you should at least offer a pot of kimchi stew." Ilya was stunned for a moment. Does the Guardians of Light possess such a monster? At this point, should I summon my demonic energy to subdue him? But if I do that, the other Guardians will sense the demonic energy and intervene. Then at that time... Just then, the man rushed towards him in a rage. "You bastard!" His fist swung decisively straight at Kang Wu. "Die!" He gently caught the man's wrist. "Hold on, where did you learn to say those words?" Regardless of nationality and species, everyone says the same thing. Immediately after, Kangwoo flung him forward, then leisurely massaged the guy's arm. But initially, I didn't intend to go this far. Whatever the situation, as long as there's support, I don't care. He struggled with all his might. Let go. Kangwoo suddenly tightened his grip on the guy's hand, his voice dropping to a threatening tone. But thinking it over carefully, he shrugged slightly. Once I give in this time, I'll have to always cater to your whims, right? Yeah, that would be fine too, getting to play with you and eat good food happily. Kangwoo continued to speak in riddles. But if that happens, the screen time and dialogue lines for nameless bastards will get longer and longer. The man roared in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know who you just messed with?
And me? He casually loosened his grip on the man. The man immediately screamed in pain while Kangwoo tilted his head, observing. Look at this. Who allowed a nobody to have such a long line of dialogue? He began to criticize. If you were in a webtoon, you would have wasted at least 12 panels. Because of you, 12 panels dedicated to Soa wearing a dress couldn't appear. Do you understand? The man burst into tears, his heart filled with bewilderment. Who is Soa? Having dealt with it, Kangwoo turned back to look at Ilya. All right, I've explained the reasons enough, haven't I? Her face darkened, her eyes looking at him coldly. So what do you want? A long while later, Amon finally spoke up, his voice echoing throughout the room. Then he began to read slowly. By the unanimous resolution of the 47 nations attending the conference, we will immediately proceed with comprehensive aid for the Guardians of Light. First, France will dispatch a special task force consisting of 30 members of the Napoleon Knights to support the Guardians of Light. China will dispatch Chan Brijin and John Sung along with 217 experts from the 10,000 Sword Sect. Japan will send Kurosaki Yuri and her entire escort team. Korea will send 13 members of the Red Rose Guild, Cha Yanju, and both Hwarang squads. Italy will send 10 million euros and 17 agents belonging to the Sale Special Task Force. Kangwoo smiled with satisfaction. They were contributing so much to world peace. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Like this, who wouldn't be moved by such a spirit of sacrifice? Amon continued speaking. In the UK, the Knights of the Round Table will... Seeing this, Kangwoo couldn't help but exclaim, See, even those who were poisoned were moved to tears of gratitude.
Gaia spoke softly. So it is finished, everyone. She smiled radiantly. Thank you, everyone. I sincerely thank you all for making this difficult decision. Gaia placed her hand over the center of her chest and solemnly swore, I will not be so arrogant as to claim that I will take responsibility for every life sent out. I will not say such arrogant words. However, I promise that no one will have to sacrifice in vain. The world is in danger. Monsters continuously pour out from the gates, and Satan, along with the demon cult, is still waiting for an opportunity to destroy this world. This will be a fierce war, but not a single drop of our blood will be wasted. No matter how many people we send or how strong they are, our blood will spill and become a light that illuminates the darkness. Like tiny fireflies gathering in the pitch-black night, we will stand together and tear this darkness apart. Kangwoo applauded ceaselessly. Truly top-tier lines.
Even though he was still recovering from his injuries, Alex's eyes looking at Gaia were still filled with pride and an overwhelmingly surprising momentum. This image was in stark contrast to a hesitant Kim Si-hoon of the past. Thinking of that, Kangwoo couldn't help but chuckle. That guy, he would cling on until the end to survive. At the same time, Soa was staring at him with icy eyes. I smell alcohol and strong perfume on you, Kangwoo, brother Kangwoo. She tilted her head, her lips curling into a slight smile. Can you explain this? All right, he replied tremblingly. Of course. A while later, as night gradually fell over the hotel, a figure hurriedly approached a taxi. Ilya ordered in a gritty voice, to Joliet Airport. The other person quickly responded, understood. She clenched her teeth. Oh, Kangwoo, there is definitely something abnormal about that guy. A political faction painstakingly prepared just to dismantle the Guardians of Light. Yet they snatched away the network built over many years. Just by a cheap trick, poisoning the wine and forcing compliance with the antidote, to reuse those politicians who had been turned into puppets of the Guardians of Light. And also to neutralize the remaining poison in my body, I must first create the antidote myself. The Tibet branch, one of the 5 largest branches. I will go there to start brewing the antidote. Good, I have to go there anyway because of the matter regarding the fire body. Meanwhile, Lilith appeared full of suspicion. Are you letting her go just like that? Kangwoo replied in a low voice. It's fine, I intentionally let her go. She asked curiously, since when did you know she was from the demon cult? He spoke nonchalantly. From the first time I met her. Hearing this, the doubt in Lilith's heart increased. Could it be that you sensed the demonic energy? When your subordinate checked the list of party attendees earlier, I didn't feel anything. Kangwoo spoke in a dry voice.
You can't see it just by looking with your eyes. The demon cult hides demonic energy inside their hearts to completely conceal it. Hearing those words, she couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. But how did the Demon King detect it? He gritted his voice, emphasizing each word. It was the scent. Kang-woo explained calmly. He used a type of incense that ignites lust like a demon's instinct. Only the demon cult can create such incense. He thought to himself, and I cannot mistake that sensation for anything else.
He accepted demonic energy to survive in hell and endured the destructive, bloodthirsty lust that the demon body brought. The destruction and bloodlust of the demon body, the terrifying thirst when all desires burn. Kang-woo turned to look at his fingertips, calculating in his mind, I have been suppressing it day by day until now. Seeing this, Lilith hurriedly spoke up. Oh, is that blood on your hands, my lord? Let me wipe it off for you. He looked at her with a suspicious gaze. You aren't wondering why there is blood? Lilith replied cautiously. I can guess. We don't need to manage the people you poisoned, do we? The Demon King wouldn't use such a clumsy method as poisoning, right? Hearing the answer, Kang-woo smirked. As expected, Lilith was very sharp with these matters. If it were Balak, I would probably have to explain all night. She blurted out a curse. By the way, that human named Ilya was quite stupid. Lilith turned away sulkily. A honey trap wouldn't work on Lord Kang-woo. Except for me, who else could satisfy Lord Kang-woo's body? A scream seemed to echo inside his mind. That's not it, damn it! A moment later, Kang-woo spoke up with a serious reminder. Now that we have received cooperation from the nations, it is time to start preparing.
She lifted the hem of her skirt with the air of a noblewoman. Yes, everything was in accordance with the Demon King's orders. The weather here was extremely harsh, leaving only bleached white bones exposed. White snow had covered the entire headquarters of the Tibetan demon cult. Inside a cave, a magic circle seemed to be activating. He closed his eyes tight and whispered a prayer. There is nothing. What? A person walked over leisurely and spoke. I have used dark magic, standard magic, and modern medical techniques, but I cannot detect any traces of magic. Ilya asked with a look of surprise. What? He then continued. In other words, there is nothing wrong with your body. Hearing this, she looked dissatisfied and asked, there is no poison? The mysterious conversation continued. I thought it might be some kind of parasite, so I checked thoroughly, but I didn't find any abnormalities. Ilya suddenly thought, impossible, as the train of thought drifted through her mind. He had clearly stated that he had poisoned the wine, a type of poison that would kill her within a week if there was no antidote. Horrifying scenes flashed through her mind. The proof was Amon's nightmare, which made him scream and writhe in pain, yet there were no signs of poison in the wine. And then, amidst her contemplation, Ilya suddenly realized, wait, that guy was a normal person, not a player, a weakling who could convulse just from demonic pressure.
Why did I so easily believe his words about it? His overly confident attitude, those eyes filled with such conviction, that typical poisoned wine trope. She immediately turned to her father and asked, what about the bottle of wine I brought? He quickly produced the item. Here. Yuri slowly opened the bottle. I'm not sure, but the wine bottle Kang-woo left in the VIP room. The rich aroma of wine filled the space. Surely the answer lay here. As soon as she caught the scent, she suddenly realized something. This smell. At the same time, in a spacious room, Gaia spoke. Prepare for war.
Kang-woo also chimed in agreement. Right, since we've been promised aid by the world leaders, we must prepare for war against the demon cult. She hesitated, but we still don't know where they are, do we? He spoke while tapping a rhythm on the table. At least we've identified one of their bases, Tibet. The mountainous region of Tibet was where the demon cult's headquarters in China was located. At that moment, Ilya was still struggling to recall the memories. The smell of blood. The press was suddenly hit with a massive shockwave. Earth-shattering news spread across the globe. The number of nations attending the summit reached 47, the highest since the apocalypse, and all their attention was focused on this event. The result was truly astonishing, as politicians chose global peace over their own national interests. The entire world had become a unified bloc. World leaders announced a global alliance led by the United States, named the Guardians of Light. Countless news reports were continuously broadcast everywhere. 6 years ago, on the day of the apocalypse, half of humanity was wiped out by the monster invasion. Even when millions were slaughtered, a global alliance with the cooperation of all nations could not be formed. The Alliance for the Protection of Humanity, Guardians of Light, had Gaia Matabin as its official leader, along with the second-in-command and her advisor, Dragon Sword Kim Si-hoon. The nomination of the Dragon Sword, despite him being a rising star, sparked countless debates. Because his abilities had not yet been recognized at the level of a global player, the controversy reached its peak when a world-ranked player, Jason Hammett, publicly challenged Kim Si-hoon. Then, an event that shook the whole world took place. The duel between Kim Si-hoon and Jason was broadcast live. Kim Si-hoon completely overwhelmed Jason and claimed victory. Thus, the name Kim Si-hoon, along with the Guardians of Light, became famous worldwide. The organization that once hid behind masks to silently protect the world had now officially emerged with the title Guardians of Light. The Dragon Sword had defeated Jason. The sound came from the small screen. Unbelievable, Soa voiced out. The news was full of stories about Si-hoon and the Guardians of Light. Si-hoon is like a distant star now, Kang-woo said gently. You are also a guardian now, Soa. She smiled and said hesitantly. Ah yes, players from various countries, gathering under the name Guardians of Light, were divided into teams based on ability and position, starting their training in groups. Soa was placed in the team led by Kim Si-hoon, the Cloud Dragon team. Han Soa, Tae-soo, Cha Yeon-ju, and Baek Hwa-yeon. Almost all of my close associates joined this team. The impromptu name Cloud Dragon was chosen by Kim Si-hoon himself. Kim Si-hoon beamed. Doesn't it sound cool? Since the day we went public, we've developed at a terrifying speed. The conversation between Soa and Kang-woo continued enthusiastically. How is the training going? It reminds me of the old days conquering dungeons. Now that the whole world knew about the Guardians of Light, there was no longer a need to limit the number of Guardians. Echidna acted pouted, wishing they would stop replaying the exact same news.
All the anime I wanted to watch got postponed, he cursed silently. Lately, she had become addicted to anime. Kang-woo suddenly turned around. Anyway, you don't look so good. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? He asked in a warm voice. Gaia showed signs of discomfort, especially since it was the last episode. Gaia lowered her head and whispered, It's nothing. It just feels like Grace and Si-hoon are so busy they don't have time to rest, so I wonder if it's okay for me to be this idle. He spoke with a bright smile. It's fine. We didn't join because we wanted to be relaxed. Thoughts began to surface. Gaia had started staying with them since the debut of the Guardians of Light. When announcing the Guardians of Light, they deliberately hid his existence and Gaia's. We are hiding for different reasons. I am the ace and the strongest force, while Gaia is our greatest weakness. Thanks to others being so busy, we are enjoying a relatively free life. Gaia spoke up again. Ah, right. Did you investigate the demon cult headquarters in Tibet? Kang-woo recounted calmly. Ah, I just went there a few days ago. He recalled the scenes from that day. I only looked from afar, but the scale is exactly as we predicted. I think there are at least 5,000 demon cultists there. Considering the number of summoned demons, that figure will only increase. It is the largest headquarters among all the demon cult facilities we have discovered. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This will be a real war. You said you wouldn't participate in this battle, right? Kang-woo replied coldly. Even if I participate, I won't be on the front lines.
You might think this is cold, but it is necessary. He thought to himself, if he went to the front lines, the battle would be easier, and the Guardians of Light would visibly minimize casualties. However, Kang-woo continued speaking gently. You've seen it too, when talking to politicians around the world, they aren't worried about the demon cult at all. The players recruited into the Guardians of Light are the same. Thanks to what we do, the public doesn't feel the threat from the demon cult, but because of that, they have never experienced bloodshed and lack vigilance against the demon cult. At this rate, they will become complacent and destroy themselves. They must realize how strong and terrifying the demon cult and the demons are, even if the price must be paid in blood. Gaia just remained silent, unable to say a word, then looked down at the ground. He slowly stood up. Of course, I'm not doing this just to wake them up. There are still other ways to make them realize, but we don't know what will appear in the future.
There is no guarantee that I alone can stop everything, so players must become even stronger to protect the current peace. Kang-woo still harbored indescribable thoughts. To fight against the Demon Kings, we need at least 30 world rankers to inflict any significant damage on a Demon King. It has to be at that level. He reached out his hand and spoke in a warm voice. Gaia, you once said that the blood we spill will illuminate the darkness. She looked up and replied, Yes. Kang-woo looked straight ahead with determined eyes. This war will prove those words. Hearing that, Gaia felt more relieved. 2 months later, an earth-shattering event occurred. Ferocious figures charged in. Hey, $500,000 for each demon cultist head. It's just one fanatic. Why are there so many? Countless screams rang out incessantly. How did they find our location? Block them. Those brutal figures surged forward one after another. I'm getting tired of this mountain range. The battle raged on dramatically and seemed to have no end. Gaia watched the scene before her with a heavy heart. It has begun. Kang-woo stood beside her. Yes.
It has begun. He calmly stood there, observing every development. Kang-woo thought to himself, the teams have completed basic training and have started the plan to ambush the demon cult headquarters in China. There are 10,000 players from all over the world. All are elites among elites, having reached the 7th awakening or higher. Deep in his soul, he always cherished a strong belief. I cannot just stand and watch. Immediately, the power of greed enveloped the space. They were all fighting. Scenarios no one wanted to see continued to unfold. This bloodshed would not be wasted, for the Guardians of Light would become stronger from their blood, for a better future, for world peace. The system suddenly displayed. Death attribute activated. The path leading to the abyss has widened slightly. Kang-woo also spoke up. Humanity will take a step further. A series of information from the system was presented. Death attribute activated. The path leading to the abyss has widened slightly. He remained calm enough to suppress his thoughts. I must not laugh. The players are risking their lives, fighting against the demons. My heart feels like it's burning just because I can only stand and watch. It is truly heartbreaking. Countless notifications appeared. Death attribute activated. The path leading to the abyss has widened slightly. Kang-woo stood there with his train of thought. Heartbreaking enough to make me cry. The system announced once again. Death attribute activated.
The path leading to the depths widened slightly, and then he flashed a vicious smile. I couldn't stop the drool flowing from my mouth. Those aggressive people continued to charge in. Unbelievable. I heard those demons couldn't even stand against the Guardians of Light. Aren't demons always weaker? A demon suddenly appeared. What are they doing in a holy war like this? The group still charged forward in unison. Killing demons pays more, right? They're just pushovers. Let's kill them first. The demon immediately threatened. You charged in, so I thought you might have some ability, but mere mortals dare to look down on demons like this? You have offended me to an unforgivable extent. Suddenly, a long and sharp blade pierced through. Amidst the screams, Kim Si-hoon quickly appeared. Dragon Sword. The two men looked overjoyed. It's the Dragon Sword. He's here. We're saved. So the victory against Jason wasn't just luck. Kim Si-hoon stepped forward and said coldly, "Get lost." The man's face turned pale instantly. "I'm sorry." He angrily scolded. "I told you, do not engage demons without the captain's order. I don't need idiots who can't listen to such a simple command. When we return, leave the Guardians of Light." "If I get expelled, do I have to return all the money I received under the name of the Guardians of Light?" The group immediately knelt and begged. "Please, give me one more chance. I didn't expect the demon to be so strong." Kim Si-hoon coldly turned his back and walked away. He was right. Thanks to him, Kang-woo, everything has gone smoothly so far. Humanity has become weak, like flowers in a greenhouse, like those who still haven't overcome the terror of that day, just like me. But we cannot remain weak forever. He shouted loudly. "Everyone, stick close to your captains. We must fight the demons in strict formation."
Kang-woo thought for a moment. He is doing better than I expected. I thought he would go soft and blame himself again when seeing the weak being killed, but it seems I worried for nothing. Gaia also realized that. It seems Lord Si-hoon is leading them very well, she thought to herself. Hopefully this battle will make them sober enough. In a sense, this battle was a purification ritual. Even if they were terrified by the demon's power, this was still the way to select the players who could overcome it and fight to the end. We have achieved our goal, instilling a sense of danger in them. Kang-woo spoke up. I was mentally prepared for this, but just standing and watching is still annoying. Gaia turned and called out, "Lord Kang-woo." He replied, "I'll take a rest so I don't have to think too much." Kang-woo had everything ready. He raised his voice and asked, "Are you guys ready? Proceed with the plan." One of his teammates then asked, "We have to deal with the remaining demon cultists."
Kang-woo spoke nonchalantly. "Why do you even have to ask?" The person on the other end of the line still seemed hesitant. Use demons to eliminate demons. Respond to murderous intent with even stronger murderous intent. Kang-woo remained calm as he gave the order. Wipe them out. At this moment, a reservoir filled with lava was boiling vigorously. A magic circle full of gloomy aura had been set up in a dark cave. Ilya was still concentrating on cultivating her energy. Spells that were both ghostly and terrifying rang out ceaselessly. She briefly thought, "It has come to this. There is no other way." Suddenly, news arrived. "Ilya, enemies are attacking the facility." Ilya spoke in astonishment. "You mean someone broke inside?" She thought to herself, impossible. Even the Guardians of Light would find it hard to breach the main gate. Ilya stared blankly without saying a word. It turned out she was monitoring everything through an illusion. Is that Balak? Didn't the Guardians of Light kill him long ago? I don't know who that brat and the skeleton next to him are, but the fact that he uses demonic energy proves there is another force besides the Guardians of Light. Ilya fell into a state of extreme panic and shouted, "Damn it! Recall the teams deployed outside immediately!" The subordinate replied stammeringly, "But if we do that, the Guardians of Light will—" This made her fly into a rage. "You idiot! We are being attacked from the inside!" The man trembled and immediately responded, "I'm on it." Holding a magic crystal ball, Ilya suddenly thought,
Balak is a monster that the entire Tibetan branch couldn't hold back even if we gave it our all. We must request reinforcements from other major branches. Block him! Stop him! The crystal ball suddenly emitted a strange light, making Ilya wonder, what's happening? She showed anger. Demon Apostle Ilya Vinkova reporting, the Tibetan branch has just been attacked, requesting reinforcements. A voice echoed from inside the crystal ball. Reinforcements? Don't make me laugh. We are being attacked here too. Ilya asked in surprise. Attacked by the Guardians of Light? A voice rang out. Guardians of Light, my ass. Lucille, the followers of Lucille are attacking.
Ilya thought in bewilderment. Lucilla's followers are attacking? I heard Lucilla is currently embroiled in a war with heaven, so how could he take action now? Hearing that, she became agitated and shouted, "Who dares to attack Lucille's messenger?" The person in the orb continued speaking. "Damn it, we didn't do anything. They just opened a gate and attacked without warning." Ilya looked into the distance, calculating inwardly. If we didn't provoke them first, could they have gone mad from the war? Do they want to destroy us as well? Has Balak joined Lucille's side? Her mouth muttered, but her mind was full of schemes. If so, Lucille attacking the demon cult is also... Ilya suddenly burst into a sinister laugh, shaking the surrounding space. Ilya angrily crushed the magic circle in her hand, gritting her teeth. Balak and Lucille, do they dare touch the demon cult?
Ilya thought briefly that there was only one reason for Lucille to attack the demon cult even in the middle of a war, the magical origin that the demon cult was holding. It had come to this. There was no room for compromise with Lucille. Ilya gritted her teeth. All that remained now was war. Her fury caused lava to boil over and spill out. Ilya remained immersed in thoughts full of self-reproach. Damn it, it's because we weren't fully prepared. The demonic energy is fluctuating violently. Normally, I wouldn't play such a dangerous gamble. She looked up, but that didn't matter anymore. The most important thing now was to awaken the statue of the god before their eyes. As long as that task was completed, all problems would be solved. Ilya's eyes widened in shock as she looked toward the statue of the fire god, the master of fire. The stone fragments instantly crumbled away. Archduke of Greed, Mammon. The voice of a demon apostle rang out. Mammon spoke up, asking, "What is this? You dare to wake me up before the appointed time?" Ilya immediately knelt to confess. "I apologize, fire god statue. The summoning ritual was not complete, but because we were attacked from the outside," he spoke in a gentle voice. Anyway, Mammon reached out his giant arm toward her. "You dare to force me to wake up?" He tightened his grip on Ilya's neck, forcing her to beg. "I'm sorry." Amidst her desperate pleas, surrounding flames seemed poised to burn her alive. "Please, spare my life." Mammon kept a cold expression. "You rotten humans. Just because of you, the origin I accumulated over 100 years has completely vanished. How do you intend to deal with this? You turned my long wait into nothing?" While burning Ilya, he flashed a horrific smile. Mammon loosened his grip. "I'll spare you. It seems Satan is quite fond of you. So, who attacked? Looking at your face, it seems you can't even speak."
Forget it. I'll go see for myself. Damn it, my precious time. To recover, I'll have to remain sealed for another 100 years. Such a nuisance. Or should I just kill you right now? He turned away as he spoke. Fine then. Just for a lowly human, there's no need for me to provoke that madman, Satan. Anyway, I'm finally out after such a long time. I should stretch my legs a bit. Around Mammon, only a sea of fire and a ghastly smile remained, creating a scene of utmost grotesqueness. Behind the snow-covered mountain, that cruel battle had yet to reach its conclusion. Kim Si-hoon calmly observed the situation, his hand gripping his sword tightly. He unleashed consecutive sword strikes to take down each monster. Kim Si-hoon landed softly, his gaze sweeping over every detail as he calculated inwardly.
Something is wrong. It is true that the Guardians of Light are destroying the demons, but their numbers are decreasing too quickly, as if they are moving in groups. Kim Si-hoon froze for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something. This aura. Everyone felt something unusual. From a large rock, fire suddenly flared up violently, making him think to himself, demonic energy. Kim Si-hoon also realized that a bad omen was about to happen. And this isn't ordinary demonic energy. I recognized it from the first time I met his subordinate, Balak. High-ranking demons are on a completely different level. Of all the demons I know, there is only one who can emit demonic energy at this level. Satan. He is there. I know I shouldn't do this. He turned and ordered, "Grace, I leave everyone to you." Grace quickly obeyed. "All right." Having said that, Kim Si-hoon moved to another place as fast as the wind, his mind still racing. But Kim Si-hoon had to accept it. The feeling of unease inside me was screaming wildly. He flew towards the source of the dark aura, thinking to himself that he had to go there. Kim Si-hoon just rushed forward. Right at this moment, inside the cave, the surface of the lava was still bubbling, and desperate pleas for help echoed endlessly.
Save me. The atmosphere in the cave was becoming increasingly chaotic. What is that? Why is Balak here? Seeing that, the monster immediately hatched a plan. I must run. Balak immediately pinned him down, stating firmly, "You can't escape." The monster stubbornly yelled, "Let me go." No one said anything about such a monster being here. It threw a punch. Stupid, noisy thing. Does anyone else want to run? Another figure spoke up. "My minions will hold them back. Even if a few escape, it doesn't matter, because the exit they might use is guarded by my 4 greatest knights. Even many demons from the 9 hells couldn't defeat him." She stood up. "I won't let anyone escape." The chaotic situation was becoming more complex by the minute. "Little dragon, you don't need to push yourself." She replied, "I'm not pushing myself." Balak stood there calmly and spoke. "If this is how I can help him, then I must do it." She spoke up. "He is already perfect. He doesn't need anyone's help. But Kong Wu is being weakened by the system's seal." Balak smiled wickedly, revealing his sharp teeth, and continued. "Right. He said his power was sealed by the Gaia system or something, didn't he?" She remained standing there and said to Balak, "Are you okay?" Balak replied, "I don't know what Lord Kong Wu was like in the past, but he is clearly much weaker now." Balak scratched his head. "Don't worry, little dragon. You still don't know who he really is or what he can do, but the time will come when you realize it. Come to think of it, little dragon, didn't you say you were the daughter of demon dragon Kogoth?" Interrupted by a fierce burst of fire erupting behind him, Balak was forced to pause the conversation, glancing back to observe the situation.
A powerful landing shattered the ground, causing the weak monsters to stumble before they could stand firm. Balak immediately glared and asked, "Are you Mammon?" Mammon smiled slightly and spoke, "So it is you, Balak? This seems more interesting than I thought. I didn't expect to meet a stray dog in this world." A thought flashed through Balak's mind. Mammon, although ranked behind Satan and Lucifer, was still one of the 7 great archdukes. Balak stepped closer and ordered, "Skeleton, little dragon, run away immediately." A thought suddenly occurred to him. As rookies of the Demon King's army, they weren't bad at all, but facing an archduke was completely futile. The entire space was now thick with deathly aura. What they needed now was to summon him. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "No need." Everyone present was astonished. "My Lord Demon King." Kang Wu spoke gently. "Mammon, not bad. A worthy opponent."
Although he tried to appear cold on the outside, his insides were a chaotic mess. Why is Mammon here? I only came to scavenge some demon corpses. I thought a large branch of the demon cult like this might have something valuable, but I never expected to encounter an archduke. Mammon also couldn't hide his astonishment. What is this? What the hell is going on? I guessed that if Lucille was resurrected, the other archdukes would revive as well, but I didn't expect the location to be here. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? Mammon asked with a bewildered expression. "How are you still alive? I saw it clearly. Why are you still here? This is absurd." While the other monsters were silently scheming, what was wrong with him? Mammon still couldn't shake the doubt in his heart. Weren't you completely destroyed? Kangoo thought to himself. Damn it. The demon continued. Why are you killing innocent people now? You were deleted by the system. Why are you still alive, you monster? He suddenly realized. So that's it. Kangoo curled his lips into a smile full of contempt. These bastards, they thought I was dead. When I fell into the fissure with the 10,000 demon core and arrived on Earth, I collided with the Gaia system, and the 10,000 demonic energies within me were sealed. The archdukes back then must have felt my power vanish, so they misunderstood that I was completely destroyed. Because my soul was trapped inside the 10,000 demon core, most of my senses were blocked. I can use this to my advantage. He stepped closer and asked, Did you guys really think I was dead? Idiots. Mammon showed clear terror. Don't come any closer. He spoke again in a gentle tone.
Let's get straight to the point. Submit to me, Mammon. He was shocked. What? You want me to submit to you? Kangwoo calmly approached and spoke. Aren't you tired of the 9 hells? The blood-red sky, the barren land, filled only with devastated air. But compared to that place, this planet is truly beautiful. Have you never wanted to seize it, twist it, and defile it as you please? He gently and warmly reached out his hand. Mammon, don't you want to rule this world with me? He thought to himself. Forget it. Mammon's face clearly shows hesitation. Kangwoo realized, looking at his expression, that he was clearly half-swayed. If he discovered that I had become weaker, he would certainly betray me. So I can't tame him completely. I will only lure him to a certain limit. He used the authority of predation to devour him. The heroic battle between Mammon and Kangwoo had not yet concluded. A giant boulder from the air crashed straight down towards him. Kangwoo still maintained a calm demeanor to face the situation. He used the authority of waves to shatter the rock, causing it to crumble and fall to the ground. Mammon smiled as if he had just discovered a weakness.
That smile made Kangwoo instinctively feel uneasy. Damn it, he continued, my power can sense it from that authority.
Demon King, you have become weaker, haven't you? That statement made Kang Wu realize that his weakness had been completely grasped by the opponent. A sense of anxiety began to rise in Kang Wu's heart. Damn it, the negotiation has failed. In addition, lava continued to gush out. It seemed the demonic energy was continuously agitating the volcano. The place where the demonic energy was leaking was likely the deepest part of this path. If this rampaging demonic energy wasn't stopped, the volcano would erupt. Its scale would be comparable to a major natural disaster, perhaps even affecting the outside world. The Guardians of Light and the demons were fighting. In that situation, if the volcano erupted, both sides would be completely annihilated. This war was for the Guardians of Light to grow, not for them to die in vain. Balak, take the kids to the end of the tunnel and stop that demonic energy. Balak suddenly spoke up, but the opponent, Kang Wu, interrupted and ordered, I will handle things here. Balak obeyed. Your subordinate understands. He quickly disappeared, leaving behind only a message. Everything shall be as the Demon King wishes. Mammon smiled and spoke. I can catch the small fries later. His mind was filled with schemes and calculations. Furthermore, in an instant, his arms swelled up, revealing bulging muscles. Mammon gloated. Demon King, to think that monster has become this weak.
That's right. What I saw back then wasn't wrong at all. It means, now is the opportunity to obtain the demonic energy sea, right? With his grotesque form, he burst into laughter, causing the ground to shake violently. Kang Wu spoke up, cutting off his train of emotion. Don't laugh so hideously, you damn pig. He maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence from his own abilities. Is being beaten like that still not enough? Kang Wu did not hesitate to unleash the first move. Mammon was not outdone either. He summoned blazing flames. Immediately, the flames soared forward, tightening the encirclement around Kang Wu. He maintained his leisurely composure to neutralize the attack. A powerful and absolutely precise strike landed directly on Mammon, creating an earth-shattering shockwave. Kang Wu quickly unleashed the next move, Authority of Explosion. He still tried to struggle up, launching a fierce counterattack. The flames continued to burn furiously, enveloping the entire space in stifling heat. Kang Wu continued to utilize another move, Authority of Gale. A massive fireball was launched to stop him from executing the skill. Mammon seized this golden opportunity, immediately preparing for a sneak attack from behind.
Kang Wu immediately unleashed a continuous series of moves, Authority of Divine Power and Authority of Vibration. The battle raged on with increasing intensity, making the very sky seem on the verge of shattering. Two colossal streams of demonic energy collided, creating a blinding light that enveloped everything. Despite the somewhat uneven odds, Kang Wu still gained the upper hand with a decisive strike. Mammon, unwilling to accept defeat, immediately used scorching slime to counterattack. He gritted his razor-sharp teeth. The slime, which seemed harmless, actually concealed terrifying destructive power. Kang Wu was hit by it, his face contorting in pain. He froze and thought. His left arm was useless now. Kang Wu fixed his gaze straight ahead. Moreover, had he really recovered already? In the past, that regenerating body had made him very difficult to deal with. Regardless, continuing a battle of attrition like this would be disadvantageous. In that case, the god-killing spear alone would not be enough. He needed to unleash an even more powerful strike. Authority of Decay combined with Authority of Ice. His Authority of Ice immediately aimed straight at Mammon. A raging blizzard surged towards him. Kang Wu thought to himself, he had felt it when creating the key to the demonic energy sea. If he used 6 authorities at the same time, his control over the demonic energy would be overloaded. His eyes gleamed with ironclad determination. Since it had come to this, he would abandon control and pour everything into raw power. Mammon seemed to freeze after being hit by that Authority of Ice. Kang Wu half closed his eyes, preparing for a new move. He quickly summoned his ultimate weapon, the Spear of Longinus. The endless battle continued. Mammon showed his determination to fight to the very last breath. What do you intend to do with that short little spear? Kang Wu took a step back to ready his stance. His injured hand still tightly gripped the hilt. He slowly raised the spear with an immeasurable source of power.
Kang Wu threw the spear straight at his opponent. Mammon gently raised his hand to block it. Is this all? But the power hidden within was not just that. It made him freeze in shock. Countless sharp, bone-chilling shards of ice rushed towards him. The solid blocks of ice crashed to the ground. Mammon's body was also completely frozen by those ice fragments, unable to move. Kang Wu knelt on the ground, his breathing becoming ragged. Damn it, did I use too much demonic energy? Even standing felt like a struggle. If it were a normal Archduke-level demon, that last attack would have been fatal. But it seems the battle was not over yet. Mammon used all his power to shatter the solid layer of ice. Kang Wu thought to himself, infinite hell. As expected, it wasn't enough to deal with an archduke who possesses the infinite hell. He frowned and spoke up. I almost froze to death. Kang Wu could only sit there helplessly and watch. Fuck. Immediately, Mammon retaliated with a giant fireball. He smiled triumphantly, revealing his jagged teeth. Mammon shouted arrogantly, the demonic energy sea is now mine. The demonic energy sea that even Satan or Lucifer couldn't obtain has fallen into the hands of Mammon.
Kim Si-hoon rushed in from the outside, but suddenly froze upon witnessing the scene. The sight of Kang Wu trapped within a fireball left him stunned in astonishment. "Brother!" Mammon glanced at the crystal ball and spoke. "What is this? How did a human get here?" He spoke with an arrogant and triumphant tone. "Get lost. I am very busy right now." Rage caused Kim Si-hoon's limbs to tremble violently. Mammon continued performing the ritual. Now let's see. Absorbing the power of the Demon King. He immediately charged forward, unleashing consecutive sword strikes to stop him. Each sharp blade pointed straight at him. Mammon was forced to speak up. "Where did you come from to dare do this?" Kim Si-hoon angrily spewed curses, using those filthy hands to touch him, "You filthy fatso." He still didn't stop, but kept charging straight ahead. Mammon maintained a calm demeanor and stood still. "Brother, you say? I've lived long enough to see everything. A bug that is merely a human is the Demon King's younger brother? Human, I have no interest in fighting right now. Get out of the way." He frowned, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I need to recover but keep getting interrupted. Although most of my power has been sealed, indeed that was the Demon King's final attack. Perhaps due to failing to suppress it, even though I didn't die immediately from one hit, my regeneration ability has significantly decreased. To recover my abilities, I must absorb the demonic energy sea of the Demon King, yet I keep being hindered by these bugs continuously." He immediately released a massive sea of fire. So annoying, really annoying. The heat from the flames flared up so violently that Kim Si-hoon couldn't withstand it. "Get out of the way, human." The terrible destructive force knocked him far away. Kim Si-hoon froze, and a thought flashed through his mind. The Aokiero's sword was melted in a single strike. Damn it, it's too overwhelming. This demon before his eyes was completely different from any demon he had ever fought. His body trembled, and his breathing was uneven. Can I win, or should I run? But I can't leave him behind to escape. The heavenly wind first slash that I realized when facing Halphus. If it's that skill, can it inflict damage on him? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to try one more time. He thought to himself, no, there is no time to hesitate. Mammon's face was now extremely furious. How about you step aside? Kim Si-hoon maintained his fighting will. Remember that feeling back then. He immediately unleashed an extremely powerful move, a technique that lit up the entire space, heavenly wind first slash. Mammon couldn't help but feel surprised. I didn't expect a human to be able to block my attack. Kim Si-hoon also couldn't hide his bewilderment.
Damn it. Perhaps because the sword melted, the heavenly wind first flash could only neutralize the attack? If so, attacking the side where he has no hand is difficult to deal with. He raised his giant finger. It seemed he had identified the weak point to attack. Hand. But Mammon's power proved too overwhelming, leaving Kim Si-hoon unable to resist, and he could no longer hold the sword in his hand. Under his triumphant gaze, Kim Si-hoon collapsed to the ground. Unlike you, I can regenerate. Mammon slowly stepped past his figure. He spoke as he walked. Wouldn't it have been better if you just moved aside when I told you to? Just obediently cower there and watch me absorb the Demon King's power? Kim Si-hoon's arm was no longer intact, but those provocative words once again ignited his fighting will. Kim Si-hoon used his broken sword to stab straight into Mammon's foot. He let out a sharp breath and glanced at him. Kim Si-hoon spoke in a weak voice. You cannot pass. However, that wound seemed to be nothing to Mammon. He angrily swung his arm, knocking Kim Si-hoon away. Mammon spoke with a nonchalant expression. You really are a more annoying human than I thought. Then he leisurely walked on, every footstep shaking the ground. Every step Mammon took left behind a heat wave hot enough to incinerate a person.
He walked over leisurely, leaving behind a chilling threat. It seems you can no longer hold a sword. I told you to step aside, but you wouldn't listen. You just had to cower. Now, witness the reality of the Demon King. Kim Si-hoon still refused to submit. Unable to use his sword, he used his own teeth to bite down hard on that foot. That action forced Mammon to stop in his tracks. He was determined to stop him at all costs. I told you, you cannot pass. You are not allowed to touch my brother, you bastard. Hearing this, he burst into a long, sarcastic laugh. Mammon raised his arm high, preparing to unleash a punch. You just want to die and get it over with, right?
A thunderous punch landed straight on Kim Si-hoon, severely injuring him and causing fresh blood to gush from the corner of his mouth. Mammon displayed a terrible rage. "You should have said that from the beginning. Ah, then we wouldn't have wasted each other's time." Another fiery punch was about to be unleashed. "Come on, just as you wished." Suddenly, another flow of energy appeared from the outside. He was ready to swing his punch. "This time, I will send you off for good." At that moment, streams of demonic energy tightened around Mammon's body. What is this now? He was yanked backward with no way to resist. Mammon could only scream in helplessness, unable to move under the control of that demonic energy. A gentle and calm voice rang out. What is this?" Kang Woo had woken up. "Mammon, why are you doing this?" This event terrified him greatly. Demon King, how can you move? Clearly, I locked you inside the gate of hell." Kang Woo continued to speak in a slow tone. "Ah, you ask how I did it? Consecutive gates appeared at the second gate of the 10,000 Demon Core. That gate was gradually opening, the flames still burning brightly, showing no sign of fading."
Mammon pushed the door wide open. Others might be able to do that. Kang Woo spoke slowly. "Baek Kang-hyun, that deceitful old man. Anyway, they don't know anything, so it's fine." A weak voice spoke up. What are you saying? You crazy monster. Let go." He continued to speak in such a cold manner. "But you are not like them. You know who I am." Kang Woo lifted Mammon's entire body up. "You know what I can do," he asked in a terrifying voice. "So why did you do that? Stop shrinking back like that. Answer me." Mammon trembled in fear, hiccuping soundlessly. "Huh?" he asked in a gruesome tone. "Why did you fight me?" Mammon screamed in terror, rolling around in pain. "Get away!" He used his strength to push Kang Woo down to the ground. Mammon sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath continuously. He thought to himself, a body made of black slime. This form, could it be? A monstrous voice suddenly rang out, making him jump. In his fear, he continuously retreated backward. Don't come near me!" Kang Woo approached ceaselessly, causing his fear to rise to the extreme. His mind at this moment was filled with panic. That mouth, once it latched on, it would tear the body apart without leaving a single piece. Those mouths looked like a nightmare. He summoned a flickering flame in the palm of his hand. Kang Woo gently unleashed a move that severed his arm. Mammon sat slumped on the floor in helplessness. Damn it! Damn it! His eyes widened in terror as he saw Kang Woo in human form, lying sprawled on the ground, flashing a bizarre smile. He was terrified, retreating incessantly. Wait, I was wrong. I will submit to the Demon King. I will serve under you. So, suddenly he released a burst of golden energy and shouted, Die! Kang Woo's creepy chuckling continued to echo in his heart. The weapon of the Nine Hells was a weapon created from the essence of the Nine Hells. Even an Archduke-level demon, if hit directly, would have their soul dissipated. A weakened Demon King would be even easier to destroy. He laughed heartily. This flame. The demons flew in from all sides. Lord Archduke, you finally woke up. Mammon asked curiously, Who are you? The demons explained that they were demons from the 8th Hell who had been summoned here.
We have always been waiting for the day of your resurrection, Archduke. Currently, the battle against the humans is gradually becoming disadvantageous, so we came here to borrow your power, Archduke. Mammon constantly rolled his eyes looking around. Those things didn't matter now. In his heart, he thought, that Demon King, no matter how many times he's killed, he always comes back to life. I absolutely must not let my guard down. But I can no longer sense any of the Demon King's aura. Is he really dead? He burst out laughing. That damn Demon King, always acting so high and mighty, serves him right. You ask why I hit you? Because you're as weak as a snail. Did you say earlier that the humans are causing trouble? How troublesome. But fine, I'm in a good mood, so I'll help. Lead the way. The demon replied, Strange. The demon looked at him with astonished eyes. Lord Mammon, on your face. Mammon couldn't understand what was happening. He reached up to touch his face and suddenly became panicked. What is this? Blood? Suddenly, he retched up mucus-like substances that looked exactly like blood. He writhed in extreme agony. The surrounding demons looked terrified. Lord Mammon, blood. It's blood. Suddenly, black holes behind them gradually sucked them all in. What is this? We're being sucked in. Lord Mammon, please stop it. He was horrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. No, this isn't my blood. The controlled demons were ceaselessly screaming for help. Help, Lord Mammon. He thought, Run, this isn't merely blood. It clearly belongs to the Demon King. Kang Woo sat on the ground, letting out a sigh. Why did you do that? His voice became deep and quiet. Why did you hit me? Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred.
Countless fragments scattered everywhere as Mammon roared in fury. Why? Why won't you die? Why? Just why? Die! Die! Please, just die!
Kang Wu, enraged, rushed towards him. Mammon reached out his trembling hands, struggling to defend himself. He unleashed a fatal attack, knocking Kang Wu back. "This is a weapon of the 9 hells, you bastard. Even you in your weakened state will find it hard to break. Authority of the blade, authority of speed, authority of the sky, authority of the oath." An eerie scene unfolded before them. Mammon screamed in extreme agony, his face clearly showing his unwillingness to accept defeat. Suddenly, he burst into wild, mad laughter. His face became deformed and twisted. He could only beg in despair. "Satan, we were wrong. This monster is the demon of demons, the hell of hells, the predator of predators. We absolutely cannot win." Thus came the second end of Mammon, and the third, there will be no third time. A feeling of utter exhaustion, helplessness, and vagueness washed over, like sleep paralysis.
The feeling of being dragged down into this abyss isn't actually that bad. Kang Wu gave a bizarre smile. It was this again. He bit his lip in anger. These things dared to eat human flesh. Back in hell, those who liked to bite randomly were all lovingly educated by him. He thought to himself, for now, they have temporarily retreated, but it's only a matter of time before they attack again. In his current abnormal physical condition, escaping these creatures on his own to go up is impossible. Come to think of it, why is it that every time he uses too much power, he gets dragged here, the deepest part of the 10,000 demon core, a mysterious land that even he, in the past, had never set foot in, the abyss? It seems something inside that abyss is calling him. He suddenly burst into laughter and flew up into the air. Then I suppose I must pay a visit. By the time you lot realize and chase after me, it will be too late. He shouted loudly. "Hello, I am here upon invitation." A resonant voice rang out. "Kang Wu asks for permission to enter. This is the abyss." Wait, what is that fissure over there? A voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought.
"Why are you here so early?" Kang Wu appeared quite surprised. No, that is not a fissure. My body is trembling. Goosebumps are rising all over. It feels like facing an irresistible existence. It is as if I am standing before a giant eye." "A god?" Kang Wu seemed a bit worried. He thought to himself, even I, in my prime before being sealed by the Gaia system, would not be able to resist this guy. His mere presence alone cannot be compared to Taion. The deep voice of the demon god rang out. "Isn't it not yet time to fulfill the prophecy?" Kang Wu was astonished. "What do you mean? No, who exactly are you? Who are you to be inside me?" The demon god spoke calmly. I am the source and root of all demons, the forefather of devils, the creator of the 9 hells. To put it simply, you can call me the demon god." He thought to himself, "It is true that I am on the path to becoming a demon god, but I have only met half the conditions. Why did the demon god suddenly appear?" He spoke softly. "Source or root, I don't know. Why are you in my body?" The demon god mocked. "You don't know?" He replied calmly. "How would I know? I've devoured all sorts of things, but I have absolutely no memory of eating a god, and Taion disappeared on his own." It let out a grotesque laugh. "Of course you wouldn't be able to remember."
"Because I have resided within you since before you even fell into hell." Anxiety was evident on Kang Wu's face. "What is this demonic energy? What nonsense are you spouting? Before coming to hell, The demon god raised his voice in question. "Were you a normal human? Were you a nobody?" "The authority of gluttony. I am talking about the ability that fits someone obsessed with eating like you perfectly. Do you think a normal human could possess an authority? And the fact that you can use the powers of countless demons you have devoured, and even the fact that you still retain your human ego is truly strange. Don't you think so?" It seemed the demon god had seen through everything. He thought, "It's true. Perhaps because this is an ability I've had and used since I fell into hell, I never found it strange. Hell is a dangerous place, so take one of these abilities with you. I just thought it was a starter ability, like some sort of otherworld privilege." The demon god slowly lowered his body. "Oh human, do you remember your mother's face? Do you remember the being that gave birth to you?" Kang Wu felt an ominous premonition, suddenly asking. The demon god continued, "Let me rephrase the question. Do you really think you have a mother? No life is born of itself. Every life has an existence that serves as its source. Even demons are born from seeds of demonic energy. But have you never found it strange? Why do you have no parents? How are you different from other children?"
The answer is very simple. From the very beginning, it was one. From the very beginning, you were never normal. You must have vaguely felt it too. While others dated and diligently built relationships until the day they fell into hell, you couldn't build any relationships because of the isolation you felt yourself. Now surely you understand by this point just how isolated an existence you are. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder.
You are... Abruptly, Kang Wu burst into laughter. He had lived for over 10,000 years, and this was the first time he encountered something like this. He spun around. What the hell are you dragging someone's parents into this to insult them for, you dog? The demon god looked as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. What did you say? Kang Wu's face distorted terrifyingly. Whether someone's mother exists or not, what the hell does it have to do with you, you bastard? The demon god showed clear terror. No, that's not what I meant. He continued to interrogate. Whether someone has friends or not, what business is it of yours? The demon god panicked, waving his hands continuously in denial. Now, wait, what I meant was, he waved his hand dismissively. Stop, I'm kidding, I basically get it. In the end, it's just this trope, isn't it? Setting traps, hinting at her final boss, I saw right through it without even looking. You brat, later on you'll sneakily appear and say, everything that has happened up until now was all part of my plan. Now hand over your body, right? Isn't it? Looking at you dumbstruck like a clam, I know I'm right. The moment you started babbling nonsense about the secret of my origin, I knew it immediately. What, did you think I would be so shocked I'd cry my eyes out over the truth that I have no parents? Do you need me to act out? Am I not human for you to see? Your nature is rotten to the core. No, if it bothers you, why don't you do it yourself? Up until now, you've been hiding in a corner. Now you crawl out to show off. He spoke in a voice full of sarcasm. Damn it, you dog, I have preserved the chastity of this body for 10,000 years.
By what right do you dare to covet this body? The demon god trembled. You insolent brat! A blast of energy shot straight towards Kang Wu's location. He let out a scornful smile as he looked at them. The streams of energy like sharp blades pierced through his body. He roared in anger and pain. Seeing his miserable state, the demon god mocked. A lowly human who doesn't know his place dares to act recklessly. He thought, with this, I am certain of one thing. He smiled. Hey, you god over there, are you saying you know your own place? The demon god appeared confused. What? He continued. To be honest, I don't know what your situation is, or what kind of plan you're hatching, nor do I know how that plan is progressing, but I know one thing. Without me, your plan will not succeed. This mysterious existence is indeed very powerful, worthy of the title of a god.
The demon god spoke in a disdainful tone. What do you know? He kept rambling on. I told you I don't know. The only thing I know is that this guy can't kill me. You need me, right? You said you've been following me from the start. Power isn't the issue. Then my falling into hell and gaining the power called the authority of predation was also your plan. The important thing is our respective positions. You wouldn't do those things without a reason or purpose, would you? Your purpose is obvious. You surely want to escape this place, right? I don't know why you're stuck here, but to get out of here, you need me, don't you? The demon god's voice began to tremble. Why aren't you afraid? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, Kang Wu quickly interjected. How many times do I have to say I don't know for you to understand, you idiot? He thought to himself, and whether you are a demon god or a mental case, don't even think about using me. Having been inside me for 10,000 years, you must have seen what happened to those demons. Kang Wu continued with an arrogant tone. Stop acting dangerous with me. Decide, either send me back or we die here together, he thought. Now you will be just like them. The image of a ceiling gradually appeared before his eyes. Kang Wu lay on a bed, staring blankly. A ceiling that looked very unfamiliar. Lilith happily approached. Are you awake, Demon King? He asked curiously. She spoke in a teasing voice. The after effects of opening the gate must still be severe. Her threatening words frightened him. This is the Chinese branch of the Guardians of Light.
A person named Chan Mujin had prepared a private room for us. He spoke up. How many days has it been? She replied, it's been about a week since the battle ended. Kang Wu continued, what is the damage situation? She complied, the casualties of the Guardians of Light are 769 people. He sighed with relief. Fewer deaths than I thought. I assumed it would be at least 1,000. She spoke cheerfully. It is because midway through, the demons turned back to attack inside the branch. He wondered, what about the others? She began to explain. Balak, who used his body to suppress the demonic energy, was the most heavily injured, but that guy recovered quickly and is already training. Kang Wu exclaimed, that's Balak for you, and the human named Kim Shi-hoon. I managed to save him from the Reaper's scythe in time, but he hasn't woken up yet. Among those Master Kang Wu knows, he is the most severely injured. There is one more thing I need to report. I heard that Lucifer's forces have engaged with the demon cult. Kang Wu was startled. Ah, how do you know that? Lilith replied, when Balak was attacked, the girl named Julian contacted other branches to request reinforcements. At that time, I eavesdropped on the call and found out. He was curious.
So that means while we were attacking the demon cult, Lucille's forces attacked the other branches? She affirmed. That is correct. He thought to himself. At this point, he didn't know whether to call this lucky or not. He asked probingly, do you only know the content of the call? She replied, no. I traced back the communication signal and found the locations of about 5 other branches. Among them, there is one that seems to be a major branch, gathering thousands of people just like the Tibetan branch. He thought to himself, Lilith really does work well. He reached out his hand. Good job.
She pressed his hand against her cheek. What shall we do next? Shall we use the Guardians of Light to attack the other branches? He retorted, no, on the contrary, make contact with Lucille's forces. Give them the information about the Demon Coat branches we just found. She exclaimed, as expected of the Demon King, I understand. However, I was very worried when you didn't wake up for so long. He teased, you don't look like it though. I was very, very worried, to the point that every night I knocked out all the soldiers guarding your bedroom and broke in just to be by your side. He was furious. What kind of crazy thing are you doing?
Her voice suddenly dropped low. This loneliness. Her tentacles tightened around his body. This sadness. In a panic, Kang-woo struggled ceaselessly. Wait a minute, I am a patient. She inserted a tentacle into his mouth. This wound. She used the tentacles to lift him high into the air, her face flushed red. I really want to be healed by sleeping with you, my lord. Night fell. From within the room a blood-curdling scream echoed, and another flower petal fell to the ground. Outside, the sky remained a clear blue, while Kang-woo lay motionless in his hospital room. His entire body looked miserably ravaged, burned white. This white-out state, he was exhausted. Kang-woo braced himself in pain and stood up. Let's try sitting up. Are there still after effects? I really didn't want to use the gate-opening move at all. He silently cursed the opponent from the last time. It was also because of that gate opening that he encountered a strange bastard, a nameless god dwelling in the abyss. If the negotiation had failed, he would probably still be trapped there. But then Kang-woo quickly put that matter aside. Thanks to that, he had devoured Mammon. Let's see how much the harvest is. The moment he pressed it, a notification panel immediately appeared. You have unread messages. Do you want to check? He replied, yes. Immediately, a series of rewards appeared before his eyes. Devoured the Archduke of Greed, Mammon. Activated attribute, Soul Collector. Activated attribute, Godslayer. Can use the authority of fire of Archduke Mammon. After reading, Kang-woo felt incredibly satisfied. Mammon's authority was powerful enough to vie for rank among the archdukes. With this authority, dealing with Lucio would be a little easier.
Information regarding another process was also displayed. The second condition of the demonic spirit had been partially completed. Absorbing one more archduke's soul would fulfill all conditions of the demonic spirit. He spoke with a voice full of regret. Still a little bit more, huh? The subsequent information left Kang-woo somewhat astonished. Because the condition of the demonic spirit body had been partially fulfilled, the limit of the demonic energy stat had increased. The demonic energy stat increased by 5. The demonic energy stat had reached 135. The passage connecting to the depths of the 10,000 demon core was 82.3% complete. The demonic energy stat is 135, yet the passage is almost complete. Does this mean he has recovered most of his sealed power? He involuntarily compared this energy source with his past power. His past self could not utilize 100% of the demonic energy from the depths, yet even so he had ascended to the throne of the Demon King ruling the 9 hells. If he could use 100% of the demonic energy from those depths, he would be able to reach a realm even higher than his past self. Although not excessively superior, having it still made Kang-woo very happy. Very good, in his current state it wasn't enough to fight the number 1 ranked Archduke Baal, but regarding Lucifer and Satan, he was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with those two.
Of course, assuming they were still the same as in the past, he put that matter aside and took out his phone to look up a few things. Having finished checking his stats, now he had to check that as well. Just then, Lilith called. Did you have a peaceful night, Lord Kang-woo? Hearing this voice, he replied coldly. Not at all. Kang-woo cursed inwardly. Being harassed by tentacles all night, what kind of peace was that? He set the matter aside. He quickly shifted to the main topic. Lilith, where is greed being kept? She asked back in a surprised tone. Strange, if it's greed, do you mean Mammon's hell weapon? That's right. Regarding this issue, Lilith was also helpless. I apologize, but we could not find the hell weapon at the location where you and Mammon fought, Lord Kang-woo. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. No greed? A hypothesis flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Did I devour it along with Mammon? No, that can't be possible. No matter how omnipotent the authority of predation is, it cannot devour a hell weapon. Even assuming a coincidence of coincidences allowed him to eat it, there should have been a corresponding influx of power, but there was none. The possibility of it being destroyed was even lower. Escaping from a hell weapon and completely destroying it are two entirely different concepts. Pondering for a while, Kang-woo became even more bewildered. Then where did it disappear to? Right at this moment, his attention shifted to something else.
He thought, the key of the demonic energy sea felt a familiar heat. Could it be? Suddenly, a series of item information appeared. Item information, equipment name, key of the demonic energy sea, rank, transcendental, imprinted. Growth type will strengthen every time specific conditions are met. Basic effect, unique stat +3. Tenacity, transformation, locked. Special effect, locked. Effect explanation 1. Tenacity. Cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or spiritual impact. Effect explanation 2. Transformation. Transforms into a registered weapon. The skill utilizes 34% of the created weapon's efficiency. From authority? After reading these lines, Kang-woo just found it quite normal. Up to this point, it was the same as before, but the next line left him stunned. Equipment status 1, awaiting digestion, currently preparing to digest the hell weapon of greed. Equipment status 2, insufficient demonic energy. Owner's demonic energy level is insufficient. Digestion will begin after achieving demonic spirit. What is this? Digestion? However, Tangmu quickly realized its nature. Come to think of it, this is a growth-type weapon. He was so used to using it that he completely forgot. Anyway, it's fortunate that he doesn't need to go look for where greed went. However, remembering that ability, he unconsciously licked his lips. But being able to eat greed means Kangmu was full of expectation for the future ahead. It also means I can absorb the hell weapons of other 7 great archdukes. If I absorb them all, what will happen? It's worth looking forward to.
Seeing him remain silent for a long time, Lilith made a suggestion. Master Kangwu, is something wrong? Should I go check if the hell weapon is there? But Kangwu flatly refused. No, it's fine, no need to do that. He then switched to another request. By the way, tell me the location of Sihun's hospital room. After obtaining the location, Kangwu immediately moved there. Inside the room, everyone had gathered. Seoa quickly ran over and asked, "Brother, are you awake?" Echidna also rushed after her. "Kangwu, is your body okay?" He hurriedly reassured them. "I'm fine, I just woke up too." It seems Lilith had reported that he had been awake since last night, right? Seeing Kanglu remain calm, Seoa was so worried she had to shout. Seoa spoke with concern when she saw Kanglu trying to walk around immediately after waking up. Her care touched him. His gaze stopped at the dark circles under her eyes, and he asked gently. She responded with an equally caring sentence. "Walking around like this right after waking up is not allowed." "Darling, were you so worried you stayed up all night that your eyes have dark circles? Do you have any pain or discomfort?" Kanglu just nodded slightly, but a quiet joy spread in his heart. After a moment of silence, he looked at the person lying in the next bed and spoke. "Some people are busy attacking the patient's chastity, while you will dedicate the rest of your life to me, darling. By the way, how is Sihun?" Yeonju immediately reported the situation.
We have been taking turns looking after him day and night, but he still hasn't woken up yet. After observing Sihun's condition, Kanglu involuntarily let out a soft sigh. The situation seemed serious. He slowly walked to Sihun's side, calculating inwardly. The regenerative energy from before, limited to healing only surface injuries, was obviously not enough. However, if it were combined with the demonic energy stat of 135, the story would be completely different. Ending his train of thought, Kangwu suddenly cut a line on his hand, letting drops of blood fall into the other's mouth. Immediately, he activated his authority of regeneration. A wave of power spread throughout the space, carrying a pressure so great it seemed it could blow everything away. As if a miracle had occurred, Sihun's arm began to regenerate bit by bit. His eyes also slowly opened, and he spoke the moment he woke up. "Are you safe, brother?" Kangwu responded with a helpless tone. He just smiled slightly and gave him an answer. "Talking nonsense as soon as you wake up. That's the question I should be asking. How do you feel?" "Yes, I'm fine. I don't feel any pain anymore."
A memory suddenly flashed through his mind. Sihun panicked and asked, "How is Mammon?" He walked closer, answering while giving him a compliment. "Mammon is dead. It's all thanks to you, Sihun." This wasn't a polite compliment, but an acknowledgement from the bottom of Kangwoo's heart for Sihun. He knew clearly that if Kim Sihun hadn't risked his life to buy time, the situation would have likely turned into a catastrophe. He told himself that this kid was indeed worthy of praise, worthy of the effort he had put in. However, the expectations he set were still a bit higher. He silently calculated in his head. Of course, if he awakened or something here to get a bit stronger, that would be great, but as expected, it's difficult. He thought that even for a genius, awakening that easily was impossible. Just then, Sihun seemed to sense something abnormal. Then he let out a terrified scream. "Huh? Brother, I can't feel my hand at all." Everyone present was stunned after hearing those words. Kangwoo's face turned pale with horror. "Huh? Sihun?" Astonishment overwhelmed his mind. A familiar motif suddenly appeared, causing him to inevitably harbor doubts. What? Wait a minute. A hero losing his powers after a battle with a strong enemy. This motif is kind of familiar. Is this raising an awakening flag right here? For real? But days passed, and those hands were still unfamiliar with the sensation of gripping a sword. Even though Sihun tried his best to grip it tight, it still trembled violently, and eventually he had to give up in helplessness. He cursed resentfully under his breath, while a voice kept echoing in his ears. Damn it, must get stronger, must become stronger. Sihun retorted in frustration, and once again tried to lift the sword. At the same time, in another space, Kangwoo and Gaia were observing everything. Gaia couldn't hide her anxiety for him, and turned to ask Kangwoo, "Sihun has been in the training room for several days. Is it really okay for us to just stand and watch like this?" Regarding this question, even Kangwoo could not give a definitive answer. "We just have to wait. If we don't believe in Sihun here, then who else will believe in him?" Realizing that, Gaia tentatively suggested something, but was immediately cut off by him.
At least we should comfort. No, meaningless empathy will only make Sihoon suffer more. Right now, we must trust and wait for Sihoon. Even so, she couldn't hide her reluctance. Guessing Gaia's intention, he spoke up to reassure her with firm belief. Kang-woo affirmed that Sihoon would definitely overcome it. Then his thoughts drifted to the boy's personality. It will be fine. That guy will absolutely never give up. He remembered that Sihoon had never once faltered, whether standing before Satan, Halphus, or even Mammon. Even in moments of life and death that seemed devoid of any hope for victory, he never turned his back and ran away. That wasn't because he was fearless, but because he carried within himself a will that could disregard life and death. He had to admit that the beginning of this relationship wasn't good at all. He had once complained that Sihoon was just like a protagonist walking out of a webtoon, someone who gained power without tasting suffering. However, that prejudice gradually faded as he came to understand Kim Sihoon more and more. Recently, he even started to feel like the boy was his own younger brother. He had a strong belief that Kim Sihoon would overcome this trial and become even more extraordinary.
Of course, he believed that the boy wouldn't collapse here, but he couldn't just stand by and watch forever. Having said that, Kang-woo turned around and bade farewell to Alex. "I will come back to pick you up this afternoon." Curiosity compelled Alex to ask. Although he was secretly calculating a slight intervention, the words that escaped his mouth were completely different. Where are you going, sir?" "I just obtained a new power, so I want to test it out a bit." Alex let out a gasp of astonishment upon receiving that information. Implies you can get even stronger than that?" After speaking, Kang-woo turned and walked away. However, this wasn't something he would act on immediately. "Then I'll take my leave now." He intended to wait a while longer, until Sihoon's condition became even more miserable and tragic. It had to be the moment when he broke down to the point of being unable to do anything on his own. The right time for him to intervene was when the boy was struggling in despair within his own crumbling body.